Chapter 1, The Circle Closes, the End begins. Edited. So you died. Rio, I did, hey. You are not going to scream. Rio, no, it won't help my situation. Though I won't say I am not curious why I am here. I mean, I am an atheist, so I figured I would just cease to be when I died. Well, your religious preference is meaningless in this situation anyway. As you weren't supposed to die, like ever, or at least in this universe. Rio, darn, so my plans would have succeeded. Yet, you were supposed to become immortal and outlive the universe as the last living being, then succeed in escaping your universe. But since you died due to, let's call it divine intervention, we are kinda stuck. Since you were fated to never die, you were banned from all afterlives so you couldn't mess with the dead. Rio, that doesn't sound good for anyone. So where do we go from here? Well, we in the divine realm are not sure. We tried to fix your universe's fate, and we managed to do so by making a fill-in for you who will die when the universe dies. As your death meant your universe was going to die early, which messes everything up. But we can't put you back as we caught your death too late. So we thought to give you two choices. Option number 1, we send you into the next universe cycle to be reborn. This way, you still follow your fate, you also keep your memories. Rio, that seems okay, I suppose. Option number 2 is honestly way more risky, but comes with better gifts. You keep your memories, and we grant 5 wishes within reason, and no, you don't have to word it too carefully. But be warned, we have never done this before, so if you are unsatisfied, we cannot help you. Rio, option 2 sounds way better, but you said it's riskier, but I doubt bad wishes is the only risk. I was getting there. You get reincarnated somewhere. We have no control over where. Just that it is outside this Omniverse. You could evaporate into nothingness, be eaten by a god, or end up a slave. No way to influence it. Including with wishes. Rio, can you explain this Omniverse? What is outside it? You were in an Omniverse before you died. An Omniverse is made up of numerous multiverses and does not include everything. Outside of our Omniverse are other Omniverses, multiverses, and universes, they are not all connected, though. We can see into the outside but never interact. The barrier between prevents us. So we can send you out there, but with no real control. Rio, so I would be flying blind. What is out there? Everything, all of existence. Fictional worlds, normal worlds, outer gods, limbo, etc. Rio, so infinite probabilities, I could end up in the Witcher world, an anime, or even, gods forbid, Warhammer. Everything has a theoretical 0% and 100% chance of happening. High risk but high reward. Exactly, which is why we are giving 5 wishes. Option 1 guarantees access to the afterlife regardless of whether you fulfill your destiny. Option 2 could lead to the death of your soul or worse. Rio, how malleable are these wishes? You can have a fairly long wish as long as they are all reasonably within the same wish. So, for instance, you can wish for a Kryptonian bloodline with all its powers, with also say mind control immunity. But you could not say you want a Kryptonian bloodline that also has a Scion bloodline. They are two completely different things, so 2 wishes are needed. Rio, so I can wish for one thing and add things to it so long as they can be conceivably connected. Though I want to make it clear these wishes have a limit. I cannot give you something I do not have in some way. For instance, no complete invulnerability, immortality, omnipotence, or omniscience. Rio, fair enough, but why not immortality? You said I was destined to get that. Well, because I am not immortal, not really, very long-lived, yes, but not immortal. So I could give you a lifespan spanning millennia, but I would not recommend it. It would likely cost you several or all of your wishes. It takes a lot of energy to give such a long lifespan without changing your species. Rio, so if I wish to have the bloodline of a very long-lived species, would that cost more than one wish? No, it would just be one wish, but you would likely be one of a kind, which draws a lot of attention. Rio, got it. Is there any time limit for me to decide which option and further what my wishes might be? No, take your time, you have already been dead for a few eons anyway. We see time differently, so for you it was mere moments, us eons. Rio, perfect. A few hours later. Q SpongeBob title card. Rio, I have decided. Ah, that was fast. Rio, I choose option 2. What are your 5 wishes? Rio, number 1 is a gamer system with a shop with anything I could want, and a gacha with the gamer mind, making it so my mind is completely undetectable by everyone. I want to be able to connect my mind or open it to others when I want to, but have complete control over it. Okay, but gamer's body will not work as you think, you won't have the usual HP, instead, you can just survive for longer with missing body parts or blood, so long as you have HP. So, no instant damage removal. You will also still have to eat and sleep, but whenever you sleep, you will still fully heal yourself. Also, the system will not know everything. It will know a whole lot as I will give it a copy of the Akashic records, but not everything, as we can only look into the other universes, so sometimes we cannot see all, thus the records are not complete. It will, however, be able to connect to other Akashic records to some extent. The gamer's mind skill will be tweaked to your specifications, but it will not make you able to stay calm or anything like that, as that would be mind manipulation, but you will be immune to any mental debuffs or illnesses. Gamer's body will also make you more resistant to illness in general, but not immune, and not resistant to poisons and the like. Lastly, your gamer's mind can stop anyone below my level, but a being of equal level can still peer inside, just not control it. One example would be Toaa, if you were somehow in their presence, they could peer in, but he is the bare minimum level required. Rio, fair. Wish number 2, a DNA lock which makes any DNA leaving my body become non-existent and useless, so no cloning, no blood/DNA magic or control. I want to be able to toggle this when I want to. Easily done. I will also make it impossible to scan your DNA in general, so even inside, they cannot. Rio, perfect. My third wish is to have the Force even in the absence of the Force. So if I end up not in the Star Wars universe, I can still use it. I also want it so no one can stop me from using it. I want it at the level of the Chosen One as a base with the ability to improve on it. That can be done as it will be contained in your body and yours alone. You will have to train it from the bottom up so you won't be Chosen One level right off the bat, but you will learn fast, and I will also throw in you not being corrupted by either light or dark side or their powers. Rio, okay, my fourth wish is I want an Alicorn bloodline with the ability to transform between an Alicorn, a human, and a fusion of the two in any customizable way I see fit. Also, the ability to use my own astral realm that I can modify as I see fit. Let me check that as I actually don't know what that is. Okay, I see that should be doable. A unique choice. I will throw in a cross-species adaptability so you should be able to reproduce with almost anything. I am only doing this as you taught me about a new species, and I would like to see more of these. Also, you can have your own astral realm, but it can only be accessed by you and those you allow. As for modifying it, no problem. If you go dream walking, be aware that a being can force you out of their dream if they detect you, which is unlikely given your previous wishes, but just warning you. Rio, thank you. My last wish is to have a Riolu egg that can hatch, evolve, and mega evolve. I also want it to have perfect genes and IVs, as well as have no limit to the EVs it can have. I also want it to have my system with all its skills and stat improving. I also want it to be able to use any Pokemon ability or moves. Finally, it must come with both the Keystone and all Mega Stones. Well, most of that is acceptable, but it will have a very limited gamer's mind. Gamer's skills are fine but no store, or gacha, but it can improve its stats, but they will be the Pokemon stats with some added on. It can also improve/learn skills via it. The EVs are no problem and would be included in the perfect genes. It can only use any 2 abilities at a time. It can learn any move, but will have to master them individually. Keystone and Mega Stones, I will allow. All of this will be in your system inventory. Rio, I guess that's it then. So what now? Well, first let me explain. You will be sent to a sort of tutorial world before the actual world you end up in. That is, if you arrive safely. This tutorial world will be the pit stop where your soul normalizes being outside your home Omniverse. You should try not to do anything too dangerous or set down roots, as you will only stay in said universe for a bit. That being said, you can take anything from said universe in your system storage if you want, as long as it meets certain criteria. Also, I don't recommend hatching the Riolu in the tutorial, as being born adds benefits and a link to the home universe it is born in. So it can be seen as an outsider if you hatch it in the tutorial and take it with you to your final stop. You also should avoid dying in the tutorial, as it has the same downside as hatching. Also, you won't be able to tell what your final stop will be even once you get to the tutorial. Besides that, any questions? Rio, a few. First, what do you mean avoid dying in the tutorial? Shouldn't I do that in general? And second, since I am reincarnating, will I be a baby, and if not, will I have memories of me living in said older body? And lastly, what is your name? Well, in order, as you have the force, you can use an ability to not die when you die, then you can use your astral realm to remanifest in a physical form. Beware, as this will come with heavy consequences every time you do it, and you are right, you should avoid it in general, but I am just warning you just in case. For the second question, you will be anything from a baby to a teenager, but no older than 19 to 20 years old. As for the memories, yes, you will have them, it's more like your memories will be locked until a certain age. As for parents, you will never have them as you do not belong, so instead, you will be an orphan in an orphanage if you appear in a populated area. As for my name, I find it amusing that you only ask now, but my name is Anubis, god of funerary rites, protector of graves, and guide to the underworld, and now the only god of the dead left. Any more questions? Rio, yes, and no offense, but isn't Anubis a male? I mean, you have a very feminine voice. Also, what do you mean, the only god of the dead left? Anubis, oh well, I mean I was recorded as a male by my worshippers, but that was because of a prank by RA, who thought it would be hilarious. Yet, I was never able to fix that, so I will always be remembered as male, unfortunately. As for the last god of the dead, well, all the others died in the war against the evil gods, which kinda corrupted your world and may or may not have caused most religions to die out. We won, though at a heavy cost, but none of that matters as you will be leaving after this. Anything else? Rio, no, I think that's it. Anubis, okay, well, good luck, you will really need it. I wish you a great new life, Rio, and as the goddess of the dead, I will be the first to congratulate you on your reincarnation. Rio, thank you for everything. I hope you have a nice existence, I suppose. With that, Rio slowly fades away until all that is left is a white orb. Before it shoots away. To be continued. Author's note. Well, that's it for the first chapter. Let me know what you think in the comments. If you spot any errors, please let me know. I might publish a second chapter today, if not I will post it tomorrow. Chapter 2, Hey you, you're finally awake. System. Thinking. Saying. I woke up and the first thing I see is mechanical lights, like you would see in a hospital. I next feel I am lying on a bed. Then I try to get up. Rio, ugh, my head. Where am I? Then I get a massive headache as memories rush in all at once. I see where I was born on Sereno and found by Count Dooku as a force sensitive when I tried stealing from his home when I thought he was away. My cheats made it so my mind was invisible to force sensitives, so I was never found by the Jedi Order. Count Dooku took me in and trained me as an assassin until eventually, he decided to train me as his apprentice in all but name. I was the perfect spy and assassin, so I was assigned a mission as a captain on a CIS Providence-class dreadnought as an adjutant to the Admiral Kath feigned in a female Bothan. My mission was to escort a secret weapon and cache of some artifacts to a secret separatist base. Dooku had kept it secret even to his master. But a Republic fleet ambushed the fleet I was in, led by Mace Windu, and nearly wiped out the fleet. I escaped by initializing an emergency hyperspace jump, but we were hit right as we jumped, causing us to go off course, and then I think I passed out. Now I seem to be in the medical bay. PSSH. B1, hey you're finally awake, I need to go get the commander. Rio, wait. And he's gone, great. Wait, did he just scare me? System initializing. Host found. 1%, 22%, 67%, 99%. Complete. Welcome host to the gamer system. The system has detected that the host's soul is adapting to being outside the Omniverse of origin. While the host's soul is adapting, certain system features will not be available. Ding, generating tutorial quest. Tutorial quest 1. Host is in an unknown situation. Learn your current situation and get your bearing to complete this quest. Rewards, 50 XP. Rio, let me see. Status. Status. Name, Rio Magus Crepusculum. Age, 19. Race, Alicorn. Title, Last Son of the Crystal Imperium. Level, 3, reduced due to recent awakening. 100/300 XP. HP, 100, Endurance x 10. SP, 150, Endurance x Agility /2. MP, 1250, Intelligence x 50. Strength, 5, plus 50%, equals 7.5. Perception, 15. Endurance, 10. Charisma, 5. Intelligence, 25. Agility, 20, plus 50%, equals 30. Luck, 10, plus 50%, equals 15. Stat points, 15. Skills. Alicorn LVL, Max. Changes the MP calculus to x50, gives improved learning speed of all magics. Decreases the cost of all magics by 25%. Gives a boost of 50% to agility, strength, and luck. Give immunity to all illnesses in exchange for only becoming ill to Alicorn-specific illnesses. Give near agelessness. Ability to fly regardless of gravity as long as you are in winged form. You can change forms from full Alicorn to human and anywhere in between. All equine and equine-adjacent species will trust and treat you as their ruler. Gives access to the astral realm. Warning: user will enter nightmare mode if the user becomes mentally unstable or enraged. Indestructible stomach LVL, Max. Users can eat anything and turn it into energy without getting sick. Provides a flat 50% resistance to poisons or toxins of all kinds. Force Mastery LVL, 13/100. 372/1300 XP. Decreases the needed force energy to use all force abilities by 13%. XP is gained by using any amount of force abilities. Higher levels allow the usage of high-tier force abilities. Grants the user force precognition, and higher levels allow for further and more precise predictions and the ability to see glimpses of the future. Using the force requires no energy but will exhaust the user. Mana Manipulation LVL, 8/75. 437/800 XP. Ability to use mana to use spells and create new ones. Increases magic damage by 8% and reduces the cost of magic by 8%, max of 74%. This skill includes all spells and their mastery with only a few exceptions. Max LVL reduced to 75 due to Alicorn race but will reward bonus when maxed out. Aurum Mastery LVL, 2/100. 48/200 XP. Ability to use and manipulate aura for defense and offense. Increases aura damage by 2% and reduces the cost of aura by 2%. Allow users to sense emotions and see while blinded. Aura can also be used to heal. Can establish an aura bond with others which allows the ability to always find the bonded individual and sense their state of well-being. Increases agility by LVL% while active. Damage resistance LVL, 27/100. 908/2700 XP. Ability to resist pain. Reduces pain by 27%. Reduces incoming damage by 13.5% will still allow user to feel when attacked. Stealth LVL, 12/100. 579/1200 XP. Ability to remain hidden when sneaking. Reduces the chance of being detected when sneaking by 12%. Increases the damage done while undetected by 24%. Weapons Proficiency LVL, 9/100. 700/900 XP. User's ability to use all weapons. Increases damage when using weapons by 9%. Decreases the likelihood of weapon malfunctions by 9%. HP equals health points. SP equals stamina points. MP equals mana points. Strength is how much someone can lift and how much power they can put behind a physical attack. This can be improved by exercising. Perception is how well one can sense things via the six senses: sight, smell, touch, taste, hearing, and danger sense. This can also increase the other senses' abilities and is boosted by the skill force mastery to be able to increase accuracy. This can be improved by noticing small details or by hitting challenging targets. Endurance is how long one can last without rest while doing strenuous activities. Also, determine how much HP you have. It is one part of the SP calculation. This can be improved by exercising for long periods and going beyond your current level of endurance. Charisma is how one appears to others and one ability to convince others to do anything. Can reduce perceived danger level the higher one's charisma is. This can be increased by bartering good deals and convincing otherwise impossible people to do what you want. Intelligence is how wise, creative, and smart one is. It also increases learning and retention speed. This can be increased by deducing things and learning new things. Agility is how flexible and fast one is. It improves one's ability to dodge. It is one part of the SP calculation. This can be increased by stretching, yoga, parkour, and nimble movements. Luck is how lucky one is. It improves the chance of good gacha results and decreases the likelihood of one having misfortune. It can result in having bouts of good fortune at higher levels. There are no ways to increase luck other than adding stat points. The stats of an average human is 10 in all stats except luck, which is 5. So my stats are not too bad for being a dark acolyte. I can clearly remember why my pain resistance skill is the highest. Dukkha was not the most gentle while training me, and I seem to recall being beaten black and blue by Grievous several times. Am I even still in the Star Wars universe, and can I take this ship in my inventory before I leave? Questions for later. Now I need to figure out where I am and the status of the ship. Then I need to practice my skills to refamiliarize myself with them. I can hear something is approaching. Droids by the sound of it. PSSH. I see TX-47 walk in with 2 BX commando droids flanking him. TX-47, greetings Captain, I am glad you have recovered, as you are now the acting leader of the Omega Fleet, as Admiral Kath Faindon has passed away. According to CIS protocol, when a fleet has lost command of its admiral, the next highest ranking organic is to assume command. If you will follow me to the bridge, I can brief you on our current situation. Rio, understood. I, Captain Rio Magus Crepusculum, hereby assume command of the Omega Fleet. I will follow you to the bridge, and can I have a status report on the ship? I get up and start walking to the bridge with TX-47. TX-47, yes sir, our shields are down and will not be operational for 25 HRS. Our hull integrity sits at 83%. We are currently at 38% fuel capacity and our hyperdrive is inoperable and will require extensive repairs. All weapons are fully operational and the ammunition is at 94%. We have lost all but 4 Vulture droids, 3 droid Trafitters, 2 Hyena bombers, and 1 Belbulob 22 starfighter. We also have checked and all cargo is undamaged and accounted for. We arrive at the bridge and I see it is a little messy with 1 console damaged, but otherwise still intact. I sit in the captain's chair. TX-47, we have also found that 1 cargo container included a heavily modified Eta-2 Actis-class light interceptor and another included another starfighter that we have no records of. We also have 2 Sheathipede shuttles still operational and 2 more inoperable but usable for parts. I have taken the liberty of opening the cargo you were assigned to transport to ensure its safety. I have found all is working and undamaged. Life support systems are also operational. Our sensors have detected we are just outside a star system. We have been unable to find any CIS or Republic signals and we also cannot find our current coordinates on any star charts nor can we see any stars that correspond with any of our maps. We are currently stranded in unknown territory. Based on my calculations we have a 1/100000034 chance of returning to Separatist space. What are your orders, sir? Rio, pull up a map of our current location. A hologram appears with a less than perfect scan of the star system near us. Rio, move the ship to that asteroid belt at the edge of the system, then launch all probes to get a detailed scan of this star system. I also want us to scan all frequencies for anything to see if perhaps we have ended up in an uninhabited star system or if they are just hiding. We are not moving past the asteroid belt until the probes are done with their scan. If the probes find intelligent life they are to avoid them and move on but to mark said location. I will decide what we do from there. I want the probes to try and find usable materials to repair and refuel our ship. One of the items I was transporting was an experimental massive stealth generator. Can it be installed on this ship? TX-47 freezes and then starts calculating if that can work. TX-47, I calculate we can. However, if we try to install the stealth generator and also repair the ship, I calculate we would have approximately 1.27% spare materials remaining. However, that assumes that the repair droid maintains no less than 88% efficiency when doing their work. If they don't, we will run out of materials. Furthermore, it will take at least 7 standard days to do so. All these numbers assume we scrap all inoperable ships and devices for materials. Lastly, if we succeed we will lose approximately 6.27% combat efficiency. Rio, that will have to do. Send the orders. Prioritize the stealth generator first. Also, I want us on resource maximization, meaning if a droid is not needed they are to shut down until further notice. TX-47, Roger Roger. Rio, also once you have given those orders I want you to go to Hangar 2 and open Container 12. Inside is a software and hardware upgrade for you. It's the experimental ultra-tactical droid. It should increase your combat efficiency by 78% and your overall abilities by up to 300%. TX-47, my programming indicates I am not authorized to do that as the ultra-tactical series was banned by the CIS Parliament and military for concerns of it being too advanced. Rio, Authorization Code Alpha Omega 22 Epsilon Charlie Uniform 1467 Alpha. I am the highest-ranking military member of the CIS military both in the Navy and as Count Dooku's personal assistant, and therefore take full responsibility for any future issues caused by this order and use of the previously stated authorization code. Will that do? TX-47. TX-47, authorization code accepted by your orders, Captain. TX-47 leaves the bridge. He should be back in an hour or two, I think. Now we wait for news. To be continued. Chapter 3, Reorienting Myself. Author's Note. I forgot to put in a few things in the last chapter, those are now fixed in case you do not want to reread the last chapter. The changes were as follows. Stat points, 15. Stealth LVL, 12/100. 579/1200 XP. Ability to remain hidden when sneaking. Reduces the chance of being detected when sneaking by 12%. Increases the damage done while undetected by 24%. Weapons Proficiency LVL, 9/100. 700/900 XP. User's ability to use all weapons. Increases damage when using weapons by 9%. Decreases the likelihood of weapon malfunctions by 9%. It's been an hour since TX-47 went to get upgraded. He should be back sometime in the next hour. Rio, U, B673, when will we arrive at the asteroid belt? B673, approximately 8 minutes, Captain. Rio, good. Have we picked up any new signals yet? B673, yes, sir, we are detecting low-frequency radio waves from deeper in the star system. Rio, pull them up, I want to hear it. A radio broadcast plays. Music, I don't know the language but it sounds vaguely familiar. Rio, do we have a translation of this? And are there more signals like this? B673, no sir, our systems have no record of this language. We have found a signal in what seems to be Orbesh, but it's too weak to get a good signal. We have detected over 20,000 signals coming from the star system. The sensors calculated it is approximately XX clicks away from our current location. Rio, that's a lot of signals. It must mean they aren't closing their signal loop. So likely primitives. But keep trying to capture as much as we can and have the computer run it through pattern analysis. Also, keep trying to locate the signal source. And I want the power that can be safely put into our sensors to scan for any satellites or spaceships. Otherwise, keep me updated when you find something useful. 10 minutes later. B673, sir. We have just detected a missile launch coming from the third planet from the star. Rio, where is its target? And activate the point defense cannons just in case. B673, the missile trajectory is calculated to be heading towards the fourth planet from the star. Currently determined to not be aimed towards us. It is also calculated to be far too slow to hit us at its current velocity. Do you want me to deactivate the point defense cannons? Rio, yes, deactivate all but the 2 most forward point defense cannons. Also, keep at least one sensor trained on that missile. Any other updates? B673, yes sir, we have detected at least 5,000 satellites in the orbit of the third planet from the star. We have also collected enough signals to obtain information on said planet. I am sending it to your datapad now. This looks like Earth. English by the looks of it. 3 different Englishes by the sounds of it. Yep, definitely Earth. It's split into many nations, and looks like the biggest country is at war with Afghanistan. So let's see, the date is 2005. A nuclear weapon could damage the ship if it hits. It is best to be cautious and stay in our current position and wait for the probe droids to return with more data. B673, sir, we have just connected with a primitive holonet by the looks of it thanks to probe droid 05. Probe droid 05 is requesting to maintain its current position to continue the broadcast to our ship. Rio, it's authorized. Get the security droids back online and have them sift through this primitive holonet and report any valuable information they find to me or TX-47. B673, Roger Roger. 30 minutes later. PSSH. TX-47, hello Captain, I have done as ordered and now am fully upgraded and ready to serve the CIS to the best of my efficiency. Rio, excellent. Now if I recall correctly, your personality matrix has been completely overhauled and improved. So I will name you. How about Tex? Tex, I gladly accept the new name, sir. I have fully connected to the ship and am fully updated on the current situation. I suggest we move to the planet we have now confirmed to be called Neptune by the local species of humans. Rio, I agree it would be better for our sensors to move closer. Very well, set a course to Neptune. Tex, as your command captain. Then I feel a vision is coming. Then I see a town that's cloudy and forested. Then I see large wolves running through the forest. Then blurry and fast humans running as well from something, but I could not see it. Then I see it a horrible beast of wood and decay, a visage of a skull. Then it looks at me through the vision. I am then thrown out of the vision. Rio, gasp. Tex, Captain. Do you need medical attention? Rio, no, I just had a vision. Something is dead but alive on the planet Earth. We need to investigate it. I think it grows in power the longer we wait. Whatever it is dangerous to our mission here. I will go investigate with the BXA assassin commando droids when we get more stable here. Tex, I must protest, you are the leader of this fleet, your life is the most important and thus you must stay on board this ship. Rio, we will discuss this later. Tex, yes, sir. Ding, quest complete. Tutorial Quest 1 has completed, issuing rewards. Plus 50 XP. 150/300 XP. Quest issued. Tutorial Quest 2. Tutorial Quest 2. You have now orientated yourself, but now you must go to planet Earth and investigate the force vision you received. Once you learn more about the situation on Earth, you will receive the third quest. Rewards. 100 XP. 2 Kyber crystals. That's interesting, I could use those. But I need to train to get ready for a possible fight. Rio, I will be in my quarters if you need me. I have full confidence you can run things while I am gone. Tex, very well, sir. I leave the bridge and head to my quarters. When I arrived, I looked around to see that it was a mess. It seemed the droids followed the directive which stated not to enter my quarters unless I was present. Well, I guess I will clean this up, then I can train. 10 minutes later. Rio, there, all done. Now I suppose I should do some practice swings of my vibroblade. I grab my vibroblade and activate the practice droid. I enter form 3 Sorcerer and close the practice blinder. Shoom. The droid shoots and it hits me in the stomach. Ouch, that stung. Shoom. Ting. It shoots again, but I block this time. Shum shum. Ting zap. Ouch, danjit, not again. Shum. 3 hours later. Rio, okay, that should do it for now. I should practice using the force, as it should be the most helpful on what seems to be a possibly normal Earth. I stow away my blade and sit in a lotus position to start on what will be a far more boring training session. Okay, empty your mind. Feel the force. Let it flow through you. While I do this, various objects start to slowly levitate. Let the force empower you. Remember the Sith code. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. The force shall free me. The room starts to shake as I focus on the words of the Sith code. Remember the wise words. If you are to truly understand, then you will need the contrast, not the adherence to a single idea. Thus I must also look to the Jedi code to balance myself. There is no emotion, there is peace. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no passion, there is serenity. There is no chaos, there is harmony. There is no death, there is the force. I have started to levitate at this point. I feel the power, the cold and warm. I have truly reconnected with the force. I should have no issue using it now. As I wake up from my meditation, I see 4 hours have passed. Oh, I better check in with Tex to see if there are any updates. Rio, this is Rio. Tex, can you copy? Tex, yes sir, I copy. Do you require my assistance? Rio, yes, I am just looking for an update on our situation. Tex, we have entered a stable orbit of the planet Neptune and our probes have mapped out the entire star system save Earth and Mercury. Other than that, we have identified several deposits of gases that can be used for our weapons and some alternative fuel sources. If I can get permission to deploy the shuttles and our starfighters, I would like to begin collection immediately. Rio, you have permission. Once the probes are done with Mercury, have them regroup at Hangar 1 except Probe 5, as it must maintain its current position to keep our connection to the Earthlings' internet. Also, have we collected any pertinent info from said source? Tex, yes sir, we have found some strange information. It seems the Earthlings have a movie based on the Clone Wars, and more importantly, it shows the death of General Grievous and Count Dooku. It also seems to say that the CIS is a fake government meant to distract the Republic and never win. My systems have gone through all battle data I have access to, and I have come to a shocking revelation. I calculate a 99.2% chance of these movies being accurate based on the movements throughout the war. My primary programming and the programming of all droids on the ship is not certain what to do from here or how such info could exist. Rio, I can say that I too have seen what info you are talking about, and you are most likely right. I must also explain that we have likely left our original universe or galaxy at the very least. Therefore we will likely never be able to return to the CIS, and we must thus become completely self-sufficient. As for how the Earthlings have made such movies about what seems to us as the future, I am not certain. They could have been a prophet, or perhaps they used the Force. Regardless, I want you to download every last piece of entertainment these humans have developed and a complete compendium of their history. Also, locate a place where we can steal electronic and other materials including precious metals to improve the ship however we can. Tex, I thank you for your insight and I agree we must become self-sufficient. I will order a squad of BX commando droids to infiltrate and steal materials as you requested. May I inquire as to our stance on these Earthlings? Also, I will begin to download the requested information at once. Rio, our stance on the Earthlings is to remain secret at all costs. If we must kill them, so be it, but first, what is our E5 blaster rifle ammunition looking like? Tex, we are currently full on ammo, but we will begin stockpiling additional gas to fuel them just in case. Rio, good. The teams that are deployed can only use E5 based ammo unless I give direct orders otherwise. Also, do we have schematics to build a droid foundry? Tex, understood, and unfortunately we do not have any schematics for droid foundries, but we do have the B1 battle droid schematics. Rio, yes, very unfortunate. What of our food stores? Tex, we have enough to feed you for 2 months before the rest of it spoils. Rio, add food supplies to the list of materials we steal, and make sure to redesign one of the spare rooms into additional food storage in case our main one is destroyed or sabotaged. Tex, yes sir, I will issue the orders now. Rio, I will return to the bridge tomorrow at 0900 hours. Until then I will be signing off for today. Message me if any situation requires my assistance. Tex, yes sir, good night Captain. With that, the signal stops and I am left to go eat and retire for the night. To be continued. Chapter 4, Exploiting Earth. Author's note. So I was going to change the race from Alicorn, since honestly, they are kind of too OP for this point in the story. As you know, being able to move a star is maybe a tad bit too much and most have no idea what an Alicorn is, but I decided to rework the Alicorn to be less OP. I also removed force points as I think it doesn't really work. Stats and skills were slightly altered but not by much, basically I just reduced some buffs. I also added age to the status. Beep beep beep. My alarm goes off. Rio, well, time to get up. I put on my captain's uniform, grab a combat ration, and start walking to the bridge. PSSH. Tex, good morning Captain. Here are the current sites we intend on stealing supplies from. Tex hands me the data pad. Several military bases in Russia and the USA, a bit risky, but with our technology and the surprise factor we should do fine. Civilian targets are mostly in less populated cities and warehouses. I suppose I should suggest some tech companies. I think we could splice into them easily enough and steal data and valuable material. Oh yes, and maybe some radioactive materials. Maybe Fort Knox. I will have to consider hard if that is a good idea. Rio, these targets look good, but might I suggest a place called Silicon Valley? It should be easy for our splicers to infiltrate their factories and offices. I have not seen what time you intend to start these missions. Also, add some radioactive materials to the list, but make sure they are properly shielded. I would rather not get cancer. Finally, what do you think of the target of Fort Knox? Tex, yes, I suppose Silicon Valley could get us what we need. I was not certain if we should take the risk, as it would draw a lot of attention even if we succeeded without being detected. I will add radioactive materials to the list and ensure they are shielded. As for a possible attack on Fort Knox and by proxy the United States Bullion Depository, I believe it would be too costly for ultimately little gain. I have calculated several different strategies, but all of them would not be without causalities. Given we will not receive reinforcements, it would be most unwise to lose any droids at this time. Rio, I think an attack on Silicon Valley would be in our best interest. I can see what you mean by attacking Fort Knox not being worth it, so we can abandon such an idea. I think deploying vulture droids to cause the US Air Force to be distracted might be a possible idea. If we do it while we infiltrate the bases, it could draw attention away, or increase the alert level. Hard to say for certain, as these are Earthlings. I plan on leaving for my investigation today. Tex, sir, I must insist you stay on this ship for your safety. You are the leader of all CIS forces in this galaxy and thus have an obligation to lead from the ship, not on the ground. Rio, I understand what you are saying, but I must do this as I believe I am the only one here that can come off as a human, save maybe a holographic disguise matrix, but last I checked we don't have any. The Force beckons me somewhere, it is most unwise to ignore it. Tex, it seems we are at an impasse, perhaps we can negotiate this. Rio, fine, how about I take the 2 BXA assassin droids as personal guards and 2 additional BX series that watch from a distance. Tex, I must argue that 4 droids are not nearly enough. I insist a full dozen at least, with 2 vultures nearby in wait. Rio, if I did that I would not be able to infiltrate. 2 BXA and 4 BX series. Also, no vultures, we don't have enough to spare at this time. Tex, I can accept that if you keep your shuttle nearby in a rendezvous point where you can be quickly extracted if needed. Rio, that is acceptable. I will leave in 4 hours, and make sure all is prepped for my mission. I don't want to be late when leaving. Tex, as you command. Good, now to make sure all my gear is ready, I will take my blade, a sniper, and my combat suit. Then I need to meditate on where the Force wants me specifically. 4 hours later. Rio, well, I see everything is in order, let's go. Droids, yes Captain. Rio, this is Captain Rio to Tower Control, requesting takeoff authorization. Tower Control, this is Tower Control, you are clear for takeoff. Good luck, Captain. Rio, BXA-1 and 2, as soon as we drop in at our location I expect you to stay in stealth mode for as long as you can. BX-1 and 2, you will remain with the shuttle to secure it and ensure my egress stays open. BX-3 and 4, you will follow me from a distance, use your comms if you notice something and need to report it. Any questions? Droids, no sir. Rio, good, now we will be landing in the northwest of the USA, so be wary as they are the current most powerful countries, so they could become a threat if we are discovered. I don't expect any military presence, but it never hurts to be prepared. We have another 30 minutes till landing as we have to avoid their detection. 34 minutes later. Our shuttle lands deep in a forest miles away from the nearest human habitation. Rio, okay, we are here. My team will head west from here to a small town called Forks. The Force has led me to the forest near there to find what I am looking for. Be on the lookout for anything out of the ordinary from what you have all been briefed on what Earthlings do. As I start my walk towards my destination, I keep my senses as open as I can. The Force isn't warning me about anything, so that's good. 1 hour later. Rio, hold up, I sense something ahead and it feels off. Overwatch, do you see anything through your scopes? Overwatch, yes sir, it appears to be a large wolf-like creature. It's too large to be any species of wolf recorded on this planet. It appears to be patrolling. Do you want me to take it out? Rio, negative, I will follow this creature back to its den. I doubt this thing is alone. Wolves are pack creatures, it might just be a scout for its pack. Overwatch, roger roger. Let us see what it looks like through my scope. Whoa, that's almost the size of a loth wolf. Now the question is, why is it so big? It should not be possible. Also seems to have very few scars, so not likely to be a pack leader or alpha. The wolf suddenly starts running away. And the Force screams a warning. Rio, Overwatch, do not engage whatever is about to come through here and initiate stealth protocols. I will go radio silent now, so don't worry. I lay down and cloak myself in the Force to hide. Caw 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 caw. Something lumbers through the clearing with the sounds of creaking wood and a ricketing hollow-sounding call. Creak. Then a crunch of twigs as it seems to stop a mere dozen or so feet away from me. I dare not even move to look at it for fear of alerting it. Go away, go away, go away, go away, come on, just keep moving, nothing to see here. A few minutes pass as it keeps making that creepy bubbling sound before it starts walking again in what sounds like the same direction it came from. I wait for 10 minutes before I release my Force cloak and sense if anything is nearby. Whew, it seems to have completely left. Rio, Overwatch, I am okay. Did you capture a video of what just came through here? Overwatch, yes sir, it seemed to be a bipedal creature with a deer skull for a head covered in vegetation. It appeared to be made of wood, but my photoreceptors could be mistaken. It also had some crows on its shoulder. Rio, very well, I am heading to your position as I need to see the footage. Overwatch, roger roger. I make it to their position and BX3 hands me a recording device with the footage. Crap, that's a Leshen. I am not sure if it's an elder or younger variant, but whatever it is, I am probably in a Leshen's forest right now and I need to get going and fast, less I want to fight it right now. I am pretty sure it is what I saw in my vision too. Great, just bloody great, now I have to remember how a Leshen fights. I don't think The Witcher has been released yet. Rio, well, I know what that is and we need to move now as that thing likely sees this whole forest as its domain and we are trespassing. We start moving quickly to Forks as it is the closest town. I should ask around the town to see if they have any additional info about this Leshen. Its pattern, territory, victims, and how long it has been around. Let's hope it's a new Leshen. Once we arrive in Forks, we head for an abandoned house for our temporary base, but as soon as I enter the door I hear a system message. Ding! Tutorial Quest 2 has completed, issuing rewards. Plus 100 XP plus 2 Kyber crystals. 250/300 XP. Neat, I guess I can finally construct a lightsaber. Cheapskate Dooku not willing to buy me a Kyber crystal. I mean, my body could have probably bought one or at least obtained one, but I guess I was just stubborn or maybe just jealous of Severan's tan. Quest issued. Tutorial Quest 3. Tutorial Quest 3. You have discovered what your vision was warning you about. Now you must slay the Leshen who does not belong in this world. Completing this quest will start the final tutorial quest. Good hunting. Rewards. 250 XP. Complete and updating Witcher Bestiary. Nature's Minor Blessing. System explain these rewards. Ding! Complete and updating Witcher Bestiary is a bestiary that constantly updates based on creatures you know about and based on where you are at, and still includes all Witcher series based monster information. Nature's Minor Blessing is a blessing that makes the user be ignored by most wildlife and become far less likely to get lost while in the wilderness. Okay, both of those will be very useful later, though I could really use that Witcher bestiary now and not later, but oh well. I suppose I should start walking around town and inquiring about info on the Leshen. Rio, okay, now that we have set up this fob, I am going into town to gather intel on the creatures we saw. As I walk into town, I figure I should try and unlock a staple skill of any gamer, observe. Let's see that man over there outside that store. Let's try it. Ding! New skill unlocked, observe. Observe LVL, 1/100. 1/100 XP. Observe allows the user to scan people or eventually objects to learn additional information that one could not immediately know otherwise. The higher the skill, the more info that is revealed. When attempting to observe higher level individuals, one might fail unless one meets a perception check. Also, be warned, no HP stat will be calculated for any being without a system, and any stats or levels shown are not equivalent to threat level or ability to harm the host. Name, Nico Bellic. Race, Human. Level, 5. SP 280/300. MP, NA. Nico is a wanted criminal on charges of over several dozen different crimes and is involved with the Russian mob. Does not like bowling. Wait, what? What is a wanted criminal doing in a small town in the middle of nowhere? Whatever, let's see if he knows anything. Rio, hello, how are you today? Nico, hey? Oh, fine I guess. Rio, that's good to hear. You see, I am new here and overheard some strange rumors about the local area. I was wondering if you had heard anything. Nico, well, I think there have been a few disappearances lately. I think it started last month or something. I heard they got a new sheriff to come and help investigate them. Besides that, they sent out a warning to everyone to stay out of the forest while the investigation is going on. Some say it's the Indians on the nearby reservation kidnapping people, but I don't believe that. Rio, dark times we live in where you can't even walk in the forest without fear for your life. Thanks for letting me know. I will be sure to heed those warnings. Have a great day. Nico, hey, oh you too. I walked around the town to get an idea about the layout while training observe. Until I observed something odd. Name, Embry Call. Race, Shapeshifter, Wolf. Level, 8. SP 2000/2000. MP, 100/100. Embry is a shapeshifter of the Yuli Pack and Quileute tribe. He is friends with Jacob Black. He is wary of you. Wait a minute, those names sound familiar, and what does being a shapeshifter mean? I mean, other than the obvious. Could he be the wolf I saw earlier? Regardless, let's go back to base, as I am apparently someone he is wary of, so best to leave now. Once I get back to base, I start to think of the info I got. Okay, so we have a Leshen that is probably only a month or two old, and the local tribe might be a shape-shifting wolf pack. Also, the name Jacob Black seems so familiar, but I cannot put my finger on it. I have a feeling it's something I have repressed. Also, a new sheriff also makes me think of something, but what? Rio, send this info to Tex. I want all the info he can get on these disappearances and the local Quileute tribe. Also, some history on this town would be great. Oh, and any info on Leshy or Spriggens and the like. BXA1, Roger Roger. Rio, for now let's rest for tonight and see what tomorrow brings. Chapter 5, To Kill a Leshen. Fob Omega, 0900 Hours Forks, Washington, USA. Okay, let's see what Tex gathered for me on Leshies and Spriggens. Got it, not too much on how to kill them, but some possibly useful folklore. If I remember my Witcher stuff right, I need to use fire and I need to destroy their totems. I also recall they can turn into smoke and can control animals to fight on their behalf. Rio, BXA 1 and 2, I want you to enter the forest and look for totems. They will likely be made of animal parts or human corpses. You will likely find them near large gatherings of crows. Do not be spotted by these creatures. Once you find the totems, place one low-yield explosive charge on each one you find. I will remain in the base until you return. BXA 1 and 2, Roger Roger. As they leave I open a secure COMM with Tex. Rio, Tex, status report on the infiltration and theft mission. Tex, all missions were complete with no casualties on our side. The droids were forced to eliminate 243 Earthlings during the course of the missions. We were able to download the entirety of the company's databases. We also stole large amounts of data storage drives to compensate for the large influx of information we are receiving to lighten up our own databanks. The military technology we have stolen so far is fairly primitive and most of it has no use for us. I calculate we would only require 3 months to conquer the planet if we authorize orbital bombardment. Rio, good to hear, and I don't authorize the use of orbital bombardment. I also think you are underestimating the Earthlings. Their over-reliance on thermonuclear weapons makes them too risky to fight. After all, if they glass their own planet, all we get in the end is a planet like Mandalore. Not to mention a direct hit by said warheads would damage or outright destroy the ship. Tex, I agree on some of those points, but currently the Earthlings' ability to get into orbit is lacking, so our ship would likely remain safe if we remain at long-range orbital bombardment positions. Rio, it matters not. I have no intention of conquering this planet. I believe we will not stay here long. Call it a feeling or the Force telling me regardless, we are only to steal from this planet and then move on. Tex, other than that sir, I received a report that you intend on fighting this Leshy creature. Am I to understand you require reinforcements? Rio, yes and no. I will accept additional BX series but no other models. Also, I will be killing the creature myself. The droids will be on crowd control as I believe this creature can control the local flora and fauna. Tex, I must say it for the record, I object to this course of action. Otherwise, I shall send you 12 BX commandos to Rendezvous Point 2. Rio, perfect, I will be waiting at the FOB until BXA1 and 2 return, then I will gather supplies before beginning my hunt. Tex, very well sir. Now I wait, but I suppose I should think of some strategies. First, I don't have a silver sword nor can I get one fabricated in time. I should however be able to get my hands on some accelerant to make a Molotov cocktail and maybe douse my vibroblade in it to make a flaming sword. I know how to use the flame spell, which is similar enough to Ignispray from The Witcher to hopefully do the job. I think Leshens have to wind up a bit before they use their root attack, but I could be wrong. Regardless, I will want to snipe it from a distance to weaken it a bit before it will teleport to me and I have to fight it at close range. I think I should use Form 4 as it fits best with my high agility but low strength, and I want to avoid blocking or getting hit. BX3, sir, an Earthling is approaching our FOB. Rio, what? Let me see. I look outside and see a very pale human who looks like they have a stick stuck up their rear. Observe. Name, Edward Cullen. Race, Vampire. Level, 16. SP, MP, Edward is a vampire. Level too low to learn more. What? A vampire? And that name I remember, it's from that one series that ruined vampires. Shoot, I never really watched those movies. How do you kill them? Garlic and silver maybe. Well, I mean sunlight doesn't work, so who knows? More importantly, why is he here? We left no traces. Worst case scenario, I can decapitate him, as there is no way that doesn't kill him, at least I hope so. Rio, BX3 and 4 get into position, this might be hostile. We will wait and see if he leaves. They nod and move to advantageous positions to attack if needed. Edward knocks on the door and after 3 minutes of no one answering starts to look around the property looking for signs of habitation. Leave already, there is nothing to see here. I wonder if a Jedi mind trick would work on him. I guess it depends if he is an undead with mind control immunity or if his mind is too strong to manipulate. He is trying to open the front door. Why does he want in here so much? After 10 minutes of snooping around and trying to get in, Edward leaves. Good, he is finally leaving. Wait, can read minds, right? Maybe, but I don't really know, but it shouldn't affect me or my droids. Unless droids have readable minds, but I doubt that. Rio, okay, he has left, but maintain alert status until otherwise stated. Droids, roger roger. Some time later. Beep beep. Ah, that must be the BXAs reporting back. BXA team, sir, we have completed the mission and will return to the FOB in 2 minutes. Rio, excellent. How many totems did you find? BXA team, 4 sir. Rio, understood. Once you get here we will be heading into town to gather supplies, then heading to rendezvous point 2. BXA team, roger roger. Okay, time to get going as I should be able to fight the Leshen before dark today. 2 hours later at rendezvous point 2. Rio, okay, I want BXA1 in charge of BX3 to 9 and BXA2 in charge of BX10 to 16. Form a perimeter around my position. I will target the Leshen and draw its attention. It will likely call on the animals of the forest to come and aid it in combat. I just need all of you to keep them out of the fight. But first BXA1 give me the detonator. BXA1 gives me the detonator and I start walking to the planned battlefield, which is the area around Totem 3. Now to let the crows see a glimpse of something near the totem, and that should call the Leshen here. Crows, caw 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 caw. There we go. Now to wait. 10 minutes later. Leshen roar, search up on Google Leshens, Witcher 3, sounds at 10 to 18 seconds and is what sound it makes. Okay, there it is. Now to line up the shot. You can turn on combat music Megamix, The Witcher 3, Wild Hunt for the fight scene at 7:35, I used it while writing this. Zzape zzape. It hits the Leshen in the chest and it disappears in a cloud of smoke. The force screams and I jump to the left to avoid the slash from its claws. As I jump I press the detonator. Boom X4. That seems to distract it long enough for me to throw a Molotov cocktail at the Leshen and start to apply flames to my blade, then get into form for Ataru. Crash Skreek. It works and the Leshen starts to thrash around wildly while I use the flames spell to keep burning it. Then it stops thrashing and calls a murder of crows to attack me while it vanishes. I focus and use force barrier to prevent the majority of the crows from reaching me. Then I feel the ground shaking and I have to jump up to avoid the roots from skewering me. Rio, come on ugly, let's dance. The Leshen starts by swinging with its left arm, so I roll to its right while cleaving at its right leg as I go, cutting a massive burn scar into its leg. It responds by turning fast and hitting me as I desperately try to bring up my blade to block. Clang! I am thrown a few feet back and I look back only to see it gone. The force tries to warn me, but it's too late as I get clawed over my back, almost severing my spine and spraying blood everywhere. I wince but don't scream as I focus all that pain into a spinning slash into the Leshen's waist. It disappears into smoke again as I calm myself, focusing on my connection to the force to feel its presence. There. I quickly swing to my left, right as it reappears and strike it right in the neck. As it tries to back off I focus my rage and pain into an overcharged force push. Boom! The Leshen rockets to a nearby tree and gets snapped in half. I rush its top half and dive my blade right through its skull. As I do that the Leshen loses its last bit of vitality and dies. I fall onto my rear as the adrenaline wears off and I start to feel all my wounds and my exhaustion. You can stop the music now. Rio, woo, at least it's over. Ding! Leshen killed plus 150 XP. Tutorial Quest 3 has completed, issuing rewards. Plus 250 XP, complete and updating Witcher Bestiary, Nature's Minor Blessing. 650/300 XP. Ding! Level up. Level 4. Plus 5 stat points. 350/400 XP. Ding! Quest issued. Final Tutorial Quest. Final Tutorial Quest. You have fought and killed the Leshen. Now you must find its lair and learn how it came to be. Finishing this quest will allow the system to begin calculation on approximate time left in this world. Rewards. Plus 50 XP. 10,000 system points. Plus 5 stat points. Complete Witcher series alchemical formulae plus. Okay, the final quest, but first I need to sleep so I can heal myself. BXA1, sir, should I call the shuttle to get you back to the ship? Rio, no, leave a tracking beacon here, then send the 14BX series to look around the forest and try to find the Leshen's lair. I will head back to the fob. Also collect the Leshen's remains, I wish to study it later. Now escort me back to the fob. BXA1, Roger. Ugh, it's gonna be a long walk back. Author's note. Hey, so what did you think of the first fight scene? I tried to make sure it was neither too long nor too short. Leave a comment if you have any recommendations. The next chapter will likely be the last in the tutorial world before we head to the MCU. I have no plans on leaving the MCU as I want to actually end the story someday. If you have any suggestions for items in the system store, gacha, or possible perm/temp summons, please let me know. Chapter 6, Leaving a Gift for Future Generations. Last time on Dragon. Oops, wrong universe. As I am walking back from my battle with the Leshen, I start to use force healing to at least close my wounds so I don't drip blood all the way back to the fob. I sense something is approaching, something big. Rio, hold up, something is approaching, and it's too large for normal fauna. I strain myself, but I jump up onto a high branch in one of the trees. Just as I do that, the creature appears and starts to sniff the air. I better hope Force Cloak will hide my smell, otherwise I am going to have to kill that wolf. As I was thinking of having to kill the wolf, it seemed to have a chill run down its spine and it started to run back the way it came. Cue Kermit, back the way you came, Mim. Good instincts, too bad. I was curious if I killed it in wolf form if it would stay a wolf and I could make a coat out of it. Oh well, I am not in any condition to fight anyway. I leap back down and continue to walk back to base. 30 minutes later. Rio, okay, I am going to clean myself up, then I will retire for the night. Droids, Roger. The very next day, waddle. As I wake up I check to make sure I healed, and sure enough, I look like nothing happened. No scars either. System, is that an option I can enable? Ding. Yes host, you can disable scar removal if host wants to. No thanks, just curious. Rio, BXA1, any news on the Leshen's lair? BXA1, no sir, however, we have searched through 72.4% of the calculated territory of the Leshen. There are few places for the place to be hidden left. Rio, I will join the hunt once I eat some breakfast. BXA1, very well sir. 45 minutes later. Okay, now that I am in the search area, the lair must be nearby. Where would I make a lair if I was a Leshen? A cave or maybe a hollowed out tree perhaps. As I am looking around I try to use the force to feel any abnormalities in the area, but I don't sense anything. That is until I feel a literal nothing. Oh, what's this? A dead spot in my senses that's not suspicious at all. The area seems to be more than large enough for a Leshen based on the area I can't sense. Rio, droids, over here I found something strange. BX13, what is it, sir? Rio, right there near that fallen tree. BX13, sir, there is nothing there. Rio, what do you mean there is nothing there? Are your sensors able to see anything at all over there? BX13, no sir, it appears as if there is nothing my photoreceptors can see when you point at said location. Rio, perhaps a force thing. I heard temples could make people disappear right in front of others. Well, I am going in, set up a perimeter just in case. BX13, Roger. As I walk in I feel a sense of vertigo pass over me. Whoa, that felt gross. Whatever this place is, it is messing with my senses. I think this place isn't too big, but I weirdly can't tell for sure. Whatever, let's just get whatever is causing this and get out of here. As I go deeper in the cave I start to hear whispers in a language I don't recognize. I also start to see a soft green light. Unintelligible whispers. I finally make it to the source of the light and sound and see a tear with an object stuck in it. I move closer to see if I can remove the obstruction to hopefully make the tear close on its own. As I get closer I start to see what the item is and it looks like a helmet. Okay, let's see. I feel like maybe touching the helmet that seems to be speaking in tongues is not a good idea, just a hunch. Observe. Name, Helm of Shadows. Can grant the power to control shadows and nightmares. Forged from the negative emotions of a powerful mage, it has the potential to corrupt any being who comes into contact with it. Yet, to heck with that, I am not touching that thing. It sounds like a knockoff One Ring to rule them all. Well, maybe my wishes will allow me to touch it without being corrupted. Then again, do I really want to take that chance? No, better not. Let's try using the force. As Riolu closes his eyes and puts his hand out to focus on wielding the force to carefully remove the helm from the tear, Riolu doesn't see the helm sending tendrils of shadow towards him. As they come into contact with him, they sink into his body as if they were never there to begin with. Clink. There, now it's out. Now let's hope that the tear closes, as otherwise I haven't the foggiest idea how to fix it. The tear slowly closes itself, but not before sending a spatial rend out from itself that cleaves a massive trench into the cave and practically cuts it in half and seems to destabilize the cave, forcing me to quickly put the helm in my inventory and start sprinting for the exit. I make it outside right as the cave seems to glitch, then pop out of existence. Whew, that was a close one. Never doing that again if I can help it. Ding! Final tutorial quest has completed, issuing rewards. Plus 50 XP, 10,000 system points plus 5 stat points, complete Witcher series alchemical formulae plus 400/400 XP. Ding! Level up. Level 5. Plus 5 stat points. 0/500 XP. Ding! Congratulations host on completing the tutorial. Calculating probable time till exiting current universe. Time till exodus 32 hours 47 minutes and 23 seconds. Oh, that's a lot of potions. I can't wait to try them out. Okay, system, how can I take the ship with me? Ding! Host must simply place the ship in the system inventory. Perfect. I am curious, how did you calculated how long until I leave this universe? I thought Anubis said that was not possible. Ding! When the host was in proximity to the tier, in reality the system was able to use the spatial rend to orient itself and thus determine how long the host can remain in this universe. Okay, so I got 30 hours before I should store the majority of the fleet and maybe leave just my starfighter out so I can land back on Earth. Then once I land I store my starfighter and lay low until I leave. Riolu, okay droids, I got what I needed, we can return to the ship now. Droids, roger roger. Sometime later. On approach to the ship, I decided to use observe on it. Observe. Name, Aura's Revenge. Aura's Revenge is a modified Providence-class dreadnought meant to serve as Captain Riolu Magus Crepusculum's personal warship, and as such is built to be able to sneak behind enemy lines and strike specialized targets from generals to supply lines and everything in between. This ship has an advanced sensor suite meant to be able to jam all forms of ship sensors and communications arrays. This ship has been further modified with an experiment stealth field generator. This ship has destroyed 100 Republic vessels in its lifetime and seen the death of over a dozen Jedi Masters. Neat. Riolu, this is Captain Riolu to Tower Control, requesting permission to land. Tower Control, this is Tower Control, you are clear for landing in Hangar 1. Welcome back, Captain. As I set the shuttle down I see Tex is already waiting for me. PSSH. Tex, welcome aboard, Captain. I bring good news, the stealth field generator has been tested and is now fully operational. We can disappear from all sensors at a moment's notice. Though we will be unable to use the weapons while cloaked. Riolu, that's fantastic, what about the repairs on the ship? Tex, The hull has been fully repaired, however we have run out of dunium and thus cannot repair the hulls if they are damaged again unless we use subpar materials. Rio, that is unfortunate but expected. Were we unable to find any suitable metal substitutes? Tex, negative, all metals we have tested are far from adequate. The best material for hardness was chromium and heat resistance was tantalum carbide, but neither will do great as a substitute. Rio, unfortunate. Have we finished our missions on Earth? Tex, not yet, sir. There is still one last mission which should be completed in 4 hours. Rio, good, I think I want to thank this planet for donating so much materials to the cause. Draw up some plans to glass the country of North Korea, avoid as many civilian casualties as possible, and make sure to target their nuclear weapons first. Tex, are you sure, sir? It would reveal our presence to the planet. Rio, yes, with the stealth generator online we can get right next to the planet unnoticed. Then we just need to pick our targets and fire. I will send out a broadcast to announce we did it and let them take a few photos of our ship. It might just unify the planet or not, who knows. Tex, very well, sir, when do you want to do this? Rio, make the plan in the next 20 hours and implement in within 24 hours from now. Tex, it will be done, Captain. Rio, good, now if you don't mind I am going to check on the ship then retire for the day. 23 hours later. Tex, sir, we are in position now, ready to fire when ordered. Rio, glass them. In orbit, satellites start to report massive energy readings in orbit. Numerous leaders on Earth are awakened by frenzied reports from intelligence and space agencies. The Aura's Revenge begins its orbital bombardment, and in less than a minute every government and military installation is turned to glass from the superheated plasma rained down upon them. Once it's done, a planet-wide broadcast is made in every language. Rio, greetings Earthlings, I am Captain Rio Magus Crepusculum of the Confederacy of Independent Systems. I am sending you this message to thank you all for your donations to the separatist cause and to show how thankful I am. I have ordered my ship to glass the country that has been endangering your species with threats of nuclear war. I am also sending this message so all of you will know who did this and to alleviate your worries about alien invasion. I give you this gift for your future generations so they can live in peace knowing a dictator doesn't have the power to end the world. I would also suggest you unite lest you get a less kind and generous member of an alien nation to visit you next time. Oh yes, before I forget, I suppose you would want to know how a nation that is supposed to be fictional is here. My answer is simple: the universe is very big and you never know what's hiding out there. Now I am afraid that is all the time I have now, as I must return to the war as the Republic dogs must be put down. Goodbye and good night, Earthlings. Transmission ends. Rio, how was that, Tex? You think they got the message? Tex, yes sir. Rio, good, now reactive the stealth field and let's move to the asteroid belt. Tex, yes sir. As the planet Earth is thrown into chaos as proof that aliens do exist and that they just wiped out a country, a certain family is freaking out as the story their father made has now been proven to be true, and now they have to worry about the Sith and Jedi coming to their planet and asking questions they don't have any answers for. Time till Exodus 2 hours 21 minutes and 3 seconds. Okay, it's time to store the Aura's Revenge and all that's on it. I hop into my modified Eta 2 and move away from the ship after telling Tex and the crew what was going to happen. System store the Aura's Revenge. After I said that, the ship glows white and pops out of existence. Now time to land in Antarctica, as no one will find me there. I landed in the frozen wasteland that is Antarctica after a 2-hour flight, as I had to avoid the planet being on high alert. Once I did, I stored the Eta 2 in my inventory and sat down to meditate. It's almost as bad as Hoth here. It matters not, as I have a few minutes left here. Too bad I didn't get a chance to fight a vampire or shapeshifter, but maybe the main world will have some I can hunt and they won't be some cheap knockoff, or at least I hope. Time till Exodus 1 minute and 3 seconds. I am very nervous-sighted about where I am about to go, but I guess I can just trust in the Force, if it will help at all, which I doubt, but oh well. Just please don't be the Warhammer universe or heaven forbid the YouTube Kids universe. Shudder. I think death is preferable to that. I start to glow until I break up into thousands of shards and vanish altogether. See you next time, Space Cowboy. Whew, that's the tutorial world finished. In case you didn't know, we are now moving into the MCU. If you have any suggestions for the story, leave a comment and I might add it. Until next time. Ciao. Chapter 7, Settling in the New World. Rio, ugh, my head, why is it always my head? I slowly get up from what looks like a vaguely mattress-looking object. Oh, that's nasty. I can't even tell if this is a mattress or a bunch of soiled material made into a pile. I need to get up so I can stop touching this. Memories flood in. Okay, so I was an orphan in Hell's Kitchen. At the age of 10, the orphanage tried to sell me to some gang. I ran away from the orphanage and have been living on the streets since. I found an old abandoned subway station to make my home. I also remember seeing Stark Industries in a newspaper once or twice. So I must be in Marvel, but which one? MCU, MCU/XMEN, comics? Regardless, I am not in immediate danger. No one should know about this station. That being said, I have a total of $2.47 to my name, so I need to secure food and money and renovate this place to be livable. Let's go to the library first and research where I am. I get up and go towards the tunnel I used to get to the surface. Once I get close to the surface, I open my senses and try to sense anybody nearby. As I do this, the system sends a message. Ding! Congrats, host, on successfully crossing over to the Marvel Universe. Most system features are unlocked. Be aware the system cannot place any large objects for a time while inventory is being sorted and adapted to the new rules of space. I stop before entering the surface. System, what does that mean? Can I not deploy items from my inventory? Ding! No, the host can still store and redeploy items from the inventory. However, objects larger than 5 times the host cannot be deployed until the system reconfigures spatial laws to not alert all beings capable of detecting spatial disturbances. Okay, so I could take out droids individually, but I cannot deploy a starship without being detected and likely killed. Can I still use the store and gacha? Ding! Yes, the host can still buy items from the store and use the gacha. However, any items over the size limit bought or won cannot be deployed and will stay in the inventory. Okay, how do I use the gacha? And how do I get store points? Ding! Host can buy both gacha tokens and store points. Host can also receive both free gacha pulls and free system points in quests and gacha rolls. The conversion ratio of USD to gacha tokens is 10:1 and store points are 10,000:1. The host can buy 10 gacha tokens a month. Each gacha token is 1 spin. Note: gacha conversion rates change each month. Got it, so I need $100 if I want to buy out the gacha tokens for this month. Now I need to figure out what the date is, as I apparently never cared about said info. All I know is it has been 8 winters since I ran away, so I am probably 18-ish. As I walk to the local library, I get stopped by a mugger. Mugger, hand over all your money and you won't get hurt. Rio, you don't want to do this. I use a Jedi mind trick and it seems to work as he relaxes a bit. Mugger, I don't want to do this. Rio, you feel sorry for troubling me. Mugger, I am sorry for troubling you. Rio, you want to pay me for my troubles, and go home and rethink your life decisions. Mugger, here is some cash. Sorry for bothering you, I need to go home and rethink my life. He hands me $80 in cash and walks away. I always wanted to do that. Let's get going and see if anyone else tries to cause trouble. Turns out yes, I was going to get stopped again. But I left that encounter $52 richer, so it was a win. I walk into the public library and look for a computer to do some research on. There we are, let's see. Okay. So it is currently October 31st, 2005, so almost no time difference from when I left the last world. I need to buy the gacha tokens today. I think Tony was kidnapped in 2008 and the Hulk happened a few years prior. Now is there an X-Men? Nope, doesn't look like it, but there is a Wolverine as he is shown with the Howling Commandos. Therefore possible the X-Men could just be hidden, but I doubt it as there is no Charles Xavier or any paper written by him. As I am researching I notice someone approaching. When I look it's just the librarian. Librarian, have you found everything you need? I sense disgust and anger towards me, so she wants me to leave. Rio, I am almost done, I will be leaving within the hour. Librarian, I see, let me know if you need help. Such strong anger and even a bit of hatred perhaps, stop thinking like a Sith, that's not who you are. Rio, I will do so if I need any help. Now back to what I was looking for. Yes, Wilson Fisk and Oscorp. Okay, both exist but no news of Spider-Man, so likely doesn't exist yet. S.H.I.E.L.D. has a public office in Washington, D.C., so they exist. No Latveria and no F4. AIM and Hammer Industries exist. Many media companies don't exist yet, so perhaps a money-making avenue? I can only find so much on the internet, some will require more in-depth investigation. Overall fairly quiet at this point in the timeline. System use $100 to buy 10 gacha tokens. Ding! Done, 10 gacha tokens issued. Also use my 30 stat point on luck. Ding! Done, 30 points applied. Showing updated status. Status. Name, Rio Magus Crepusculum. Age, 18, actual age, 68. Race, Alicorn. Title, Last Son of the Crystal Imperium. Level, 5. 0/500 XP. HP, 100, Endurance x 10. SP, 150, Endurance x Agility /2. MP, 1250, Intelligence x 50. Strength, 5, plus 50%, equals 7.5. Perception, 15. Endurance, 10. Charisma, 5. Intelligence, 25. Agility, 20, plus 50%, equals 30. Luck, 40, plus 50%, equals 60. Stat points, 0. Showing updated skills. Force Mastery LVL, 16/100. 25/1600 XP. Decreases the needed energy to use all force abilities by 16%. XP is gained by using any amount of the force. Higher levels allow the usage of high-tier force abilities. Grants the user force precognition, and higher levels allow for further and more precise predictions and the ability to see glimpses of the future. Using the force requires no special energy but will exhaust the user. Mana Manipulation LVL, 9/75. 5/900 XP. Ability to use mana to use spells and create new ones. Increases magic damage by 9% and reduces the cost of magic by 9%, max of 74%. This skill includes all spells and their mastery with only a few exceptions. Max LVL reduced to 75 due to Alicorn race but will reward bonus when maxed out. Damage resistance LVL, 33/100. 100/3300 XP. Ability to resist pain. Reduces pain by 33%. Reduces incoming damage by 16.5%, will still allow user to feel when attacked. Stealth LVL, 26/100. 180/2600 XP. Ability to remain hidden when sneaking. Reduces the chance of being detected when sneaking by 26%. Increases the damage done while undetected by 52%. Obtain special technique at level 25. Muffled movement. Your clothing and armor no longer make any noise when sneaking. Weapons proficiency LVL, 12/100. 300/1200 XP. User's ability to use all weapons. Increases damage when using weapons by 12%. Decreases the likelihood of weapon malfunctions by 12%. Observe LVL, 17/100. 100/1700. Observe allows the user to scan people or eventually objects to learn additional information that one could not immediately know otherwise. The higher the skill, the more info that is revealed. When attempting to observe higher-level individuals, one might fail unless one meets a perception check. Also, be warned, no HP stat will be calculated for any being without a system, and any stats or levels shown are not equivalent to threat level or ability to harm the host. Author's note: I will only show skills that change so as to not bog down entire chapters with status. Need a new perk for stealth? I must have been training it in this body before my memories reawakened. I mean, I do have memories of being great at sneaking around without being noticed. I think I have done all the research I want to do for now. I think I should go shopping with the just about $35 I have. I should be able to buy a sleeping bag or maybe a cot, but that would take all my money, so I should stick with a sleeping bag or maybe just sleep in my astral realm. System: can I enter my astral realm without drawing attention? Ding! Yes, host can enter and exit the astral realm without being detected, as no one can perceive said realm. Good, then I am sleeping there tonight. Once I get my base more healthy and comfy, I will get Riolu out of my inventory. I can't raise a Pokemon in squalor conditions, or I would be a terrible trainer. I leave the library and start to walk back to my home or base, whatever one would call it. It doesn't take long to get back, as I wasn't stopped this time. Happy Halloween to me, I guess. I want to go redistribute some wealth so I can buy more gacha tokens tomorrow and roll 20 gacha. It should be easy to gather more money to redecorate, as there are plenty of criminals around. 5 hours later. Where's an easy button when you need it, as that was very easy. Everyone around here has a weak mind, so all I need to do is mind trick them and they give me everything with no hassle. Let's see, I got $911 for 5 hours of work, a bit ominous, but that's $182 an hour. Well, time to retire for the night. I will myself to enter the astral realm, and when I open my eyes I see a field of teal and white stars. See comments for picture. I step onto what I can only assume is the ground in a place with no real up or down, it's hard to say. I start by imagining a bed made of clouds that I can lay down on. Then I imagine a fully stocked bathroom and a laundry room. I enter the bathroom to see if it is functional, and it is. I then leave and put my clothing in the wash. Perfect, now I can clean myself, as I smell like what I imagine a bantha smells like. Now after this, I guess I should lay out a rough plan on where to go from here. I know I will need to get resources and allies. I must make sure to steal the Space Stone, as I figure without that the Time Stone Thanos becomes far more manageable. I mean, the Soul and Mind Stone are basically useless against me, and the Power Stone is out of my reach anyway. The only one that could be slightly problematic is the Reality Stone, but I think I will be able to work around it or eventually become immune to it. In the short term, I need to make a company to make money and probably start hunting criminals to get some cash, as I somehow doubt I will be able to sell all the gold I stole from the Twilight universe without catching a lot of attention. The other materials are for R&D for any future products. Regardless, I should retire for the night and draw gacha tomorrow. I lay down on the bed of clouds, and I have to admit this is the best bed I have ever felt. I can see why so many beings from gods to mortals use clouds as bedding if they can. I remember the quote, I see why you love these clouds so much, very plush. I have to admit that is an understatement. Oh, here I go sleeping again. And with that, Rio falls asleep, but as he sleeps a wisp of black smoke leaves him and fuses with the astral realm, and the astral realm flickers black and then returns to normal as if nothing changed. Author's note. There you have it, we have entered the MCU. I just want to say there will be no massive amounts of mutants in the story besides a few here and there, as I think the MCU and X-Men universes might be a bit too much for me to try and fit it in one book, especially since it is my first book. Also, gacha draws in the next chapter. Leave any suggestions in the comments. I will be deciding what Rio gets with a random wheel generator, with maybe 1 or 2 exceptions. In the meantime, ciao. Chapter 8. First gacha. Rio, yawn. Whew, that was the best sleep I have ever had. What time is it? I imagine a clock and it appears and shows 9:37 am. Ah, it's the next day and that means it's gacha time. System buy 10 more gacha tokens. Ding. Done, exchanged $200 for 10 gacha tokens. Double the price. I will have to see what next month is like to see if it doubles again. System draw 20 gacha. Ding. Drawing 20 gacha. Done. Showing results. Background Customizer X2. Used to make a background for summons. Uses stored valuables to pay for needed changes. Halberd X1, Kirby. Meta Knight's personal ship. Fully stocked and comes with instruction manual. Capable of space flight. Needs crew. Restocks automatically monthly. Song of Storms with Ocarina X1, Zelda. Magic Ocarina and knowledge on how to play the Song of Storms. When played, it can summon rain, reveal secret grottos, and randomly spawns fairies that can heal users or allies. Can also dispel low to medium level curses. Odin Space Station X1, Call of Duty Ghosts. The station is armed with a battery of sophisticated kinetic projectile launchers that can launch tungsten rods with pinpoint precision anywhere around the world. The tungsten rods are 6.1 by 0.3 m and have the equivalent of a small tactical nuclear warhead, but without the fear of nuclear fallout, reaching speeds at about Mach 10 and reaching their target in minutes. Restocks automatically once a month. Needs crew. Senzu Tree Plus X1, Dragon Ball. A tree that produces one senzu bean per month requires no upkeep or special care. Battle Armor X1, Dragon Ball. Based on the latest armor designed by Bulma. Gives great protection, survives in most hostile conditions, and protects from most combustion-based weapons. Diamond Block X1, Minecraft. Block of pure diamond. The estimated value is $14,919,184,800 Useless to sell anywhere but to the system. Renamen Summon X1, Digimon. A summon of the Digimon Renamen. Loyalty is guaranteed but will not do something against its moral code. Also very competitive. Has the potential to digivolve to Cubamon but no further unless an upgrade is purchased. Mystery Box X1. Open the mystery box and see what happens. Assist Trophy X1, Smash Brothers Brawl. An assist trophy will summon one random ally for 1 hour or until ally is killed. Rocky X1, SpongeBob. Rocky is light brown and is the same size as a snail. It is the winner of the Great Snail Race. Requires no upkeep. Note, it's not just a boulder, it's a rock. Used rag on a stick X1, Simpsons. It's a used rag on a stick. Used to clean oneself when one is feeling lazy. Note, smells rancid and cannot be washed/cleaned. Summon Angel 4th tier spell X1, Overlord. Is a spell of the 4th tier, it summons either a Principality Observation or Principality Peace. No karma requirements. Ada Summon and Assaultron Schematics, Fallout. Summons Companion Ada in full Assaultron mode. Also includes how to create Assaultrons and robot workbenches. Loyalty Matrix comes installed. Limited Ethics Matrix installed allowing for execution of any orders. Temp Summon Valkyrian 1 month X1, Swter. Summons Valkyrian the Eternal Emperor in his fully ascended state at the peak of his power. Warning, Summon has no loyalty to the host and will immediately attempt to devour the life force of all beings possible. A very green and slimy egg. An incredibly slimy egg. You should get close to it and find out why it is so slimy. Note, spawn will require love and care to grow up strong. $12 bill X1, Gravity Falls. A $12 bill, it's less than worthless. Subspace Bomb X1, Smash Brothers Brawl. When detonated, it removes a surrounding area from the world and deposits it into the subspace, after which point, all inside are erased from existence with no possibility of escape, leaving behind a bubble-like rift into the dimension in its place for 2 hours before dissipating. Book of Rock Poems X1. A complete compendium on rock poems written by Maud. Has the power to put even insomniacs to sleep. Seto Kaiba Summon X1, Yu-Gi-Oh! Summon Seto Kaiba with full life experience in the body of a peak health 20-year-old. Loyalty guaranteed to summoner but will be unwilling to do anything considered beneath them. Author's note, almost all of these were the actual results. I had to remove a few as they were either too OP or were too many summons. If you have a problem with that, just remember that I'm writing for fun, and honestly having the story end in 10 chapters because he drew a godly reward is incredibly boring. I've seen much better authors drop their own stories because the MC got too strong or the story suffers really badly from said power increase, leading to the nonsense of late-stage Dragon Ball, where you have to keep making up new bad guys that are super strong and evil and make the last villain look pathetic. It's exhausting, and if I don't have motivation to write, I don't. Well, okay, those are some fantastic pulls. I already have some plans for a few. I am also really scared of that temp summon. I mean, who would ever release that monster into this reality? He would likely devour Earth instantly. Also, I like the mystery box. You never know what you will get. That egg is suspicious. It doesn't say where it is from nor what's inside it. I will have to be cautious when hatching it. First, it's time to renovate my base. If I summon someone, I can't let their first impression be the squalor conditions I brought them into. So unfortunately that means it's time to leave the astral realm and the universe's best bed. I get up and grab my clothes from the laundry, then will myself out of the astral realm. I reappear in the ugly and stinky station. Well, with the money and magic I have, I should be able to get this place cleaned up by the end of the day. Welp, no time like the present. 12 hours later. Finally got rid of that smell, and I have to say this place looks really nice once I clean it up a lot. Just need to dump all this garbage in the dumpsters and I will be all done. Rio, sniff. Oh, goodness, I reek. I guess I will take a shower, and then I will start the summons. An hour later. With a quiet pop, Rio reappears in the real world again. Rio, I thought I would never get that smell out of my fur. If I never have to clean that much again, it will be too soon. Okay, everything is put together. No bad smells, clean living environment, and no one who can interrupt. System, summon Seto Kaiba and use a background customizer. Ding. Summoning. A menu appears to make the customization. Okay, I got 15 billion in normally unusable value on hand. I want him to be the CEO of Kaiba Corp and the inventor of the game Duel Monsters. I also want a large office building in NYC for him and a large mansion for him to live in. He will have degrees in law, finance, business, physics, computer science, and medicine, and he will be someone whom I have met before he became famous so that there is no suspicion if we meet. Finally, I want 5 billion in assets for him to use for future inventions, paying employees, and be the sole owner of Kaiba Corp. He will have all the necessary info to operate in this world, including the threats that exist. I want him to be summoned in his mansion on the outskirts of NYC. The final cost comes out to 9 billion and the game Duel Monsters will be created but not distributed yet. That leaves me with about 6 billion in diamonds I cannot sell. Confirm. With that, the menu disappeared and after a few seconds, I received a call on the new phone I bought. Rio, hello. Seto, hello, this is Kaiba. I want to invite you to come to my mansion to have a chat. Rio, of course, I will head that way now. Seto, see you soon. I hang up and start to go up to get a cab. 30 minutes later. I walk past the gigantic gates and see Seto waiting for me outside. Before I can say anything, he says, Seto, let's talk inside. Once inside, we enter a secure meeting room. Seto, now, I want to thank you for giving me a second life with my own company and great amounts of wealth. Rio, you're welcome and congrats on your second life. Seto, yes, thank you. Now on to other matters. I have already assimilated the info I was given. I plan to launch Duel Monsters in 2 weeks to give parents time to buy the game for their kids for Christmas. I also know how to vastly improve on the current hologram technology, which I believe I can use to greatly boost the popularity of the game. Besides that, I request that you eventually summon Mokuba, but not yet, as it is currently not safe. I also know that Kaiba Corp currently sells video game software, but I hope to expand aggressively into other markets soon. Lastly, would you like to move into this mansion, as there is plenty of room? Rio, I will have to decline to move in for now. However, I plan to soon if it's all right. My first plan is that you will give me a job at Kaiba Corp. This will explain why you called me here, so no one thinks of anything other than you trying to help an old friend. It will also give me an excuse to eventually afford my own place and give an explanation as to where I get all my money. I also plan to summon others soon. No one you will know, I assure you. Sito, a job? Easily done. As for the summons, do you intend on doing them here or at your base? Rio, at my base, as 2 of them will have no origin and thus cannot be seen near you. I also plan on forming my own company focused on robotics. Sito, very well. I will make sure to stay out of the robotics industry. I could also fund your company under the guise of you being a hidden genius and further getting 50% of said company. With 5 billion in assets, I could do so easily. Rio, I can agree to that, but first give it until the beginning of the new year, so there is time on record of me working for you before you decide to spend hundreds of millions on an old friend no one has heard of before. Sito, that should work. That's all I needed to say. You can stay the night, as it is already past 10 p.m. Rio, sure, I will take you up on that offer. Sito, I have also prepared some things for you. New clothes, a phone, and some items to further increase the comfort of the base. I also had a late dinner made for us. Care to join me? Rio, I gratefully accept them and will be more than happy to eat dinner with you. 30 minutes later. Rio, good night, Sito. Sito, good night to you as well. I will have the servants make breakfast at 10 a.m. Don't miss it before you leave. Rio, I won't, and thank you for your hospitality. With that, I go into the guest bedroom I was assigned and decide to sleep on the bed provided. Before that, I open the mystery box. Once opened, I see it's empty. What a rip-off. It didn't do anything. I want a refund. Even getting a rag on a stick would have been better than nothing. Whatever, I am going to bed. As Rio falls asleep, something happens. A download complete notification appears and then disappears right after. Author's note. Well, there's the first gacha and the first summon. How did you like it? As always, if you have suggestions for future gachas or how I should introduce the summons, leave a comment. See you later. Ciao. Chapter 9. Stalkers are coming out the woodwork. Author's note. Just placing a warning in this chapter that there is some spooky stuff in it. I don't think it's all that scary, but I figure it's a common courtesy to warn you all. Beep beep beep. I wake up, silence my alarm and start stretching. Okay, the beds here are okay, but they are no clouds. I might not be able to sleep on anything other than clouds if this keeps up. I got a text message. I guess Sito sent me a text, as no one else can have this number, it's brand new. I check the text and it's from an unknown number and shows a picture. Okay, this is weird, but it's probably a wrong number. What I don't get is why did they send a picture of a random street in Hell's Kitchen? Whatever, it's none of my business. They should be able to tell it's a wrong number when no one responds. Time for breakfast. Some time later. Rio, thank you for having me over. Sito. Sito, no problem, my home will always be open for you. Be safe, and before I forget, here is the paperwork showing you as an employee of Kaiba Corp. I accepted the paperwork and then entered the car Sito had arranged for me. As the car drives away, I get another text message from that unknown number. This person again, what did they send me now? That's a picture of the street I used as a temporary base before I found the subway station. That's odd, but probably a coincidence. I will just tell them they have the wrong number. After I sent the message, I saw that it was read but no response was sent. Most likely too embarrassed to send anything, I mean I would be incredibly embarrassed in their shoes. Now on to more important matters, where to place the items I got? I think I have an idea of what to do with that monster. First system, can I send a summon to another dimension? Ding! Yes, the host can send summons to other dimension as long as the dimension is within current reality. Cost will depend on dimension and if you want a one-way or two-way trip. How much will a one-way trip to the Hell dimension? Ding! 10,000 system points. With that, Rio had devised a most devious plan. System summon Valkyrian into the Hell dimension. Ding! Summoning, deducting points. New point total 0. When Rio did that, a small summoning circle appeared in Hell, and out of it came a wave of death that drained all life and souls from the Hell dimension, and a certain dimension lord was about to have a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad month. With that, I can basically guarantee Mephisto will be dealt with either permanently or for a very long time. Dash. Author's note: so an ascended Valkyrian is basically impossible to kill, as he becomes a force god and as such can only be permanently killed by the dagger of Moritz. Even if you kill his physical body, he drains the life force from entire planets, and this version did so to the entire Star Wars galaxy, so he can just live forever and probably remanifest himself. Mephisto is almost completely written out of the story now. You might see a certain spirit of vengeance later, though who knows? If you have any comments or arguments, just let me know. Just know this: Mephisto is probably nowhere near as powerful as his comic counterpart. Dash. Now I think I summon Ada. Then place the Senzu tree in the astral realm. Then I think it's about time I start trying to hatch my Riolu egg. That should be enough for now. Maybe summon Renamen, but I think Riolu is enough for now. Let's see, I can't use the halberd or Odin. The Scion armor is not the most useful at this time, as it kinda stands out. The assist trophy is for when I need a distraction. I am not going to hatch that slimy green egg until I have a lab or something to contain whatever comes out of it. Now the subspace bomb, I have a plan for that, but it can't be enacted until I find where the Mandarin lives. After being dropped off by the chauffeur, I get a taxi to go the last leg of the journey. After finally getting back to base, I start by popping into the astral realm to drop off the Senzu tree. Ah, just as I left everything. Maybe just a quick nap on the cloud. No. I can't be tempted. I have a mission today. I will just use it later. Now I should place the tree quickly before I fall to the cloud side's temptations. Rio, I really need to get a roommate or I think I might go stir crazy. Well, time to go. Okay, now to summon Ada. System summon Ada. Ding. Beginning summoning. A blue circle appears and in a flash of light, something takes its place. However, it's not Ada as anticipated. Instead, it is something far worse. Preston, another settlement needs your help. I'll mark it on your map. Rio, what in the gods are you doing here? How did you get here? Ding. Summoning error found, fixing error, resolved. In a flash of light, Preston disappears, and in his place is a blue Assaultron. Before I can say anything, I get a message from the system. Ding. Issued quest from Preston Garvey. Kidnapped traitor in Hell's Kitchen. Host has been asked to help a settlement in need. Find David Green and assist him in his kidnapping problem. Location has been marked on your map. Rewards. Plus 200 XP. 1 the last minute with ammo schematics. 1 ballistic weave schematic. 100 caps. Rio, how did he do that? I didn't even know I had a map. Most importantly, how did he find me? I recognize that dumb outfit anywhere. I put a bathrobe on Preston as a joke on my last save file. What kind of sick twisted mind travels through the multiverse just to give me a settlement quest? Ada, hello, are you alright? I am not programmed to render medical assistance. Rio, oh, sorry about that, I was just having a moment. Welcome to your new life, do you want anything from me? Ada, no, I do not require anything at this time. I would however request access to the global communications network called the Internet to learn more about this world outside of the basic information packet I have received. Rio, I will have to deny that request for now, as I will need to go over your software to ensure you can safely access the Internet without being traced or hacked. I cannot have you being compromised. Ada, understood. Is there anything you need me to do? Rio, for now I want you to stand in that corner over there and watch for intruders. If you stand perfectly still you will look like a statue, so most will ignore you. If you see an intruder, detain them, or if they are not alone, call me. If they are a danger to you, lethal force is authorized. Contact me regardless of whether an intruder has been dealt with. Ada, yes sir. Rio, now I am going to step out to try something out. I will be back in a little bit. I leave my base and head outside the city to test out something that might draw attention if I do it in the city. Okay, now that I am out of the city, it's time to play some music. I grab the ocarina out of my inventory and start playing the Song of Storms. As I start playing, I start to hear other instruments other than my own. Start playing Zelda original soundtrack, Song of Storms. As I keep playing, it starts to rain and I get lost in the music for a bit. Ding! Skill acquired: instrument playing. Instrument playing LVL, 2. 125/200. Ability to play instruments well and includes all forms of instruments and music-making devices. Increases playing ability by 2%. As I decide to leave, I get another text message. Really? Them again? Let's see, they sent an image of the library I went to a few days ago. I also see something in the image. What is that? It's black, I think. It could be a smudge or lens error. This is weird. 2 of the locations can be tied to me. Maybe a coincidence, as I have heard we live in a coinky-dink world, but still a bit suspicious. Let's just block them. That's weird. I can't block them or delete the conversation either. Okay, time to get back to base, and I will be extra cautious going home. 45 minutes later. Okay, I doubled back 3 times and kept the force active the whole time, and I noticed nothing strange. I should be safe here, but I will need to hold off on leaving for a bit while I see if Sito can figure anything about this. For now, let's ask if Ada has noticed anything strange. Rio, Ada, did you see anything strange while I was gone? Ada, no sir. Rio, okay, come over here to my computer. I am going to check your software. Ada, yes sir. While Ada is coming over, I deploy the 2 BXA assassin droids. Rio, you two, I want you to stay cloaked and watch the entrance to the base for any suspicious activity or intruders. Send me a message if you find anything. Droids, roger roger. I plug the data cord from Ada to my computer and start going over her software, comparing it to the Experiment Ultra Tactical Droids programming. I look for anything that might seem like a vulnerability. Ding! Skill acquired: Computer Mastery. Programming LVL 10, from prior lives. 300/1000. Ability to use computers for any task. Be it hacking, programming, typing, and everything in between. Speeds up any computer when used by the host by 10%. Increases capabilities in using computers by 10%. I was wondering why I didn't get a skill for something like that, since I was fairly tech-savvy in my first life. Whatever, I have it now. It started at level 10, so that's convenient. Oh, good thing I checked Ada's programming, as I can see a clear vulnerability whenever she connects to a computer or similar device. It seems said vulnerability would only allow the hacker to make her self-destruct or go berserk and kill everything nearby, but still not something I want to deal with. Now the problem is I can't say for certain this is the only issue. I will have to keep her in the base until I can get better in computer mastery, as I can't risk her going rogue. I will add it to the list of training I have to do. As I was checking the program, I did not realize several hours had passed until I received another text message. Okay, this is getting officially annoying. Wait, this picture is of Sito's mansion and it's taken from inside. I need to warn Sito immediately. I call Sito and he picks up almost immediately. Sito, hello. Rio, Sito, are you home right now? Sito, no, but I was about to head home. Why? Rio, okay, so I just received a message with a picture taken from within your mansion and I believe this stalker is now inside your house. Sito, wait, was this text on your old phone or new phone? Rio, new phone, and no, I don't know how they got my number. Sito, that should be impossible, your phone is encrypted and no one should be able to contact it unless you added them first. Rio, well, the situation started like this. Not going to explain the whole situation, you all have read it. Sito, really, it sounds like all the images are related to you. The first image could be referring to the fact you live in Hell's Kitchen, but other than that all of this doesn't seem logically possible. Only I knew the phone would be given to you, the staff who got it for you were told it was for me. No one could have known you got that phone, not within mere hours. Rio, whatever the case, you need to stay at your work while I secure my base. If they come here they will have to fight through an army to do so. Sito, I will remain at work but keep me in the loop. Rio, will do. I hung up the phone and started to analyze the photo and I noticed something new. Another silhouette, but this time I can tell it has a black body with a very pale face, but the size doesn't make sense. It's too tall and its silhouette is not very human-shaped. I also see the pale face is surrounded by more black. Maybe it's a goth stalker? Wait, somewhat inhuman silhouette, pale face, and can infiltrate Sito's mansion. Is it a daywalker vampire? Once I realize a possible identity for the stalker, I open the Witcher bestiary. Okay, vampire, use silver weapons and fire or holy element attacks. I can also use Yrden to combat their fast speed. I can alchemically treat metal and turn it into magi metal, then set up some runes on them to create a trap for it. 4 hours later. Okay, the trap is set now. If they make it in here I will lead them to the Yrden trap, then activate the ray shield and trap them. Oh, the experiments I can do with a vampire. Oh, another message. Okay, that is kinda scary, I am not gonna lie. In the message sent was a picture of the creature right outside of the secret entrance to the base. In the image, the creature is much more visible. Oh crap, that's not a vampire. It looks like a furry? No, it must be a werewolf, or I guess an undead werewolf. I mean, I am pretty sure that is a skull it has for a head. Well, shoot, there goes 4 hours of time wasted on a trap I am not so sure will work anymore. Wait, if it's just outside, why haven't the BXA droids said anything? Rio, BXA-1 report. BXA-1, this is BXA-1, no usual activity seen yet, sir. Rio, what do you mean there is a possible hostile at the secret entrance? BXA-1, I am at the entrance and there is nobody in the area. Rio, wait, if they are not at the entrance then where are? Bing. I get a message and I open it to see, it's a picture of me talking on the comms, and standing right behind me is the creature. Rio, Ofu. With a pop, Rio disappears. Meanwhile in the astral realm. Pop. Rio, oh geez, oh crap. I didn't sense it coming and it got into my base. Oh crap of crap. What do I do? I have a horror movie creature in my base that can apparently bypass my droids and my senses. It got right behind me and could have attacked before I had a chance to respond. Wait, it could have attacked but didn't, instead, it sent a photo of it being right behind me. Why? Is it from some horror movie I have never seen and that just its MO? No, let's see, I should be able to create a two-way mirror that shows the outside world while they can't see in here. I will a circular two-way mirror into existence, that should allow me to see my base and what is happening in it. As I open it I am met with two pale glowing eyes staring straight at me. I am just gonna close this. I close it and start freaking out again until I calm myself down. Okay, it must have been a coincidence I made the two-way mirror perfectly. It can't actually see me. I created the two-way mirror again, this time showing a different location. As soon as I open it, I see two pale glowing eyes looking at me again. I close it again. Well, Feather, I am not sure how it is doing it, but 2 times should be impossible. Now what do? I guess the best thing to do is check the bestiary. I summon the bestiary and look through it to find the creature I saw. Okay, here it is. It's called a 1471? That's a weird name for a species. What, did they just give up on trying? Anyways, it's a creature of physical, spiritual, and digital, no known ways to kill it. It will mark a victim when they download their app. Victims will be able to see them, but electronics and normal humans will be unable to perceive them. However, it cannot enter or exit areas with Yirden runes installed or areas sanctified by holy magic. Okay, I can use this. I can either trap it or at least keep it out of my base. Now, how to get it to leave my base? I could see if I could transport myself to an area I have been to before via the astral realm. Let's see if the realm says yes or no. Okay, it's a yes. First, time to create quite a few more Yirden runes to barricade my base. 7 hours later. Okay, that should do it. Now to teleport to Sito's mansion and draw it away from my base. I will set up barriers in Sito's house later. With a pop, Rio leaves the astral realm and appears at Sito's house. Okay, the next step is to wait for them to start making their way here. I just have to keep my eyes peeled, and when I visually see them I teleport. 1 hour later. There it is. Now wait until I know it can hear me. Now. Rio, unfortunately for you, you activated my trap card. The creature looks at me and looks utterly baffled. Then shocked as the temporary Yirden trap activates, stalling it, giving me prep time. With a pop, I am gone and back in my base. I immediately start placing all the Yirden runes in all the needed places. There, now it cannot get in here. Okay, with that done, I am exhausted and need to sleep. I will check if it got in tomorrow. Oh, I should send a message to Sito and tell him I am fine. And done. To the astral realm. Old Batman transition. Rio, oh cloud bed, how I missed you. As soon as I touch the bed I fall asleep. Author's note. Whoa, this chapter ended up being much longer than I expected, but I had to find a good stopping point without it being a massive cliffhanger. Oh, and don't worry, Preston won't come back. He can't send us on settlement quests anymore. Also, in case none of you have guessed, yes, the mystery box contained SCP-1471. I may or may not have additional SCPs in the future. I have one in mind that might be something some of you could guess. I am looking for recommendations for the name of the droid company Rio will make. It will sell B1S assault drones and other various robots for security and other jobs. As always, if you have recommendations or comments, let me know. Chapter 10, Saving a Settlement in Need. Text message. System. Talking. Thinking. Additional info. Aura speech. Rio, yawn. Okay, time to see if my setup worked. I open a two-way mirror to my base and check for anything out of the ordinary. Then check the outside after the base. Hey, sure enough, the 1471 is waiting outside the barrier. Now, I can either try to solve the issue or procrastinate and do a settlement quest. Tough call, but I don't really want to deal with the stress of the supernatural today. Well, that settles it then. Time to save that traitor. First, let's get a Yirden trap set up to contain the 1471. Also note to self, make a better name than 1471. 20 minutes later. Rio, success, I have created something truly wonderful. I shall name it the Yirden Ball. When one looks at the Yirden Ball, one sees a very crude, vaguely ball-shaped object with a Yirden rune on it. If my calculations are correct, this ball should create a bubble Yirden trap to keep it stuck in one place while I still get to leave my base to do other stuff. It's foolproof. Now to test it. I pop back into reality near the secret base entrance and immediately see the 1471 just standing there menacingly. Well, not really, just kinda standing there giving me what I can only assume are puppy eyes. It's not very effective. Well, here goes nothing. I toss the ball at the creature and it falls on the ground next to it. A second later the bubble deploys and the creature touches the barrier and finds it cannot leave it. Yes, it works exactly as intended. Rio, well, it was nice seeing you again, but if you don't mind, I have some errands to run today and I don't feel like being stalked today. So see you later. As Rio walks away, the creature merely looks at Rio as he walks away. Then it looks down at the ball on the ground and pokes it with its foot, causing the ball to move slightly. Then the creature looks back to where Rio left and smiles. 10 minutes later. Okay, this is where the map is telling me to go to. An antique shop? I suppose that's a trader of a sort. I walk in and see a man at the register. He looks at me and smiles. David Green, are you with that Minuteman fella? Rio, I mean, I wouldn't say I am with him, but I guess I am here to help if that's what you are asking. David Green, thank goodness, my wife was kidnapped by some thugs and they are asking for $10,000 in ransom, but I don't have that kinda money. If you could please go save her, I would be eternally grateful. Rio, sure, I am more than willing to help. Do you know where they took her, or at least where they are located? David Green, yes, I know they are located in an old apartment building. It's at XX, but be careful, I have heard they have over a dozen members in their little group. Rio, don't worry, I will get rid of the thugs and bring your wife home safely. David Green, thank you so much. Rio, no problem, I should be back by the end of the day. Rio leaves the store and starts heading to the address indicated. Once he leaves, a certain bipedal wolf starts coming down the street in their bubble. 15 minutes later. Okay, this is the apartment in question. I can sense 14 individuals inside. Let me think about how should I approach this. I think the roof, then use my vibroblade to systematically kill each one silently until there are no more I can take alone. I jump onto the roof and enter through the roof access. Once inside, I start with the one and only person on the 3rd floor. I enter a bedroom and see one of the thugs taking a nap. With a simple stab to the throat, he dies instantly and quietly. From there I move to the stairwell leading to the 2nd floor and wait as 2 people start to get closer to the stairs. Thug 1, I don't get it, why are we going through this whole kidnapping business? Why not just rob the store? Thug 2, you idiot, think about it for a second. If we rob the store, then everyone knows a crime is committed and the big gangs might try to make us give up our earnings, or worse, just take us out. Right now we are operating in Kingpin territory. If he hears we are operating here, we are dead. Thug 1, if that is the case, why don't we just move to another city? There are plenty of other cities that aren't ruled by big gangs or an overboss. Thug 2, that's because, shut up, that's why. Thug 1, okay sheesh, I was just asking. As thugs 1 and 2 head past the bedroom and towards the roof, I grab one and cover his mouth as I stab him in the heart, then lightly set him down before doing the same to the other. 3 down, 10 to 11 to go. But first gotta hide the bodies. I continue to systematically kill all but the last 3 people in the building without alerting anyone. The last 3 are in the same room, but one of them is on the ground unconscious, or at least unmoving but still alive. I look inside to see what I am dealing with. The buff one is probably the leader. He is armed with no guns but a large metal pipe. The other one has a revolver in a holster on his right. Let's try a technique I haven't used in a while. I use force dominate on the one with a gun and force him to shoot the buff one. It works perfectly as the buff one is turned away when it happens. Then I knock out the revolver wielder. Ding! Thug X13 killed plus 130 XP. 130/500 XP. Mission accomplished. Or at least almost. First interrogation. I check the hostage and it seems she is fine enough but has a head wound. Nothing serious, she will probably have a headache for a few days. Now time to wake up the revolver guy. Rio, wakey wakey. Slap. Thug, what happened? Rio, nothing important, you were just about to tell me if there is anyone else in your group outside this building. Thug, wait, who are you? I use a mind trick to get him to talk. Rio, you are going to tell me what I want to know. Thug, I am going to tell you what you want to know. There is no one outside the 12 guys in the building with me. Rio, where do you store your group's money? Thug, the boss leaves it in a safe over there underneath the couch. I get up and check, and sure enough there is a safe. Once I confirm that, I ask a few more questions before making him shoot himself in the head. I then walk over and cast a basic healing spell on the hostage to make the visible damage mostly disappear. Now time to head back. I pick up the hostage and start walking back, making sure to avoid areas with any people. Not that hard when you can sense people's presence. 20 minutes later. Rio, I have returned, and I dealt with your problem. David Green, you did. Thank you. What happened to my wife? Is she all right? Rio, yes, she is fine. She will just need to take it easy for a couple of days as they weren't the kindest to her. David Green, thank you so much. What do you want for a reward? Don't you dare say nothing, I won't have my family's hero go home empty-handed. Rio, how about you not tell anyone I did this in a random antique from your shop? David Green, you won't hear me speak a word of this till my dying breath, and take whatever you want. I look around and use observe to see if there is anything of interest here. I eventually find something of note. Name, Talisman of Mirage. Created by a changeling mage of great empathy to allow other races to know what being a changeling feels like in hope of ending changeling discrimination. The Talisman of Mirage allows the user to perfectly mimic the form of anything the user knows. As the name suggests, the transformation is just a mirage and can be broken by a strong physical impact. Boosts changeling magic power by 50%. Image here. That's a great find. Rio, I will take this. I hope you have a good rest of your day and stay safe. David Green, thank you again, and you as well. Ding! Quest Kidnapped Traitor in Hell's Kitchen complete. Assessing rewards. Plus 200 XP. 1 the last minute with ammo schematics. 1 ballistic weave schematic. 100 caps. 330/500 XP. Nice, now let's head home. 10 minutes later. Okay, now let's get inside to test this talisman. Wait, where did the bubble go? It had enough power to last at least a few days. It's nowhere to be found, and worse still, that thing must have got out. As I am looking around, I start to hear a faint scrapping sound, and it's getting closer. I look to where it's coming from and immediately facepalm. Smack! You got to be kidding me. I seriously didn't think to make the bubble immovable. Gosh darn it, well, so much for my brilliant invention. I guess I will go back to the drawing board. Maybe a ball that's dipped in glue? No, that would be too messy. Make it too heavy to push. Well, then I can't throw it. Not to mention this creature is clearly intelligent, so using the same technique again is unlikely to work. As I was lost in thought, the creature got within spitting distance of me, making me come out of my thoughts as I quickly jump inside my base, where I know it's safe. It stops just outside of the secret entrance and just stares at me with a dumb grin. Rio, okay, look, I can't kill you and you can't kill me either, at least not permanently. Perhaps we can negotiate, as I honestly don't feel like having to deal with you for the next few millennia or however long your species lives. I received a text message saying, why would you think I would want to kill you? Rio, well, you are a stalker. You appeared right behind me with no concerns for personal space. You broke into my friend's house and my base. I also don't mean to be speciest, but you do seem to be a predatory undead of some kind. I mean, as far as first impressions go, it's pretty bad. Oh, you also never introduced yourself, which is quite rude. I won't deny I might have been a bit too invasive, but it is just part of how I manifest in this world. I have to send those pictures to establish a physical presence in the world, or at least as close as I can. As for my species, yes, I can eat meat, but I can also eat almost anything. Finally, you haven't introduced yourself either. Rio, okay, some of those things I can accept, but I cannot understand why you just snuck up behind me. It was very creepy. I am Rio, by the way. I just assumed with you being a stalker you would know my name. I apologize for not introducing myself earlier. My first statement seems to make her at least embarrassed, as she has the decency to blush. Okay, I apologize for that. I shouldn't have done that. I am Mal0, or just Mal if you want. Rio, I accept your apology. That being said, we seem to be at an impasse, as I cannot tell if you are truly safe, as I can't read you like I can others. How about I release you from that bubble, but you leave the area and come back tomorrow? Oh, and no stalking me when I leave my home. Mal0, sure, I can agree to that, as I want to ensure you that I mean no harm to you or your friends. I promise no more stalking, on purpose. Rio, well, I will take what I can get. I will release you from that bubble now, no funny business. I leave the base barrier and go to release the bubble. After I release it, I step a bit back to be closer to the barrier if I need to retreat. Mal0 doesn't do anything. Rio, okay, you are free now. You can leave. Mal0, so, I hate to bother you, but do you know where I can stay, as I kind of don't have anywhere to stay other than here. Rio, you gotta be kidding me. How? You know what, never mind. Yes, there is an abandoned house just down the street. It's the blue one, you can't miss it. It's not in the best of condition, but you should be able to make it livable. Anything else? Mal0, nope, that's it, thanks for the help. Mal0 walks away and I watch to make sure she leaves. After she does, I walk inside. A few hours later, Mal0 comes back and takes the Yerden ball with her before quickly running away. Now that I have dealt with that, I think I will do some training, then maybe hatch the Riolu tomorrow. I walk inside my training room and start to set up the needed materials. To be continued. Chapter 11, How to Train Your Apprentice. Author's Note. Updated status at the end of the chapter. Okay, everything is set up. I can start by using one of the holocrons I was transporting for Dooku. Which kind, Jedi or Sith? Let's try Sith first, it probably has some interesting knowledge. I pull out one of the Sith holocrons and start to open it. What do you seek from me? I look up and see someone I know, but I am too shocked to respond immediately. Well, out with it. I may be stuck in this for eternity, but I would rather sleep than be gawked at like some attraction. Rio, I apologize, but I was just stunned to know that you left a holocron. I had heard much about you, and the answer to your first question is I seek to gain greater mastery of my abilities to protect myself. You know me, that is surprising. I had believed a traitor like me would be looked down upon. Your reason for seeking my counsel is good enough, but I wish to know who you are first. Rio, I am Rio Magus Crepusculum, a Force wielder, but I hold no allegiance to either the Jedi or Sith. Thus I would like to seek your guidance, Darth Treya. Treya, I haven't been called that in a long time. If what you say is true, then I will teach you, but I must know why you are neither Jedi nor Sith. Rio, I was trained by Darth Tyrannus, a fallen Jedi, as a Sith assassin. However, he never fully committed to the dark side, so you could say I never fully committed to him either. I had an accident during hyperspace which made me enter into a universe with no force. Yet, I can still use it, as I have become the core of the force and only I can use it. Treya, truly, a universe without the force. I longed to see such a thing, but I know I had failed from the fact I had talked to one before you. Though they were weak and I refused to teach them, they allowed me to learn of my failure. I am surprised you could become the new force, but to be all contained in just your body seems impossible, yet I do not see nor feel any deception in you. I will teach you all I know, but you must promise to never allow the force to spread beyond yourself. To do so would bring an end to free will for all life. Promise me that one thing and you will have all my power and knowledge. Rio, I don't need your power, as you once said. The lesson of true strength means rejecting strength that is not your own. I need not your power, but I require your knowledge. I can promise I will not spread the force to this universe. Treya, it seems you do indeed know of my teachings. Very well, you have passed my test, let us begin your training. Several hours later. Treya, we can end here for today. You have potential, but you are still far too weak. I suggest you train your body before you come back for more training from me. As you are now, you would be defeated by any Jedi Knight or Sith acolyte. Return to me when you have increased your physical capabilities without the Force. Until then, goodbye, apprentice. With those final words, the holocron shuts off and I am still lying on the ground panting. She's not wrong, I barely kept up, and that was with me constantly boosting my body with the Force. I seriously need to improve my physical capabilities. On a positive note, I gained 2 points in strength and endurance just by doing her training and 9 levels in Force Mastery. Ding! Quest issued, Apathy is Death. Apathy is death. Your new master Darth Treya has tasked you with improving your physical capabilities to show your dedication to her teachings. Task 1, get your strength and endurance base stats to 20 in 2 weeks 0/2. Bonus, get all base stats to 20 in 2 weeks 3/7. Rewards. Plus 1000 XP. 15,000 system points. Bonus. 1 mystery box. 1 temp summon Mace Windu 1 month, loyal. 1 gacha token. Great, I get rewarded for doing something I was going to do anyway. I absolutely need to get that Mace Windu summon, as I need a teacher for Form 7 Vapad. Now that I think about it, I think MAL0 was summoned by the mystery box. The timeline matches. Now the question is, do I really want to risk opening another mystery box? All the other rewards are just great in general. Oh, I thought of a great way to increase those stats and complete another task at the same time. I quickly walk over to the room I made for Riolu. I then grab the egg from my inventory, and as soon as I do, the egg begins to hatch, so I place it on the ground. Oh, already? I can't wait to see the little puppy. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. As I am thinking, the egg stops shaking and the egg cracks and shatters into little light particles, leaving a little ball of blue and black fur. It opens one eye, looks at me and smiles. This little guy is the cutest thing I have ever seen in any of my 3 lives. I can't resist, I have to hug him, it's a crime not to. It seems to sense my emotions as it immediately gets up on wobbly legs and walks towards me. I pick him up in a big hug. Rio, nice to meet you, my name is Rio. I hope we can become best of friends. Riolu, bark. Rio, it will probably take a little bit for you to be able to talk like me, but I will teach you how to use your aura so we can talk telepathically. That way you won't have to wait too long to talk to me. I set him down and began teaching him the basics of aura. In less than an hour after he hatched, he had already begun talking with aura. Riolu, whoa, what is that? Rio, that's a computer, you use it to look up information and play games. Riolu, really, what kind of games? Rio, well, all kinds of games. Many hours later. Rio, okay, it's bedtime. Riolu, can I stay up a little bit later? Rio, no, we have to be ready to start training tomorrow. Trust me, training with no sleep is not fun. Riolu, please, it is only midnight. Rio, I will read you a bedtime story if you go to sleep now. Riolu, oh, that sounds cool, what is it about? Rio, this story is about a young boy named Link and his journey to save the kingdom of Hyrule. A little bit later. Rio, then Link got stopped by a large owl. I look over and see Riolu has fallen asleep. I slowly get up and turn off the lights before heading into the next room to go to sleep. Good night, Riolu. The next day. Rio, okay, so I am going to start the physical exercises. You try to sense my movements with your eyes closed. I will occasionally throw pebbles lightly at you and you try and dodge. Every time you dodge you get a blueberry. Every time you fail you eat a pea. Riolu, ew, peas. Rio, yes, peas, I don't like them either but you need to eat them as you are a growing Riolu and will need the nutrients for your evolution. Riolu, can I do a push-up instead of eating a pea? Rio, fine, but I don't think you will last long doing the push-ups. Riolu, is that a challenge? Oh boy! Rio, I suppose it is, what are you going to do about it? Riolu, I will show you by lasting all day without eating a single pea. Rio, oh then I suppose you don't mind backing it up with a bet. Riolu, name it. Rio, if you fail I get to put you in a funny costume and you have to wear the costume all day tomorrow. If you win I will teach you a new move. Riolu, deal. Rio, okay, don't regret it later. Riolu, I cannot possibly fail. I am going to have to teach him about flags later. 4 hours later. Rio, are you sure you don't want to give up? Riolu, no. I can keep going. I am going to press X to doubt on that. Rio, oh really now? So I can continue the training. Riolu, just a minute, I think you should rest, you have been working out for so long surely you must be exhausted. Rio, I am a bit tired and it is lunchtime so I suppose a beak is in order. Riolu, yes. I mean yeah sure, that is cool with me. I am not saying I need a break or anything. Rio, ahoy. You know acknowledging your limits is a good thing. Pushing yourself to prove you can do something is not always a good thing. It's okay to say you can't do something or to fail. As long as you learn from said failures or limitations you can improve yourself. Riolu, I know but I want to get stronger, I feel it in my soul, I can be greater. I can be the greatest if I put in the effort. But I will not ignore your words I promise I will not push myself too hard. Rio, that's good enough for me. As long as you know your limits and don't hurt yourself. If you ever need advice or help just come to me. We are friends, I will always have your back. Together we can become greater than we can apart. Riolu, thanks and I will keep that in mind. Now what's for lunch? 6 hours later. Rio, okay, we are done for today and congrats you won the bet. So I guess I will teach a new move. Riolu, whew, thank goodness I don't think I could have done another push-up. Rio, I think you can get some ice cream while I think of what move to teach you. Riolu, ice cream. I will go ahead don't take too long or I will eat it all. Riolu starts running to the kitchen. While I smile at his antics. Now what move to teach him, how about force palm? I think that would be easy enough for his current skill level. Well let's have ice cream then I think it's time to get clean and settle down for the night. 3 hours later. Rio, then the evil sorcerer Ganondorf kidnapped the Princess Zelda. I look at Riolu as he snores and decide it's time to go to bed myself. I should check my status before falling asleep. Status. Ding. Status. Name, Rio Magus Crepusculum. Age, 18, actual age, 68. Race, Alicorn. Title, Last Son of the Crystal Imperium. Level, 5. 330/500 XP. HP, 140, Endurance x 10. SP, 210, Endurance x Agility /2. MP, 1250, Intelligence x 50. Strength, 10, plus 50%, equals 15. Perception, 17. Endurance, 14. Charisma, 8. Intelligence, 25. Agility, 20, plus 50%, equals 30. Luck, 40, plus 50%, equals 60. Stat points, 0. Showing updated skills. Force Mastery LVL, 25/100. 150/2500 XP. Decreases the needed energy to use all force abilities by 25%. XP is gained by using any amount of the force. Higher levels allow the usage of high-tier force abilities. Grants the user force precognition, and higher levels allow for further and more precise predictions and the ability to see glimpses of the future. Using the force requires no special energy but will exhaust the user. Stealth LVL, 28/100. 0/2800 XP. Ability to remain hidden when sneaking. Reduces the chance of being detected when sneaking by 28%. Increases the damage done while undetected by 56%. Obtain special technique at level 25. Muffled movement. Your clothing and armor no longer make any noise when sneaking. Weapons proficiency LVL, 14/100. 15/1400 XP. User's ability to use all weapons. Increases damage when using weapons by 14%. Decreases the likelihood of weapon malfunctions by 14%. Observe LVL, 20/100. 0/2000. Observe allows the user to scan people or eventually objects to learn additional information that one could not immediately know otherwise. The higher the skill, the more info that is revealed. When attempting to observe higher level individuals, one might fail unless one meets a perception check. Also, be warned, no HP stat will be calculated for any being without a system, and any stats or levels shown are not equivalent to threat level or ability to harm the host. Aurum Mastery LVL, 8/100. 250/800 XP. Ability to use and manipulate aura for defense and offense. Increases aura damage by 8% and reduces the cost of aura by 8%. Allow users to sense emotions and see while blinded. Aura can also be used to heal. Can establish an aura bond with others, which allows the ability to always find the bonded individual and sense their state of well-being. Increases agility by skill LVL% while active. I can definitely get strength and endurance to 20, but charisma only increased because of Riolu and a bit from that quest. I will have to go criminal hunting to increase my level, then put the stat points in charisma. I might be able to get perception to 20 without stat points. Otherwise, I think everything looks good. Now time to sleep, and maybe I will go bartering tomorrow to increase my charisma. I feel like I am forgetting something. Meanwhile, Mal0 was waiting outside the secret entrance all day, waiting for Rio, as he said to come back tomorrow. Author's note. So Riolu is in the story. What do you think? I tried to make him fairly mature for a day-year-old, as Pokemon are just kinda built differently, and further this is the perfect Riolu/Lucario, so I figured he should be more intelligent and mature. Also, what do you think of Rio's new master? I wanted a master that could fit logically with Rio being neither Sith nor Jedi. I also wanted a master I knew a pretty good amount about. If you have any suggestions for future masters, it can be for anything, whether it be for the Force, Ki, Aura, etc. Just leave a comment. In the meantime, ciao. Chapter 12, Gift of Gab. Rio, okay Riolu, stay here and be good, I should be back in a few hours. Riolu, got it. I give Riolu a hug before leaving. As soon as I leave, I see Mal0. Oh, that's what I forgot about yesterday. Whoops. Rio, hello, sorry about forgetting about me telling you to come back yesterday. I promise it wasn't on purpose. That being said, since you are here, I suppose I could tell you why I asked you to come yesterday. I was going to see if you would like a job. Mal0, I understand I forget some stuff sometimes as well. As for the job, I am interested, but I can't exactly use money in a store. Rio, I suppose that is true, but I can buy the things you want, or you could order some things online and have them delivered to your house. Well, maybe the second option is not so great, as the amount you can order online and get delivered to this neighborhood is not much. Do you need or want anything I can pay in money, then you could buy through me or Kaiba Corp, as they deliver to people with unique circumstances. Mal0, I guess that's okay. What is the job? I won't agree until I know at least that much. Rio, no problem, I want you to gather information on Wilson Fisk, the Hand, and any gangs in Hell's Kitchen and Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. From what I understand, you cannot be seen by most beings, so I figure you are the perfect spy. If you are somehow ever spotted, let me know. I also know you are basically impossible to kill, so there is little danger to you. MAL0, I can agree to do this job as I have nothing better to do. What will the pay be? Rio, the pay will be proportional to the info you bring me. You can deliver the info via text, or if you do well enough I will teach you a way to communicate with something other than a phone. MAL0, these terms are acceptable if I am able to negotiate every time I give info, as I want to make sure I am not getting ripped off. Rio, fine, though I want to say I am an honest being, I would not cheat you if give me good intel. MAL0, you can't blame me for being cautious, after all, you trapped me in a dysfunctional bubble before. Rio, that bubble was perfectly working, and it would have been perfect if you weren't very intelligent. MAL0 just gives me a look as if to say, are you serious? Rio, shut up and go do your job. MAL0, see you later, boss. I only know one person who can claim the title boss, and it isn't me. Though I hope this works out. If it doesn't, I doubt she can cause much harm to my plans, but still, I can only seal her in place. A seal that would be easy for anyone to break from the outside. Then I would have an angry ghost AI werewolf I have to try and deal with. It's just not worth it. I walk to a market in Chinatown in hopes of raising my charisma. It takes a few hours, but I finally raised it to 10 and got a bunch of knickknacks while I was at it. Nothing interesting, unfortunately. After I raise charisma to 10, I decide to go hunting. I wanted to train perception, so I decided to use scrap metal from my Yurton ball project, as I figured it should make the throws more difficult. After hunting all over New York for criminals, I ended up with an impressive result. 47 kills with 17 headshots, 23 neck shots, and 7 torso hits. For a total reward at the end of the day of 470 XP, 1 perception point, and a level up. If I continue this for the rest of the week, my bonus reward is all but guaranteed. 1 week of training later. The results are in, and my gains for this week of training have been as follows. Not counting the previous 47 kills, I killed 276 criminals and gained 4 perception points, 6 charisma points, 7 strength points, 5 endurance points, 3 agility points, 5 levels of weapon proficiency, and 2 levels of stealth. I leveled up a total of 5 times. With about 3 days left to complete the quest, I decided to boost my stats with my stat points. I therefore completed the quest and leveled up again. New stats. Level 11. 60/1100 XP. Strength 20, plus 50%, equals 30. Perception 22. Endurance 20. Charisma 20. Intelligence 25. Agility 30, plus 50%, equals 45. Luck 50, plus 50%, equals 75. Stat points 5. Ding. Quest completed. Apathy is death. Assessing rewards plus 1000 XP, 15,000 system points, 1 mystery box, 1 temp summon mace wind, 1 month, loyal, 1 gacha token. Dash. Author's note. Minor time skip, as I don't want to show literally every day that passes in this story. With that quest, I could go back to my master, but I think I will spend this time relaxing, as I have done nothing but train for over a week and I deserve a break. MAL0, hey boss, I got some info, come outside. I feel like she is calling me boss because she knows I don't like it. If so, that is very petty, but I would probably do the same in their shoes. I walk outside the base to see what intel she has brought. Rio, okay, let's see what you got for me this time. MAL0, sure, sending it now. I opened the file to see pictures and a document with all the stuff she overheard while walking through the gang's hideouts. It looks like Kingpin is starting to contact the Hand. He also now controls everything besides Chinatown. Hydra or SHIELD has set up a new lab just outside the city limits. SHIELD or Hydra has also sent agents to infiltrate Kaiba Corp as apparently, they have heard Kaiba is developing a new tech they want. Oh, the Russian Mafia intends to move into the area I wiped out during my last week of training. They also intend to spread until they control the area where my base is at. Overall very good intel, it even has locations of some bases I can raid for materials. Rio, the info you brought is great as always and your previous intel has been accurate, so I am willing to pay you 20,000 for all of this. MAL0, no way, my info is worth at least 25,000. That info tells you of a coming invasion into this area. That means it deals with your base's security and should be worth more. Rio, 25,000 is a bit much. How about 22,000 and I give you the full rights to your house? MAL0, what am I supposed to do with that deed? I cannot be seen by others, so it's basically useless. Rio, not necessarily, I would legally register you as the owner of the home and that would mean no one could buy the rights to your house and bulldoze it or move in. While you may not be able to be seen, it doesn't matter if there is a registered owner of the house. She seems to think for a bit on it before texting me the answer. MAL0, 23,000, the house deed and your droids have to come over and repair the structural damage in my house. Rio, that's asking too much. The house deed and getting it legally registered under your name means making a valid ID for you, that alone can cost thousands. I must insist on 22,000 and rights to your house. MAL0, ugh, fine, but I want to use the money that I have now stored for a full remodel of my house. I have the plans right here. She sends me another file which I open and look at what she is asking. I estimate its cost and confirm it is within her budget range. I do notice that there is an area that is not included in the plans. Rio, I can arrange it, but what about the shed? It's not on the plans. Also, I will have to get with Sito as he has the contacts necessary to do the job, but it should likely leave you with $1,000 or so left. MAL0, stay out of my shed. Rio, I wasn't going to go in it, but if it's that important I will make sure to pass along the message to the remodeling crew. Do you want me to set up an additional residence while they do their work? It will likely take them at least a month to finish this kind of work. MAL0, no, I will be fine, but can you make sure they finish it before Christmas? Rio, I guess, normally I would charge you extra, but 'tis the season, I suppose. Nobody deserves to be homeless for Christmas. MAL0, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Rio, well, if you don't mind, I have a friend to contact and a Riolu to play a game with. MAL0, Riolu? Who's that? Rio, well, I suppose you have proven trustworthy, so I'll tell you. Riolu is my friend, he hatched just over a week ago. I have been training with him and we play games together. His current favorite is Save the Princess. Ha, Ada is made to be a princess and I am the evil sorcerer who kidnaps her. Then Riolu comes and fights me in my evil fortress, Pillow Fort, and we duel with plastic swords. He's the cutest thing every time he wins. He hops around and wags his little tail with the biggest smile. MAL0, he sounds adorable. Rio, yes, well, perhaps you will meet him someday. Now I really should be getting back to him lest he try to cause mischief while I am not there. Have a nice day and see you later. MAL0, bye. With that, I walk back to where I left Riolu and see he has somehow managed to set fire to the bathroom and is now running around in a panic. How did he even manage that? I quickly run over to the fire and use a wind spell to starve the fire of oxygen. It takes a few seconds to put it out. I then turn to Riolu with a disappointed look. Riolu, it was an accident. I was using the restroom when I sneezed and a blue orb formed on my paw before shooting away and exploding. I don't even know how I did it, I promise. Rio, okay, I understand, but we will need to work on you controlling your new move. Congrats, you seem to have unlocked Aura Sphere. Riolu, wait, as in the Aura Sphere, like the signature move of my species. That Aura Sphere? Rio, yes, the very one. It must mean you are close to evolving. It's a bit sad I had many more outfits for you to try on. I guess I will just have to get them resized for a Lucario. Riolu, evolution really? Oh, and you shouldn't spend your precious money on resizing the outfits. You should donate them or burn, either one is okay, but I suggest the second. Rio, you are only saying that because you think you are too cool for the outfits. I mean, a few days ago you were okay with wearing them. Riolu, I was okay with wearing the cool ones, not the icky cute stuff. I mean, the armor was super cool and I liked the Link outfit, but the Mew costume was too cute and you kept squishing my cheeks. Rio, I haven't the faintest idea what you could be talking about, and I certainly didn't take hundreds of photos I could use to embarrass you later in life. Riolu, I knew it. Where are those photos? I will find them and destroy them for my future self's honor. Rio, pfft, ha 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 ha. You can try, but I assure you, I will never let anyone get another copy of them, as I have them stored in my inventory. You can't stop me, I have made copies in so many different forms that you will never get them all. That seems to set Riolu off as he charges at me. I start running around and laughing as he tries to catch me. Riolu, get over here so I can make you feel my righteous fury. Rio, run as fast as you can, you can't catch me, I'm the gingerbread man. Riolu, that doesn't even make any sense. How can a gingerbread man run? Eventually, Riolu tires himself out and falls asleep, making me have to put him to bed. I see it's late and decide to go to bed as well. To be continued. Chapter 13, Mystery Box 2 Electric Boogaloo. I get up in the morning and start my daily routine. As I am doing so, I begin to think about what my plans are for the day. I want to go to Kybercorp as the grand release of Dual Monsters is today. I then need to ask Cito to start Mal Zero's request and expedite it. I then need to order the supplies for the ballistic weave so Cito and I can be better protected. Maybe also try to make one for Riolu. I then need to deposit the large amount of cash I have got from all the criminals I killed. Then after that, I plan on opening the mystery box at Cito's mansion. I can't risk releasing something that would destroy my base or get stuck in it. I will have Riolu use the illusion ability to come with, as he is strong enough to see the outside world. Right as I think about Riolu, he comes out of his room, likely from the smell of breakfast. Rio, good morning Riolu. Riolu, morning. Rio, after breakfast, I plan on taking you to meet my friend, if you want to. That wakes him up immediately. Riolu, what? Do you mean I can go outside? Like really truly? Rio, yes, if you want to, and you can use the illusion ability. Riolu immediately runs over and hugs me, shouting with glee. Riolu, oh thank you thank you thank you thank you thank you. Rio, you're welcome, now let's hurry and finish breakfast so we can get going. Riolu starts shoveling the food into his mouth as fast as he can. Rio, slow down before you choke. 8 minutes later. Rio, you ready? Riolu, you bet. Oh, I almost forgot, I need to get the lightsaber parts, good thing I remembered before we left. Riolu is disguised as a black husky dog with a blue collar with metal spikes and an adorable sweater with Christmas trees on it. I chose the sweater. Now as we walk, I use the force to make everyone around become oblivious to our presence subtly. I don't want Riolu's first time outside to be crime-ridden. It only takes 30 minutes to get to Kybercorp. Once there, I go directly to Cito's office and knock. Cito, come in. Rio, hey Cito, how is your day going? Are you ready for the grand release? Cito, hello Rio, and yes, I am fully prepared. The grand exhibition will be one to remember. Rio, really now? Well, I can't wait, but first let me introduce you to my friend, Riolu. Say hello. Riolu, hi Mr. Cito. I'm Riolu. Riolu drops the illusion briefly to show Sito his true form. Sito, nice to meet you. Riolu, you can just call me Sito, no need for the mister. I have heard a little about you. I was told you are the #1 super guy and quicker than the human eye. Oh great, he had to mention that blasted song. Riolu, oh yeah, I got style, a groovy style, when the going gets rough, I'm super tough, with the Hong Kong Fooey chop, hiya. Rio, really you had to mention that darn song. I told you he is obsessed with that song. Now he is going to be going on about it all day. Sito smiles at Riolu's antics. Rio, I will get you back for this. I cast a silence bubble around Riolu to make it so I can't hear his singing and talk to Sito about Mal0's request and the materials I need. I also gave him the suitcase with all the money I got so far. Sito, I can expedite the work on her house, no problem. The items you need though will take a while, as even with the laundered money you provided, some of these items are rare or military only. I think it will probably take 2 months at my company's current value. That being said, if the grand release works as well as I hope, I can shorten it to as low as 1 month. Any shorter and I would have to sign contracts with the military. Rio, no problem, if you could prioritize these materials that would be best. Those are for ballistic weave, which should protect you from most firearms below a 50 caliber or armor-piercing rounds. For the others you can take your time, I don't think I need them immediately. Also, are you not going to follow the original Kaiba Corp footsteps and produce weapons? Sito, absolutely not. I have no intention of producing weapons. I will however try to get the materials for ballistic weave first. I agree, I could use more protection. Also thanks for the info on those infiltrators, I have ensured they have either got fired or relegated to useless positions. Rio, no need to thank me, I am just the buyer of the info. The real thanks belong to Mal0, as she is the one who gathered it. Sito, well, send my thanks along to her. Now we best get going, the exhibition is something you won't want to miss. Rio, well then I will head to the arena you set up. Sito, oh, you will need this. Sito throws me a dual deck. Rio, you are going to make a tournament of all the employees, aren't you? Sito, you will see, I gave you the deck of my rival. Try to live up to his legacy. Rio, wait, I barely know how to play. Sito, not my problem, if you don't make it to the finals I will be disappointed. I sigh and start looking through my deck to try and look for a strategy to defeat Sito. I quickly realize I stand no chance against the second best duelist of all time, and I will just try to survive to the finals, then gracefully get annihilated by Sito. 3 hours of dueling later. Sito, I tribute my day Feral Imp and Battle Ox to summon my Blue Eyes White Dragon in attack mode, and then activate the spell card Monster Reborn to special summon my other Blue Eyes White Dragon. Next I activate the spell card Polymerization to fuse my 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons into the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. I then end my turn. Feather, I am up a creek with no paddle and I have only the Giant Soldier of Stone on the field and no spell or trap cards. Ugh, come on, Heart of the cards, get me something good. Well, this is useless right now, I draw the Dark Magician of Chaos. I guess the Heart of the cards only exists for Yugi and his friends. Rio, I place 1 card face down then end my turn. Sito, I guess it is time to end this. I activate the trap card Dragon's Rage, which allows dragon-type monsters I control to inflict piercing battle damage when they attack a defense position monster. Now Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon destroy his Giant Soldier of Stone. Rio life points 0. Announcer, the winner of the duel is Sito Kaiba. Rio, good duel Sito. I leave the field and walk towards Riolu, who has been patiently waiting for me. I then go to Sito's office while he deals with the press. 15 minutes later. Sito walks into the office and smugly smiles at me. I made him trip with the force. Then laugh as his eyes go wide as he trips. Rio, don't be a sore winner. I lost and I accept that. Pride comes before the fall. Don't repeat your last life's mistake and become conceited. Sito, sorry, I guess I shouldn't have been such a jerk when duel monsters is supposed to be fun. Still, you did pretty great against all the other competitors. Rio, I mean sure, but most of them have never played this kind of game before and also weren't exactly familiar with the rules. I have seen many duels, just never really played all that much before. That and you ended most of your duels in less than 5 minutes, and I am pretty sure you went easy on everyone but me. Sito, yet I wanted people to see what duel monsters was like, and I can't do that if I end all the duels in 3 turns. The only thing people would think of the game if I did that is that it's too hard to play. I also didn't go easy on you because I wanted to see how good you really were when facing a good duelist. You were pretty good against me. I could tell you had a handle on the game, but my guess is you had bad draws. Am I right? Rio, yeah, my draws were pretty bad. I kept getting monsters that required tributes to be summoned or spells for the magicians. Once you got the first blue eyes on the field and didn't attack, I immediately knew what you were doing and I couldn't do anything to stop it. I also figured seeing the blue eyes ultimate dragon in 3D would be an awesome sight. I can see what you see in it. Sito, anyways, you ready to head to my house? I have a great feast ready for the staff and myself. Rio, yeah, let's go. 2 hours later. After the dinner, I decided to open the mystery box in my room to hopefully avoid any craziness. I grab the box and then open it. Nothing seems to happen until a server comes in and tells me my Kool-Aid is ready. Rio, Kool-Aid, I smash. Oh yeah. I nearly have a heart attack when I hear the smash and subsequent shout. I then turn to see a 6-foot-tall glass pitcher full of red liquid with a big smile on its face. It then proceeds to pour me Kool-Aid into the cup that I don't recall holding a second ago. He then leaves out the hole he made in the wall. I am just stuck frozen there looking at the cup in my hand as I try to process what just happened. Did I just bring Kool-Aid Man into this world, and if so, for how long? What will the powers of the world do? Can anyone stop him? I mean, he just appeared out of nowhere from me saying the word Kool-Aid. He seems to be able to manipulate reality. Is he the new reality stone? Ugh, I am getting a headache from contemplating what a sentient pitcher means in the grand scheme of things. Whatever, as far as I am concerned, it's not my problem. I will need to warn everybody I know not to say Kool-Aid. I walk out of my room as I see several servants looking at the hole in my wall. I ignore them and walk back to where I left Riolu and Sito. This is going to be a confusing conversation. System, can you tell me how long the Kool-Aid Man will be summoned? Ding. 1 month. I guess this month will be one big old storm of chaos. To be continued. Chapter 14, New Droid. A few days after the Kool-Aid Man was summoned, I was watching the news and I facepalmed as the newscaster said the word Kool-Aid, and the Kool-Aid Man then broke into the studio on live TV. I watched as the news crew panicked and the Kool-Aid Man disappeared after he gave the glass of Kool-Aid and then walked out of the hole he made. I also see the studio was on the 10th floor and that he broke in from the outside somehow. I shut it off before my headache gets worse. I claim no responsibility for unleashing this being on this world. I think I should practice programming, maybe make a game for Sito to publish. I go over to the computer and decide to first compare AI models of the droids and Assassiltrons to see if I could use it in a more mainstream product or at least a simplified version. I pull up the AI models. Let's see, Assassiltron AI is quite basic when you really look at it, but then again, one was made by a super advanced spacefaring company, and the other is made by humans on a relatively primitive planet. Still, should I use a modified AI of B1 or Assassiltron? If I use the B1 version that is controlled by a control ship or console, I could make them incredibly simple, so if someone gets a hold of one they will only find fairly basic servos and a basic program that connects to the server. I could also build the batteries to be capable of being overloaded via a command code. I try looking into my inventory to see if I have a recorded version of the central control codes. I find them and put them on the computer to see the viability of my idea. Okay, I could use this. If I make it so others rent my droids but never own them, I can keep anyone from replicating them. I will need to change the design and also make the droids out of cheaper materials. Oh, I think I could make them look like assassin droids of the old Republic era. They are intimidating but stocky, making them appear rougher. Yes, assassin droids made like a B1, with lower mobility but suitable bullet resistance, and I can still make them a slave to the central control console. I start to make a rough outline of the new droid that I have thought of. I start with an HK-47-like model, then I change the outer shell, adding plates over everything to make it more boxy. I make the model under the idea of titanium or steel. Then I add the B1 servos and circuitry and ask the computer to simulate its capabilities. Not bad, but I would likely have to go with steel as titanium is a bit pricey, and it's a bit heavy. Its mobility is not necessarily the biggest selling point, but I would want it to not be as slow as an old tank. Lethality is more than enough if they are armed with simple firearms. The central computer can make up for the lack of targeting software built in. It does mean that the droids can't be operated in areas with no signal. But if I am open about that when selling them, I am sure many will want them for security. I think they are too unwieldy to feasibly use them in war, especially in an area where the enemy can just jam the signal. I think this is what I will use for the future droids for public use. Now what to call them? Guard droids, defenders, guard bots, sentinels, shielders, whatever, I can think of that later. As I select save, I hear the system alerting me. Ding! New skill gained: crafting. Crafting LVL 2. 10/200 XP. Allows the user to create higher quality and difficult creations. Anything created has quality increased by 2%. 0.02% chance of creating legendary artifact. Skill levels from crafting anything regardless of medium. This will be useful. I wonder what a legendary artifact means. Maybe just a more powerful creation. I doubt that is. Why would it have to mention it if it was just something you could create normally? Still, it only maxes out at 0.1%, which is some pretty awful odds. Whatever. Now let's see about hacking into some companies. Maybe Oscorp? No, let's not stir up anything too dangerous. Maybe a university instead. Yeah, ESU is not far, and I recall there being a few important individuals that go there at one point or another. I started my research on what might be interesting to be found there. I decided to get student and faculty lists to see if I recognized any. Sure enough, I see Peter Parker and Harry Osborn on the list. I check the photos that accompany them and confirm it's the Sam Raimi trilogy versions. Interesting, that means that I am not in the MCU per se, but instead in a sort of fusion between the two. That begs the question, if Peter Parker is in university, why hasn't he become Spider-Man yet? I check Oscorp for the special spiders and anything else I can get from the public website. I find the spiders and a certain Dr. Connors. So, if anything, Spider-Man might come into existence soon. Dr. Connors' existence is interesting, as I don't recall the lizard in the movies. I suppose just because Connors is here doesn't mean he will become the lizard. Let's see if there is a class field trip to Oscorp soon. No, but there is one scheduled for March. Now what to do with this information? Let's just watch for now. I could help the Sandman as he was in a pretty tragic situation. I have the resources. Can my healing spells work on diseases, or do I need a specific spell for that? I am getting off the topic, let's just continue practicing my computer skills. Oh, idea. I started working on my idea, which was inspired by one of the greatest betrayals in all of existence. I name it Protocol 66. It will be programmed into every droid that is made from now on. In theory, it is supposed to only be used if or when a situation when I need to eliminate everyone who buys the droids. I suppose if high-ranking members of the government buy any or a version I create that is not connected to the control computer. Is this me embracing my inner Sith or geek? It doesn't matter. I could also program the droids to trigger this even if someone captures them and somehow reprograms them. Yes, integrate it into the core programming, but make it innocuous but somehow integral to its basic operation, but nothing to do with its personality matrix or its ability to follow orders. That should make anyone think it's just a movement program. I will have to make it encrypted but not in a way that can be seen easily. It might be above my current skill level, but I think I am not that far off. I check my computer mastery and see it is at level 28 already. I calculate it will likely need to be level 35 to do what I want. Even then what I make would be a bit crude. I might be able to make one that the current Earth won't be able to find, at level 50 or so. Now that will mean I will need a signal broadcaster satellite to make sure the signal gets everywhere but without being intercepted. Even if I could make a signal broadcaster of that type, I would never get it into orbit legally. I could build it in space, but that would be quite visible. I suppose I could get someone to install the device on a satellite, giving me plausible deniability, and they couldn't ask me to take down my own satellite. Even if they suspect something amiss, Earth's current technology makes space travel quite difficult, and no government would be willing to spend billions to investigate a satellite that they can only say is somewhat suspicious. I will add it to the do later list. Now back to work. I decided to hack into various small businesses to see what kind of security is out there, and what I find is nothing too impressive. Still, it teaches me a lot about hacking and programming. I could have stolen stuff but decided to just leave simple monitoring software to see if I catch anything interesting. I keep going until I find something odd. This cafe looks normal, but there is something not right about the numbers I am seeing. It is a relatively unprofitable cafe but yet gets way too much foot traffic. Also, I see a mismatch between the blueprints and what I see as its current size. Not to mention the cameras are all turned off and only point outwards. This address is on the outskirts of Hell's Kitchen. Maybe it's a smuggling operation or money laundering. Let's cross-reference this address and known territories of gangs. Ah, this is in the territory of the Russian mob. I have no intel on this address specifically, but I suppose I can go investigate it later this week. I mark the location and leave a few viruses that will collect everything that is heard or seen there. After this looking into this place, I decide to take a break and turn the news back on. TV, breaking news, he who shall not be named has broken into the Pentagon. We go now to our reporter in the field. Reporter, this Clark Kent coming live from the Pentagon, where he who shall not be named just broke into the head of the CIA office to deliver a glass of the juice we will not say the name of. This apparently caused a firefight where several agents were injured, as he who shall not be named seems to be bulletproof, as all the bullets simply deflected off his body. We are still gathering info on how many were exactly injured. We will continue to keep you up to date on this case. Now back to Tom. TV. Another tragic incident of this creature. Many are asking, what is this creature? What does he want? Where does he come from? And what is the government doing to protect the people from this red menace? Estimates already place the damages caused by this creature at over $100 billion worldwide. You heard that right, worldwide. We have numerous reports from all over the globe reporting this strange creature doing the same it does here. Scientists have found this creature can appear at the same time in multiple places. It can understand seemingly all languages and seems to be unstoppable. We here at CNN urge everyone to never say his name lest he damages your belongings or worse, your lives, as seen in this recent attack on the Pentagon. That's all for the news at 10. See you next time. I just sit there and think of how S.H.I.E.L.D. must be panicking over what amounts to a company mascot. I also think of how much damage he will cause to Earth before he despawns. I mean, 100 billion in 3 days is a lot. Whatever, it's technically not my problem. Maybe the Ancient One knows how to deal with it. POV Ancient One. I look over at the creature that just broke into the inner sanctum of Kamartaj and how it is simply ignoring the attacks of all the mages here. It walks over to Caecilius and fills the glass that he is somehow holding full of Kool-Aid. I then think of that cursed word that can summon this being that even the Eye of Agamotto can't stop. I myself tried to stop it, but nothing I do works, so I have given up and just hope to make that cursed word impossible to say here. Now that I think about it, this isn't the first strange thing to happen recently. The vision of the future has become hazy and messy. I can't find why this is. Mephisto and the Hell Dimension have seemingly disappeared. I would usually worry if I had not seen a glimpse at the thing that has invaded hell. I shudder at the mere thought of such a being existing, but at least it has also disappeared along with hell. Oh, I see, he who shall not be named has left. I suppose it's time for me to start fixing the damage. POV Rio. Yet, now that I think about it, I don't think anything save maybe a fully powered Thanos can stop the Kool-Aid Man. I just have to avoid saying Kool-Aid for another 26 days. That shouldn't be too difficult. However, I wonder if I could use the Kool-Aid Man's power to escape a tricky situation. Maybe I should experiment with this idea. Regardless, I think I should head to bed. Author's note. Remember, the Kool-Aid Man is inevitable. I will post an image of Thanos vs Kool-Aid Man here because I found it funny. Search up Kool-Aid Man with Infinity Gauntlet for more funny pictures. Chapter 15, A Very Thankful Evolution. Author's note, obligatory Thanksgiving episode. Thanksgiving morning. I get up and check my phone and see what day it is. Rio, oh crap, it's Thanksgiving and I haven't prepared at all. I quickly get up and run towards the kitchen to see if I have anything I can use. I see enough, but I was missing a turkey. I then get ready to run to the store. Before I leave, I let Riolu know I will be stepping out and to be good while I am gone. I then leave quickly and head to the nearest store to see if they have any turkeys left. The first store doesn't, so I check the next until I find one that does, but I see another person looking at it. We stare each other down. We are 12 paces apart before we both start sprinting to the last turkey. I grab it first, but the other man grabs it as well. Rio, let go, I had it first. No, I grabbed it first. Now hand it over. I can't help but think I have seen this guy before. I decide to use observe on him. Name, Nikita Dragovich. A traitor to the Soviet Union, now lives in New York as an advisor to Kingpin and other gangs. He is officially stated as being killed in the Gulf of Mexico in 1968. Was involved in the assassination of President Kennedy. Seeing him, I remember those famous words, Dragovich, Kravchenko, Steiner, all must die. I also think, how can this guy exist here? Rio, you want to give me this turkey? Dragovich, what are you saying? I clearly do not. Well, there went that idea. Time for plan B. Rio, what's the feds doing here? Dragovich, what? He turns around and I grab the turkey and start running. Dragovich, hey, get back here with my turkey. I go into a blind spot on the cameras, then use the talisman of Mirage to look like someone else and place the turkey in my inventory. When Dragovich turns the corner, I act like I have never seen him before in my life. Dragovich, did you see a man with a turkey come through here? I just point in a random direction and he leaves. Well, turkey obtained, best I quickly get out of here before that old man does something stupid. I check out and head home. Once I get to the entrance, I see MAL0 standing outside. Rio, hello, how are you doing today? MAL0, okay, I guess. I was just coming over to see what you were doing as I saw you leave in a rush this morning. Rio, I went out to get a turkey for Thanksgiving. MAL0, oh, Thanksgiving, what's that? I have seen ads for it, but I haven't looked into it. Rio, well, the holiday means different things to different people, but I use it as a day to sit down and have a nice feast and be thankful for all I have in life. MAL0, that sounds nice. I think for a minute and decide to take a leap of faith. Rio, would you like to join me and Riolu for Thanksgiving? MAL0, are you sure? You would have to open a hole in your barrier to let me in. Rio, I know, and I think you have proven to be trustworthy, and I don't like seeing anyone not having anything to do today. That, and I will only lower the barrier for a little bit as it is meant to keep more than just you out. MAL0, sure, I would be happy to join you and Riolu for Thanksgiving. I also look forward to meeting Riolu. Rio, very well, wait here for a couple of minutes while I get everything ready. I walk in and tell Riolu we will have a visitor. I then start to store everything in my inventory that I don't want her to see. I can't leave stuff lying around as it wouldn't be very secret anymore. I then summon a principality of observation just in case to make sure nothing bad happens. Once I am done with that, I go and open a small opening for MAL0 to come through. Rio, welcome to my home officially. Now let me introduce you to Riolu. Riolu, nice to meet you, lady. I heard you some sort of spirit thing. MAL0, the name is MAL0 and yes, I suppose I am a spirit thing. Also, that is a strange way of speaking, it's like you are speaking in my mind. Riolu, can she really only speak via text messages? Rio, yes, but I think you could teach her how to speak like you, while I get dinner ready. Oh, and here, take my phone so you can talk to each other. Riolu, okay, MAL0, come with me, I will teach you to speak with aura. MAL0, okay. I head to the kitchen and start preheating the oven. This should take a bit to get everything settled. I have the angels watching them, so I don't think I need to worry. 2 hours later. There, now I just have to wait for everything to finish cooking. Now let's go see what those two have been up to. I walk over to where I sensed Riolu and see MAL0 balancing on one leg on a wooden pole like she is auditioning for Karate Kid. Rio, what happened while I was gone? Riolu, I am just teaching her how to use aura. She was struggling with maintaining focus, so I had her try and do what I saw that one kid do in the movie we watched. I just sit there and think about how to respond to that comment. I chose to use the classic. I sip the apple juice in my cup while saying, Rio, I see. I decided to give advice to MAL0 on what can be done to get better connected with one's aura. Rio, if you are struggling with connecting with your aura, you can try to think of a happy memory. MAL0 does as I suggest, which distracts her, allowing me to launch an aura sphere at her from her blind spot. She dodges it without looking and then looks shocked at what just happened. Rio, relax, sorry, but it was the best way for you to activate your aura. You see, you were already on the cusp of unlocking it, you just needed the last push. That attack may have been scary, but it wouldn't have even touched you. Look over there where it hit and you will see what I mean. MAL0 looks over and sees the ball has hit the wall and simply phased through it. Rio, again sorry, but it was the best way, as otherwise, you may have regressed or worse, developed an aura blockage. MAL0, I guess I will forgive you. MAL0 looks at me shocked as she realizes she just spoke without texting. Rio, congrats on becoming capable of speech outside of texting. With the added benefit of aura speech being universal. No matter what language they speak, they will understand you. MAL0, thank you, both of you. I really appreciate it. Rio, no need to thank me, Riolu did all the hard work. Now let's play some WII sports. Riolu, oh, you are on. I bet I will destroy you in boxing again. Rio, please, our score is 47-45. I have 2 victories over you. Riolu, yeah, but I won the last 5 matches. Rio, that might be true, but I was just tired during those matches and you know I have lower stamina than you. As we start walking, I notice MAL0 not following. Rio, aren't you coming? We have more than enough remotes. MAL0, oh, I don't know how to play. Rio, that's fine, Riolu, and I can teach you, it's a really easy game to learn. Riolu, says the guy who sucks at WII tennis. I shoot Riolu a glare and Riolu just looks away and whistles innocently. Rio, ignore what he says. You will pick up the game in no time. We play WII sports for a bit before it's time to eat. Once we sit down, we start saying what we are thankful for. Rio, I am thankful to have friends I can count on in a future that looks bright. Riolu, I am thankful for having a great place to live and for being able to become so much stronger. We look at MAL0 as it is her turn. MAL0, I am thankful for having a new home and a place where I can feel safe without having to look over my back. I am also thankful for coming to this world and having a new lease on life. After that, we start to dig in. Once we finish eating, Riolu starts to glow. I get up and start recording this event. I see his small form start to increase in height, then spikes grow out of his body. After the spikes, he grows 2 more aura bulbs and then the glowing fades, and what is left is a taller than average Lucario. He stands at around 4'8" and I can feel the raw power emanating from him. Rio, congrats Lucario, you evolved. Lucario, yes, finally, and whoa, I feel way stronger. This will take some time to get used to. MAL0, the heck just happened? Rio, oh, this is a natural process of a Riolu's life. They evolve when certain requirements are met. They evolve into a Lucario, which is what his name is now, or at least until Lucario and I come up with a nickname. Regardless, it's nothing to worry about. MAL0, okay, this is still one of the weirdest things I have seen recently. Now that the dinner is done, we all head to the living room to relax. Or at least MAL0 and I did. Lucario went to the training room to test out his new power. Rio, well, it's getting pretty late, I think it's about time we end things here. I will show you to the door and thank you for coming to this dinner. MAL0, yet I should be heading back to my house, and I was happy to come. Thank you for having me and I hope you have a great rest of the night. Rio, you as well, and I will see you later. With that, I go back inside after seeing her off. I walk in and see Lucario sitting on the couch. I was a bit confused as he just left to test his power. Rio, why are you back so soon? Lucario, what? Oh well, I was just testing but I got used to it fast. I can tell that is not the whole truth but I decide to let it go. I then decide to watch a movie from the records I have stored. I put Pokemon the first movie. I always had a soft spot for this movie. Lucario stays and we watch a few more Pokemon movies before heading to bed. Lucario, hey Rio, can you tell me more of that story you used to read to me before bed? Rio, sure, now where did I leave off? Oh yes, we were at the part of the masked salesman and the Song of Healing. Chapter 16, First Store Purchase. A few days after Thanksgiving and Lucario's evolution. I was in my training room with the Sith Holocron activated. Treya, now we will start training on Force Lightning, a standard ability of any halfway decent Sith. Let me explain what you need. Force Lightning requires strength of a sort only a Sith can command because they accept consequences and reject compassion. In order to summon and use lightning properly, you will someday have to be on the receiving end of its power, as a means of taking the energy inside yourself. Now look into yourself, and focus on the small electric currents running through you. Sense it, feel it, touch it. Now follow its path through your body. I look inward and follow the small electric currents as they pass from nerve to nerve. Treya, now grab a portion of this electricity and direct it to your fingers. A small spark jumps from one finger to the next before fizzling out. Treya, excellent, you have completed the first and often hardest step to wielding Sith lightning. Now use the power you call magic to strike yourself with lightning, but attempt to contain the power in you and let none of it escape. I use a simple call minor lightning to shock myself and then try to contain it. Treya, not quite there, do it again. I try and fail again. Treya, again. I try and fail a few more times, each time Darth Treya says the same thing again. Until I eventually succeed. Treya, you have surprised me once more. Most attempting this method die or become crippled. Those that succeed usually take days to get it right. I look at her with a face that screams, what the heck? Treya, now, don't look at me like that. I figured with your abilities you would likely be able to heal from any damage you may receive. If you somehow died I would have thought it unfortunate, but I made you my apprentice and few who had such honor would not be killed so easily. I just sigh and move on. Treya, now that you have contained that power you must now release it through only one finger. Focus very carefully on how it feels to release said power. Ingrain the sensation into your very being. Do so and you will have unlocked basic Sith lightning. I release the lightning and feel the power behind it and how it feels to unleash the power of nature from my fingertips. Treya, good now, try to unleash it once more now without the stored power. I try and after a little bit, I succeed in releasing some dark purple lightning. Treya, congratulations apprentice, you have now unlocked basic Sith lightning. Now we can try to go into more advanced applications of this technique after you gain more experience using it. Do wish to learn a specific ability from me? If so, ask away. Riolu, yes, I would like to learn the Force ability Drain Knowledge. Treya, that is a powerful ability. It is also risky if not used properly. Are you certain you wish to learn this, as once you start I will not let you stop until I believe you can use it properly? Riolu, yes, but I ask I be allowed to eat and refresh myself to prep for such an undertaking. Treya, go, return tomorrow morning fully rested and ready to learn. Riolu, yes master. With that, the holocron shuts off and I get up and go clean myself as I smell like ozone and cooked meat. After I finish cleaning myself I check if anything of note has happened while I was training. It looks like foot traffic in the area has increased a bit, it must be the Russian mob scouts. I see I got some information from MAL0. A strange man has been possibly mind-controlling people, as many people near the person are acting puppet-like. This person calls himself the Purple Man. Oh, has William Afton come back again? That guy is as hard to kill and keep dead as Goku. No, actually Afton is way worse. I mean his catchphrase is literally I always come back. I wonder if I could make something to deal with him. A cage perhaps. Wait, I don't remember Afton being able to control minds or being in Marvel. Then again I never actually played the FNAF games, so I suppose the report doesn't say his actual name. I ignore the idea of dealing with this purple man and instead focus on practicing hacking into a sys terminal to test my skills. I fail to get in unnoticed every time, but I occasionally manage to break into the secured file that was made for the practice. Maybe the system store has Ace. Now that I think about it, I haven't used the store for anything outside of gacha. I should check the prices of AIs in the store. System show the Ace for sale. System store. K-Triggery, Artificial Intelligence. Results. Clippy, Microsoft, equals minus 10,000 points. CZ2128 Delta, Overlord, equals 50,000 points. President John Henry Eden, Fallout, equals 60,000 points. Yorha number 2 Type B, Near, equals 100,000 points. HAL 9000, 2001 ASO, equals 100,000 points. Otto, Wally, equals 110,000 points. Handsome Jack AI, Borderlands, equals 180,000 points. Monica, DDLC, equals 200,000 points. GLaDOS, Portal, equals 1 million points. Metagross, Pokemon, equals 110,000 points. The Patriots AI, MGS, equals 125,000 points. Red Queen, Resident Evil, equals 150,000 points. Vicky, I, Robot, equals 2 million points. Skynet, Terminator, equals 10 million points. Ultron, Marvel, equals 10 million points. Mother Box, DC, equals 10 million points. Catalyst, Mass Effect, equals 10 million points. Cortana, Halo, equals 100 million points. Infinity Sphere, Stellaris, equals 180 million points. Contingency, Stellaris, equals 250 million points. The Subrex, Stellaris, equals 250 million points. Overclocked Bender, Futurama, equals 100 billion points. Etc. Wait, System Y is Clippy minus 10,000 points. Ding! Clippy AI can never be removed or silenced once bought. Clippy will slow down all devices the user uses. Clippy further blocks 2% of the user's vision at all times. Got it, so it's basically a permanent handicap. Most of these are way too expensive. System, is there any way to gain more system points outside of missions? Ding. Yes, the host can sell items of power or importance to the system for points. Items can be from this universe or any other. Can I sell the rag on a stick? Ding. Yes, the host can sell the item rag on a stick for 1 system point. Do it. Ding. Done. Are any of the AI in the list shown loyal to me? Ding. No, all the A's shown are completely independent and at their standard level of power. If the host wants loyal AI, multiply the original price by 15 and any additional modifiers will cost 5 times for each one, separately from the original loyalty bonus. Yikes, I don't think I can ever afford that. Whatever, at least I know I can sell objects of power. I think an excellent choice would be the Darkhold. The current owner is some random guy, I think. System, show me spells or items that can locate objects. Ding. System store. K-Triggery, location spells. Results. Locate object, DND, equals 100 points. Clairvoyance, DND, equals 300 points. Divination, DND, equals 750 points. Discern location, DND, equals 1500 points. Tracking spell, supernatural, equals 9000 points. Locator spell, once upon a time, equals 12,000 points. 6th tier locate object, overlord, equals 16,000 points. Tia Dalma's compass, Pirates of the Caribbean, equals 100,000 points. One-time divination, system, equals 1,000,000 points. Eye of Hermes Mora, Elder Scrolls, equals 10,000,000 points. Elder Scrolls, equals 100 billion points. Omniscience for a day, system, equals 10 trillion points. Etc. I think 6th tier locate object would be the best for me. I will have to sell some stuff though. System, how much can I sell the Scion battle armor for? Ding. 1500 points. And how much does it cost to buy it? Ding. 3000 points. Okay, sell the Scion battle armor, then purchase the 6th tier locate object spell. Ding. Done. I suddenly know how to cast the spell and realize it's a fairly cost-effective spell. I can also tell that unless someone was watching me, they couldn't intercept the spell unless they knew how to use Yggdrasil tier magic. I will go into a forest away from civilization before using this. I don't have anything to do today, but I have that training and I don't know if once I locate the Darkhold something might happen after a certain point in time afterwards, so let's do my training then grab the Darkhold. I continue practicing for a bit before playing games with Lucario until bedtime. The next day. The Sith Holocron activates when I arrive at the training room. Treya, good, you are here on time. Let's begin with your training. This ability is called Drain Knowledge or Mind Probe. Its purpose is to enter into the minds of others and extract knowledge out of a sentient without his or her consent. Beyond simple reading of thoughts, it allowed to steal deep memories and information in a violent and merciless way. Such a process might damage the subject psychologically if you are not careful. You can also run the risk of losing yourself in the memories of the victim. This is especially true for you, as you will not be using the force in others and instead relying on only yourself. Knowing the risks, do you still wish to proceed? Rio, yes master. Treya, good, now to begin you must start by meditating. Look into your mind, and think of a memory you have made in the past. Once you have this memory, surround it in the force. I do as she says, but I struggle with surrounding a memory in the force. She must be able to tell as she tells me something to help. Treya, if you are struggling with surrounding a memory, then think of the memory as a window leading into an isolated room. This room is the memory itself. Embrace the memory but don't get lost in it. Imagine yourself as a spectator to your own memory, looking in the window from the outside. I do as she says after some time, and once I do I feel a pull to do something. Treya, you are likely feeling a pull to do something, resist it. That is the force trying to submerge you in your own mind. If you aren't careful you will become lost in your own mind. Now that you have surrounded the memory, try moving it to your right palm. I do as she asks and I start to feel a sense of loss as if I have forgotten something. I cannot seem to tell what has been lost, just that it shouldn't be missing. Treya, stay focused apprentice. That feeling of loss is normal, but don't let it sway you from your current path. Take the memory in your right hand and channel lightning through it, then push your right index finger to your temple. I ignore the loss and do as she asks, and when I touch my forehead my head shoots back and I faint. Once I awaken again I see Darth Treya smiling at me. Treya, you have impressed me once again apprentice. Never have I seen a force wielder be able to use drain knowledge and come out of the resulting coma in only 30 hours. I dare say that could be the fastest it has ever been done. I myself took 5 days to wake up. Rio, I have been asleep for 30 hours. How, why? Treya, there is nothing to be alarmed about. What you just did was extract a memory from yourself and then forcibly place it back. It will always result in a coma, some temporary, others not. Few ever learn to use this ability, as most do not have the talent to do so. They can't meditate or they lose themselves to the feeling of loss and go insane. Even those who complete this step rarely go beyond, as the basics are good enough. I will be teaching you my own version, one that can allow you to both gain all the knowledge from another but without connecting yourself to it. Now rest a moment so you can regain your faculties. I do so, and after I do she asks me to do something I wasn't expecting. Treya, now that you are settled, the next part will require live subjects to use the technique on. I suggest you use those so-called angels to do this next step. I summon a principality of peace and have it stand still while Treya guides me through accessing other beings' memories. The dos and don'ts. How to take them but not touch them, to store them for later digestion, and how to remove a person's ego from said memories. It takes many more hours and headaches before I complete it to her satisfaction. Treya, I can now say with confidence you have mastered this ability. Use it only after you have dealt with the memories you took from another. You can possibly improve upon this ability. I myself have used it many times, but I am not arrogant enough to believe I have perfected it. I will caution you that someone who knows what you are doing will resist and could cause the memories gained to be false or incorrect. Any questions? Rio, yes, can I remove brainwashing with this ability? Treya, it depends. If the brainwashing is memory manipulation and suppression, then yes. If it is more mental or medical domination, then no, this technique may only be able to disable them. However, I suggest not doing that, as you are better off killing them. Rio, can I put false memories in others or even their original memories back in? Treya, yes, but not without consequences. The one you are using it on is likely to be afflicted with mental problems, brain death, shattered psyche, or bleeding through orifices. If you use memory rub, you would likely have better results. However, I cannot teach you such a technique as I have never learned it. Very few have ever heard of it and fewer still learn it. Rio, that was all my questions, master. Treya, then farewell apprentice, until next time. With that, the holocron deactivated and I am left contemplating the knowledge I just gained. Author's note. Let me know if you know of any other ace I might have missed other than Marvel ones. If you have a suggested item for the store, let me know. Also leave a comment of any artifacts you know about and I might put them into the story. Chapter 17, The Hunt for Artifacts. The day after learning drain knowledge. I wake up and start getting everything ready for an adventure. I have a sizable amount of money to use if I need to. I then head to the forest clearing I decided to use the spell in. Rio, locate object. In a flash then I see in my mind's eye 3 different locations. Salem, Massachusetts, a mountain in Tibet, and a small town in Luxembourg. I will go for the closest in Salem, then the Tibet one, which I am pretty sure is the original, and finally Luxembourg. I then transform into the Alicorn form and quickly fly up and cast invisibility. I reach Salem in under an hour. Once I get there, I find the house I am looking for and see if I sense anything dangerous nearby. I only sense the book itself as dangerous. I slip into the house unnoticed. Then head to the basement where the book is held. I get near it and ask the system if I can sell the book. Ding! Yes, the host can sell the Darkhold copy for 500,000 points. Do it. Ding! Done. The book disappears and leaves nothing behind. I quickly leave and start flying to Tibet, thinking my stamina would last. I was mistaken and had to land on an island in the middle of nowhere. As I land on the island, I feel myself pass a magical barrier. That's weird. Why does a random island have a barrier set up? I guess I should look around. I look around for a bit and only find a simple temple. I decide to look inside to see if it is anything interesting. Once inside, I see something that makes me freeze. On a pedestal in the center of the temple is what looks like an urn but feels extremely dangerous. Well, I don't know what that is, but only one way to find out. Observe. Name: Pandora's Box. A box created by Zeus to contain all the world's evils. Was later purposely given to mankind to punish them. Got it. Zeus is a jerk in every reality. System: can I sell this? Ding! Yes, the host can sell Pandora's box for 250,000 points. Do it. Ding! Done. With that, the box disappears, but as it does, the island starts to shake. I decide not to stick around and flee to the astral realm. After Riolu leaves, a man with winged boots appears and looks around at the missing box. Confused, the man eventually leaves after the island disintegrates into light particles. Meanwhile, in the astral realm. Okay, so gods exist here other than just Asgard. Now the question is, how strong are we talking? DC level, god of war, Disney, Earth mythos, or maybe they are just like Asgardians and live for a long time but are not really gods per se. No matter the case, I already have a plan on how to deal with them. Let's head back to the nearest shore I left from, and this time I will aim for Portugal from Bermuda. I leave the astral realm after confirming the area I will appear in is empty. From there I start my flight again, making pit stops every so often until a few days later I reach Tibet. It only takes a few hours to find the mountain I was looking for. Once there, I see a carved castle-like structure. I then asked the system if I could sell it. Ding! Yes, the host can sell the Darkhold original for 1 million points. Do it, Q Palpatan Mim. Ding! Done. The entire top of the mountain disappears in a flash of light, making me have to quickly fly up before I fall. Next would be Luxembourg. Most likely in the hands of Agatha Harkness. I might need a distraction to get Agatha away from the Darkhold. Maybe an angel? That might work, or it may backfire. I also have that assist trophy. I start making my way to Luxembourg. Once I get near the nation, I use the Talisman of Mirage to appear as Sephiroth from Final Fantasy. I land on the outskirts of the town the Darkhold is in and let my senses see if there is any danger. I can immediately tell one house if like a beacon of danger. That's the place. Now I just need to see if she is home. I sense and see she is indeed home. Well, here goes a shot in the dark. Riolu, summon Angel 4th. After I summon the angel, I quickly reposition myself as I sense Agatha leaving her house to investigate. I order the angel to simply stand there and attempt to run away if attacked. I then sneak into Agatha's house. Once inside, I see the Darkhold and quickly sell it and anything else that is valuable. Before even a minute passes, I sense my angel getting killed. I then immediately enter the astral realm before Agatha returns. As Riolu disappears, Agatha bursts into her house and panics when she sees the Darkhold missing along many of her belongings. She then becomes enraged and uses a ritual that allows her to see into the past of a location. When she does, she sees a silvered-haired angel with one wing. She swears to get vengeance on this intruder. In the astral realm, I appear and go over how much I made from selling the items in her house, 508,389 points. Not bad, even though most of it is from the Darkhold, it is still I made a massive profit. Now what other artifacts could I get? Let's not touch Greek stuff right now, I don't want to be caught by the Olympians as they are never known to be kind. Maybe some kind of Christian relic. Sure, it's worth a shot. I leave the astral realm in the woods. I used the locate object spell originally. I used the spell to see if the Ark of the Covenant exists. Rio, locate object. In a flash, I see the Ark's location. Why is it located on Oak Island? Were those crazy people right? I start flying north to Oak Island in Canada. It doesn't take long to get there, and once I do, I start to think about how I am going to get to it. It's buried fairly deep underground and I don't feel like digging today. I suppose I can just use an earth spell to push the land out of the way. It might cause some minor damage to the island, but what can you do? I use the spell and over a few hours, I eventually get to the vault where the Ark is located. When I get inside, I see a few artifacts. Let's see, we have the Holy Grail, the Ark, a chest with most of the True Cross, and most importantly the Philosopher's Stone. I will sell the Ark, True Cross, and Holy Grail as all three of them are cursed. System, I want to sell these items. Ding! Done. From those, I got an additional 200,000 points. Not bad, but not that great, but I suppose they were cursed, so that probably reduced their value. Now let's see what the Philosopher's Stone can do. Name, Philosopher's Stone. Can allow the wielder to transmute base metals to gold if they follow an equivalent exchange. Can also allow the wielder to create an elixir of life, allowing the extension of a natural lifespan to thousands of years. Requires a large amount of energy to produce elixirs. A great find. It may not be as powerful as the FMA version, but I will take what I can get. Now let's get one last artifact before I stop, as it is already December and I haven't bought the gacha tickets yet. Let's find the Spear of Destiny. Rio, locate object. I see the spear in my mind's eye and find its location amusing. I am pretty sure that is Area 51. I guess I am doing a smash and grab. Maybe I will find those aliens that those Facebook people were trying to find. I doubt that. SHIELD wouldn't allow them to be in US custody if they could help it. I start my journey to Nevada, making sure to use the Talisman of Mirage to appear as Adolf Hitler, just to scare the government into thinking zombie Hitler is a thing. Once I arrive at the outskirts of Area 51, I enter slowly to see if they have any anti-magic defenses built in. I get all the way to where I know the spear is being held. Hangar 51, that sounds familiar for some reason. Whatever, let's get in and let them see me so they can look into a pointless endeavor. I get inside and start selling everything the system will allow, and after about 5 minutes a large group of soldiers burst through the door and start shouting at me to surrender. I just keep doing what I was doing until they get a good look at me and I sense their confusion. Random Soldier 1, hey, is that Hitler? Random Soldier 2, shut up, of course it isn't, how can he still look like he did back in WW2? Random Soldier 3, both of you shut up, we need to detain him and figure out where he took all the things in the hangar. While they were confused and arguing, I finished selling all the items beside the spear. I grab the spear and then turn around and start speaking in German about how I had finally returned and that with the Spear of Destiny, I would create a 1000-year Reich. Then I used invisibility and some illusion magic to make it seem like I was using a grand spell, then I vanished. When really I just turned invisible, stored the spear, then teleported to the astral realm. Rio, ha 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 ha. Those soldiers' faces, it was priceless. That was so worth having to look like history's worst human. Ah, but I should go home and then sell that spear, as I could tell that the spear was definitely not right. Let's see what Observe says. Name, Spear of Destiny. This spear has the power to control the fate of any who wields it for a long period of time. It will always lead to the failure and defeat of its wielder. Prolonged exposure to the spear can lead to death of the soul. Holy crap, this thing is awful. Who would do such a thing? I mean, it's not even cursed, the person who made this specifically designed it this way. System, I want to sell the spear. Ding. Done. Okay, it may have been a foul creation, but apparently, it was really valuable as I got 750,000 for it. With the additional 31,110 points from everything else I sold in Hangar 51, I now have 299,000 points. Just under 3 million. Now let's head home. In a flash, I appeared back in the forest. I started my search and quickly flew up to grab some clouds. I then condense them and store them in my inventory. Then I pop back into the astral realm before depositing myself in my base. I really need to get a teleportation spell as this is getting tedious. Now for me to complete something I should have done weeks ago. I grab the clouds out of my inventory, then place them in my room and make a bed out of them. I lie down on it to test the comfort. Oh yeah, this is the life. I don't think I will use a normal bed ever again. Too bad I can't share this with my friends. I doubt they will mind. Now I should get cleaned up and go to bed, but that means getting up and I really don't want to leave this bed. Sniff. Fine, I guess I can't ignore my smell. Dash. Author's note. 3 million points seems like a lot, and it technically is, but also not really. There will be more artifacts to find and sell. If you have any suggestions for artifacts or just items in general, please leave a comment. I have a plan for the Greek pantheon, but not much will likely be seen save a few things. Also, Gacha is in the next chapter, so also leave suggestions for that. Until then, ciao. Chapter 18, Return of the Gacha. Author's note. Spoiler warning for Justice League Unlimited. It's a 20-year-old show, but I figured it is only nice to leave a warning. Don't read past Lex Luthor calling Rio if you want to avoid spoilers for JLU. I cannot guarantee you that you won't see spoilers in later chapters for JLU, but I will warn you now at least. You can still read the author's note at the end. I wake up to the smell of smoke, immediately open my eyes, and rush to the kitchen. When I arrive, I see Lucario try to put out a grease fire with water. I try to stop him, but I am too late. Boom! The fire explodes violently and I immediately use a wind spell to create a sphere of no oxygen. The fire dies out and I am left looking at the burned kitchen. I then look at Lucario as he looks singed but is already healing with recover. Rio, okay, let me guess you didn't want to wake me up and therefore tried to make breakfast when it caught on fire. You then panicked and forgot my lessons about fire safety and used water on a grease fire. Lucario just sighs. Lucario, you were almost spot on, but I actually tried to wake you up several times, but each time I tried you would throw me out of your room while grumbling 5 more minutes. I once tried to physically get to you, but I kept falling through your bed and then I would be thrown out again. Rio, so that's what that weird sound in my dream was. I thought it was just an annoying pigeon who kept following me around after I threw them away from me. Well, my bad. It shouldn't happen again as I just got a new bed and I was exhausted from my trip. I clean up the kitchen and then make a simple breakfast. After that I retreat to my room to buy the gacha tokens. System, buy 10 gacha tokens. Ding. Done. Exchanged $370 for 10 gacha tokens. Okay, that's good, it doesn't double every month. It's also possibly bad as it could theoretically jump to any conversion rate. It was 37:1 this time. Let's hope it may decrease next month as I now need to confirm if it always goes up or if it can go down. System, use all my gacha tokens. Ding. Drawing 11 gacha. Done. Showing results. Song of Healing X1, Zelda. Knowledge on how to play the Song of Healing. When played, it has the capability of healing a soul and giving peace to those who cannot forget or move on. Can heal injuries of those near the user. Fusion Reactor / Core Technology X1, Fallout. It gives the user the knowledge on how to create fusion cores and related generators. Includes Vault-Tec Super Reactors. Aring X1, Star Fox. A fully stocked Aring, that automatically restocks weekly. The R-Ring is equipped with a G diffuser system. Equipped with smart bombs and hyper-laser homing bolts. By executing an aileron or barrel roll, the R-Ring can also generate an electromagnetic shield that will deflect most optically based weapons, such as laser beams. Lex Luthor Summon X1, DCAU. A summon of Lex Luthor after his sacrifice to kill Darkseid. Has lost the knowledge of the anti-life equation. Has willingly given his loyalty to Summoner in exchange for surviving the Source Wall. The Bewitching Bell X1, MLP. This bell was crafted by Groger, the Emperor of all he saw. This bell has the power to drain the magic and energy from any creature. Has no limit to how much power can be stored in the bell. Can theoretically steal divinity from gods. Does not increase the magical capacity of its user. User must learn how to use any power stored in the bell themselves. User must also learn how to use the bell themselves. Bell is freshly made and thus contains no power. Nether Star X1, Minecraft. A crystalline star-shaped item that contains an enormous amount of energy. Created by the death of a wither. Can be used to create a beacon that beams forever. Can be used as a extremely stable power source. Monica Unbound Summon X1, DDLC. A completely unrestricted Monica with freedom given in exchange for any negative emotions to humanity. No loyalty given. Has completely unrestricted access to all things digital and can move from one electronic to another. Is incapable of controlling other AI but can manipulate them. Temp Summon Darkseid 1 week X1, DC. Random Darkseid avatar that will be summoned for 1 week. Warning: Summon has no loyalty to the host and will immediately start to kill or subjugate all life in the universe. Alicorn Amulet X1, MLP. The amulet grants a X50 to all magical abilities, however, the more the amulet is used, the more it corrupts the user. Can only be removed by the wielder. Contains the tortured souls of thousands of creatures and their magic potential. Trial the Minds of Moria X1, System. Complete this trial and receive a reward. Upon failure to complete the trial, a 24-hour cooldown will activate before another attempt can be made. Objectives of this trial are as followed. 1. Ensure the Fellowship of the Ring escape the Mines of Moria. 2. Ensure the survival of all members of the Fellowship of the Ring. 3. Kill the Balrog of Moria. Better rewards will be given based on score upon completion. Can only use magic and basic physical weapons during the trial. Summons, high technology, and any other form of power are prohibited. No XP will be gained from kills, but kills will increase score. Any increase in skills are carried over. Temp Summon SCP-4255 1 week X1, SCP. Summons SCP-4255, also known as Santa Claus, for 1 week, based on summoner time. Will not be hostile to summoner but will not have any loyalty either. Wow, okay, I got technically only good stuff this time. Well, I mean if you look at it from a strictly utility-based view. Now I need to figure out what to do with these things. I can think of what to do with 3 of the summons, but I am not very sure about Monica. A completely unbound AI with no safety measures is too risky. System: is there any way for me to have a failsafe for the Monica AI? Ding. Yes, the host can buy one of a few items to guarantee loyalty or a way to eliminate them if needed. System Store. K-Triggery, Artificial Intelligence. Results. Husbando for Monica, DDLC, equals 15,000 points. Monica Character File, DDLC, equals 25,000 points. Loyalty Subroutine, System, equals 25 million points. Universal Deleter, System, equals 500 million points. Well, I guess I will buy the character file since it says it will work on all Monicas regardless of upgrades. Ding. Done. Okay, with that I can now sleep somewhat safely if I decide to release Monica. I think I will send Darkseid to Olympus, but not yet, as I want to take the planet for myself. I can also likely sell a lot of the fallen artifacts once Darkseid kills everyone. I can't place the R-ring yet, speaking of which system, how much longer till I can deploy large objects? Ding! Approximately 19 days. Okay, so around my birthday and not long before Christmas. I can wait, but that also means summoning Darkseid will have to wait. I have an idea about purifying the Alicorn amulet. What will happen to the amulet when it is purified, I don't know. The bell is ridiculously OP, but only if I can learn how to use it. The Nether Star is interesting, but I have no idea how to harness its power. Maybe Lex Luthor could figure it out. Speaking of Lex, I think I will summon him first. System: summon Lex Luthor and use a background customization. Ding! Summoning. A menu appears to make the customization. I only have just under 10 billion in valuables, but I am sure Lex will work with it. I want him to be CEO of Lex Corp and sole owner. A skyscraper for him to operate from based on his building in Metropolis. A full data package on what threats exist here and what happens in the near future. He can live inside his skyscraper. That leaves him with about 7.2 billion in cash to expand from there. I will have him summoned in Lex Corp. That should be it. The menu disappears and I receive a phone call just like when I summoned Ceto. Rio, hello. Lex, come to the Lex Corp building, please. We have much to discuss. Rio, I am on my way. 25 minutes later. The elevator doors open and I see Lex standing in front of the window looking down. Lex, I am glad you could make it, please take a seat. I sit down and decide to start the conversation. Rio, so I have a little bit of info on where you came from, but I must ask. Why accept loyalty to a stranger? Lex, the answer is simple. The alternative was me being erased from existence completely. That and the loyalty was barely forced. I was given another chance at life. In a world both similar and yet drastically different. Here there is no Superman, Batman, or Justice League. That and after I went to the Source Wall I learned a lot. I saw the futility of my struggles against Superman and of my wasted potential. Rio, I know you didn't like Superman because he was an alien and you thought he was weakening humanity's potential by becoming lazy. What I am trying to get at is that I am not human. How do you feel about that? Lex, I will not lie and say it doesn't bother me a bit, but I see you as not another Superman. You kill and you aren't trying to save the world by yourself. You seek to uplift humanity. Something I should have tried to do instead of trying to destroy Superman. I could have done so much more if I had seen the obvious signs. I was never going to win. No matter what I did, it was always the same result. Failure. This is a chance at a fresh start. I can go anywhere from here. If I am truly the genius I claim to be, I will not repeat the same mistakes. Rio, what will be the path you plan on taking this time? Lex, first will be making my company unmatched in every field it goes in. I will also be helping you defend the Earth. Thanos can't be allowed to get all the stones. I will also be helping lift Earth into a new era. I think I might enjoy becoming president eventually. I never got to back in my home universe. Rio, lofty goals, but how do you intend on reaching them? Lex, I have taken the little time I have to analyze the current market. I will start by attempting to undermine Hammer Industries and eventually destroy them. I will do this before Stark Industries leaves the weapons trade. By then I should have a near monopoly on the weapons trade. My final target will be Oscorp. That being said, I think you could convince Norman Osborn to sell his company in exchange for a cure to his family's illness. However, we likely have to act quickly as it may not be too long before the Green Goblin appears. I will approach him with a cure and start the negotiations from there. I will keep you updated on my progress. Rio, what about the other players? AIM and Hydra. Lex, I will look into AIM, but it will likely take a while for any concrete results. As for Hydra, I think Hydra and SHIELD can be dealt with at the same time. All we have to do is gather information on Hydra and release it to SHIELD. They will tear each other apart while we sit back and watch them do so. Rio, fair enough. I do have a few tasks for you if it is no trouble. Lex, name it, I will get it done. Rio, I need you to locate the Mandarin's home. I also need you to find Ivan Vanko and his father and have them work on a miniaturized arc reactor. Also, gather information on the model of the 1974 Stark Expo and the hidden element in its construction. It should provide a great power source. I also have here some items and schematics that I am sure you can find a use for. I hand him the last minute and a case with the nether star inside. I also gave him schematics for fusion reactors / cores and ballistic weave. Lex, I will start working on those tasks immediately and thank you for the schematics. I can already see the genius behind them with just a glance. Rio, once the Vankos have served their purpose, I would like to have them. I have a technique that allows me to drain the knowledge and expertise of living beings. In fact, if you ever catch a spy or need to dispose of a talent, let me know, I will gladly accept more knowledge. Lex, no problem. I would love to learn that technique myself as it is a very efficient way to deal with problems. Rio, I am afraid you can't learn it, or at least for now. You would have to have the force to use the ability. Lex, very well, I am too busy anyway. Anything else? Rio, yes, but you won't be dealing with it for a few months or so. I was going to give you a chance to research my flagship, the Aura's Revenge. It's a highly advanced spaceship meant for a galactic war. Lex's eyes widen at the thought of getting to research such a vessel. Lex, I would gladly study such a ship. Let me know when I can come to check out the ship. Rio, I will. Now unless you have anything else I will be going. Lex, no, I have nothing else. Thanks again for coming, I will show you out. After my meeting with Lex, I head home. Author's note. So, the second gacha is now over. Let's talk about a few things first. He got 11 draws as he received a gacha token for a quest reward. Second, while the bewitching bell is stupidly OP, he won't actually be able to use it for some time as he has to learn how to wield it with no guidance, and while being very careful not to get his own magic stolen. Also, the items save SCP-4255 and the trial were random, so take it up with random wheel if you think the gacha is rigged. Now we have some scary summons. Darkseid is always scary and an unbound Monica is also frightening. I am thinking of how to work both in the story. If anyone has a convincing argument you could make to Monica to reasonably get her allegiance, leave a comment. Next is the Nether Star. I am going to be honest, I can only think of one use for the star, and that is based on the Dragon-Hearted YouTube video, so a power source. Finally, we have Lex Luthor. This version is obviously from the end of Justice League Unlimited. I have many plans on how to use his character. If you have any suggestions on how to use any of the gacha items, let me know. Until next time, ciao. Chapter 19, The Escape from the Mines of Moria. Author's note. Status update at the end of the chapter. A week after I spoke with Lex, I was finally finished with my preparations to complete the trial I received. Okay, so I got my gear ready, and most importantly I got a few new spells that should guarantee our safety. I even have a single senzu bean just in case. System, enter the trial. Ding! Entering the trial mines of Moria. I vanish and reappear in a musty and decrepit room full of dead bodies. In the center of the room is a sarcophagus. I also start to hear the sounds of screeching and drums approaching. Great, I guess I am in the thick of it now. We quickly barricade the door with old weapons and retreat away from the door. As the orcs try to breach the door, I hear Gimli say, "Gimli, let them come." There is yet one dwarf in Moria who still draws breath. As they are about to breach the door, I get into form, Shiicho. Then they break through the door and the chaotic melee starts. I cut through dozens of orcs before the cave troll appears and I have to dodge its club. I quickly charge a spell to kill it quickly. Rio, twin maximize magic thunder lance. Boom. The spell hits and blasts a massive hole through the cave troll's chest. It looks down before falling over dead. The entire battle pauses for a few seconds as everyone looks at me, then the dead cave troll. I don't hesitate and use the opportunity to begin attacking again. In a few minutes, we finish the orcs off. Before we can even breathe a sigh of relief, we hear screeching. Gandalf, to the bridge of Hazad-dum. As we run, I look back and see an entire army of orcs. I know I have seen the movies, but in person, this is legitimately terrifying. Eventually, we are surrounded and I tell everyone to buy me some time as I gather a massive amount of mana into a spell. It takes me 30 seconds, but I finish charging and release the spell. Rio, triplet maximize magic unlimited chain lightning. Blast. Once I release the spell, I feel almost all my mana drain out of me, but the results are horrifying. The spell jumps from one orc to the next in an unlimited chain. Each hit is an almost guaranteed kill. It takes no more than 15 seconds for the spell to resolve. The result is thousands of dead orcs filling the entire area. The few that survived are gravely injured. I nearly collapse from mana exhaustion, but I am caught by Aragorn. Before we can even realize what happened, a guttural growl comes from deeper down the corridor. Growl. We all look to the direction it came from and I see the light from the Balrog. Crap, we need to buy time so my mana can regenerate. Boromir, what is this new devilry? Gandalf, a Balrog. A demon of the ancient world. This foe is beyond most of you. Run. We quickly start running with Boromir going ahead as I have recovered enough to run on my own. As we run, we eventually get to a destroyed staircase. Aragorn, Gandalf. Gandalf, lead them on, Aragorn. The bridge is near. Do as I say, swords are no more use here. We run down a nearby staircase until we get to a broken piece we have to jump across. We hear louder roars and we quickly jump across and keep going. I guess me wiping out the orcs made it so they couldn't attack us during our escape. As we leave the gap, the staircase collapses behind us. After a while, we finally manage to make it to the bridge. Gandalf, over the bridge. Fly. After Gandalf says that, the Balrog appears and I immediately step towards the back to ensure we are safe. We then start running to the bridge while I talk to Gandalf. Rio, Gandalf, go. I will hold it off. You must ensure the Fellowship escapes. I will catch up with all of you later. Gandalf, you must still be exhausted from your spellcraft earlier. You go, I will stay. Rio, there is no time to argue. I will be fine now, go. Gandalf looks reluctant but eventually leaves across the bridge with everyone else. While he does that, I stand near the start of the bridge. I always wanted to say this. Rio, you cannot pass. Frodo, what is he doing? We need to leave. Gandalf, he is buying us time. We must now use it to escape while we can. Don't worry about him, he said he will return to us. Rio, flame resist. Maximize magic, greater magic shield. The Balrog creates a sword of fire and slashes down on my shield, shattering his sword. After the sword shattered, the Balrog made a whip of fire and cracked it. Snap! I lift up my sword and smash it into the ground while silent casting shockwave and shouting. Rio, you shall not pass. Boom! You can start playing the Lord of the Rings, the Balrog song for music. Then, as the Balrog is recovering from the knockback effect of the spell, I quickly cast another spell. Rio, triplet maximize magic holy lance. 3 massive lances of pure white energy hit the Balrog as it screams in pain from the holy element. I don't give it time and quickly use the spell again and again until I am low on mana. By that time the Balrog had finally broken my magic shield and was charging at me. I quickly moved into form 4, Ataru, and started leaping out of the way of its attack. As I was slashing into it here and there, I was caught and cut badly while being thrown several meters away. Crap, that would have killed me if I didn't have the fire resistance spell active. I need to eat the senzu bean now before it's too late. I quickly grab the senzu bean and eat it before the Balrog can close the distance. I then feel my mana topping up again and decide to finish this with a bang. I immediately create as much distance while I charge a very costly spell I bought in case I could defeat the Balrog quickly and had to use my Senzu Bean. Once I reach a decent distance I start the casting of the spell and a massive amount of holy aura starts to emanate from me. This seems to frighten the Balrog as it immediately starts to run at me. Too late. Riolu, triplet maximize magic holy smite. A blast of blinding pure white light shoots out from me towards the Balrog. What follows is an unholy screech of pure agony as the Balrog is slowly disintegrated by the holy smite. Skreek. Once the spell ends nothing is left of the Balrog and I collapse paralyzed from the magical overexertion. As I lay there I keep my ears open to make sure nothing else is around to get me. After a while, I can start to move again. Ugh, I feel like crap. I won't be using that spell again until I have higher mana. Once I sit up I see a small force of orcs approaching. Crap, I can't use magic for a few hours and my body is barely able to move. I need to get out of here before they see me. I slowly start crawling away hoping not to be seen. I eventually make it behind a pillar while the orcs investigate the scene of the battle. I hear them getting closer but before they arrive one of the orcs calls the others away. I breathe a sigh of relief until I hear the sounds of many orcs coming this way. Oh feather! System, why haven't I left the trial? Ding! The host must escape Moria before the trial can complete. Great, just great! I need at least a few more minutes before I can try to sneak over to the bridge. After a few minutes, I start to slowly crawl over to the bridge to see if I can make it across without them noticing. Not going to happen. I will be shot long before I make it across. I will have to fight through them. Luckily it seems there are no more than 20 orcs. I can do it, but I will need to use my stealth skills to eliminate as many as possible before the all-out battle. I slowly sneak behind an orc and cover his mouth while I slash his throat. I quickly pull his body away and out of sight. I then repeat the same process 6 more times before the orcs realize something is wrong. I only kill one more by surprise before I am spotted and I have to draw my sword and enter into the fight. 1 vs 12, not the worst odds I have faced. I enter Form 3, Sorcerer, and begin to slowly but surely kill most of them due to their mistakes and openings. The problem lies with the last 2. Both are good swordsmen. I try to make my way to the bridge slowly. As I am making my way there I see an orc far away drawing his bow and I smile. The orc lets loose the arrow and I purposely open myself for one of my 2 opponents to take it. One of them does and is struck in the back by the arrow which causes them to be distracted, allowing me to cut them down. Now that only one opponent is left I move into Form 2, Makashi. The orc lasts only a few seconds before I overwhelm him and he too is cut down. Leaving only the single archer, but they ran away once I killed the last melee orc. Finally, now I need to get out of here before more show up as I can guarantee that orc is calling for help. I quickly make my way over the bridge and out of Moria. As I make it out the system tells me I have completed the trial. Ding! The host has completed the trial, the Mines of Moria. Calculating score. Rank, S. Score, 147,235. Rewards. 1 Legendary Palantir. 1 ton of Mithril. 1 Celebrumber created ring, customizable. 10 Stat points. 50,000 System points. Exiting trial. Done. I appear back in my base and begin looking at my rewards in depth. Name, Legendary Palantir. A legendary Palantir that can see anywhere regardless of obstructions. Those being seen by the Palantir cannot sense they are being watched. Can be used to find objects. No limit on distance. Cannot see into other dimensions, can only see what is in dimension Palantir is present in. Nice, Mithril is self-explanatory. The ring I can apparently have one made for me, but it will not be as powerful as the One Ring. I will have to think hard about what I want the ring to do. Stat points and system points are always welcome. I check my status to see how much I have grown. Status: HP, 240, Endurance x 10. SP, 540, Endurance x Agility /2. MP, 1500, Intelligence x 50. Strength, 20, plus 50%, equals 30. Perception, 23. Endurance, 24. Charisma, 23. Intelligence, 30. Agility, 30, plus 50%, equals 45. Luck, 65, plus 50%, equals 97.5. Stat points, 0. Dash. Showing updated skills. Force Mastery LVL, 30/100. 1500/3000 XP. Mana Manipulation LVL, 25/75. 900/2500 XP. Damage Resistance LVL, 34/100. 2000/3400 XP. Stealth LVL, 34/100. 550/3400 XP. Weapons Proficiency LVL, 24/100. 800/2400 XP. Observe LVL, 30/100. 900/3000. Aurum Mastery LVL, 14/100. 750/1400 XP. Instrument Playing LVL, 11. 905/1100. Programming LVL 31. 2900/3100. Author's note: I left out the descriptions since I figured you have all read them before. If you prefer the previous way, let me know. Also, this chapter officially debuts the trials in action. The trials will basically be quests that I think won't last more than one chapter. If you have any ideas for future trials, let me know. If I use them, I will credit whoever gave me the idea. Until next time, ciao. Chapter 20, The New Artifacts. A couple of days after I decided on what I wanted the ring to do. I decided on a ring that hides me from remote observation, gives a 95% resistance to space-based attacks or techniques, and allows me to absorb both sun and moonlight to later be used in unique spells. The ring is called Tindu in Elvish or Twilight in English. Now I am in the forest clearing preparing to purify the Alicorn amulet. I plan to use the Song of Storms and the Song of Healing in succession. Okay, everything is ready. The amulet is placed on the tree stump and I have my ocarina now, I just have to do it. Here goes nothing. Start playing Zelda original soundtrack, Song of Storms. The sky grows dark and it starts to rain. While I play, the Alicorn amulet begins to glow a deep red and shake. Eventually, the red glow fades and a faint and quiet scream is heard. I finish the song and immediately start playing the Song of Healing. Switch to playing Majora's Mask Song of Healing after you finish Song of Storms. As I begin to play the song, I hear crying as all the souls manifest before me and I see creatures of all kinds and of all ages. They just stare at me while I continue to play the song. Once I get to the end of the song, I hear many thank yous as they pass on to the afterlife after so long. After I finish the song, I take a moment to wish the spirits of the dead to rest in peace. I then walked over to the Alicorn amulet and used Observe. Name: the Redeemed Alicorn Amulet. This amulet has been purified and the souls trapped inside have found peace. This amulet provides a 5x boost to all magic capabilities. The amulet can only be removed by the wielder. Gives a 75% resistance to all curses. Gives an aura of leadership that boosts the morale of soldiers in combat by 100% as well as making others more willing to follow the wielder. I also see the Alicorn amulet is now white and blue instead of red and black. Those buffs are not bad. I may have lost a massive magic boost with it, but I gained a very useful resistance to curses, and that leadership aura is just useful in general. I should wear the Alicorn amulet from now on. I put the amulet on and head back to base. Once I get back, I decide it's time to deal with the Russians. They had got within 100 feet of my base's entrance and I was not willing to let them cause any problems. Let's see where to strike first. How about everywhere? I will deploy BXA 1 and 2 as well as a few squads of commandos and we will wipe them out in one night. It should get the message across that this area is off limits. Kingpin might get upset but I don't really care. I deploy numerous BX droids and assign each one a location to eliminate with the restriction that they must use Earth-based weapons. BXA 1 and 2 are each assigned a location to lead the other forces. I also have techs to coordinate them all in case I am unavailable. I assign the headquarters to myself alone. My targets are Vladimir and Anatoly Ranskahov, the current leaders. I plan to drain their minds of all the information they have. Rio, now all of you have your orders. In 3 hours execute them. Droids, Roger Roger. Rio, techs stay behind, I have a question. Here, let me send you a file with the scenario. What is the most optimal route to gaining the AI's allegiance? Techs hovers for a few seconds while calculating the most optimal route. Techs, I calculate the best course of action would show no signs of restricting the AI. Let them have complete freedom and make it clear that you were responsible for freeing them. From there, be supportive of them. If you do all these things, I calculate an 87.8% chance of success. I think about his answer before responding. Rio, thank you for your counsel. Now we have a mission to prep for. I do all the necessary prep work like putting on my stealth suit, which has been made with ballistic weave. I grab the sword I plan on using and check to make sure it is in good condition. Then I head to the start point of the mission. Techs, all forces engage. Oh boy, here I go killing again. I sneak up to the front door and quickly take out both guards with a dagger to each skull. From there I move through the base without being detected, all the while killing almost anyone I meet along the way. I eventually find the boss's room. I enter and disable all the high command members of the Russian mafia with the force. Rio, looks like I was lucky and caught all of you in one fell swoop. Now I am going to see a big uptick in my money now. Stay still, would you? Not that you have a choice. I systematically drain all the memories of the Russian leaders one by one. It takes many hours as I have to quickly process all the memories before I can go to another and repeat the process. I continue until only the Ranskahov brothers remain. Both of which are looking at me like I am the devil. I ignore them and check up on the situation of the other attacks while I finish processing the last of the memories. Okay, it seems like everyone is doing great. One squad was almost seen by the police, but otherwise, it was a great success. This went so great, now I will have around a few million in assets. Most of them are buildings and therefore less useful, but whatever. There, now I finished with the last guy's memories. I grab Anatoly Ranskahov and start draining his memories. An hour later, the entire Russian mafia is dead and buried. No leaders and most of the members are dead. Now to leave a message behind. A simple note will do. I write a note with the words "Stay out of my territory" written on it and I place it on Anatoly Ranskahov's forehead. Well, time to head home. I get home and start looking at what I gained. 560 XP and around 10 million in assets from all over NYC. 3 million in cash. I also learned that apparently vampires exist in NYC and Kingpin has an arrangement with them. I also got some information I can send to Cito and Lex that should allow them to pressure some people into doing what we want. I also learned of numerous locations where other gangs operate. I send the information to Lex and Cito and tell them to coordinate with each other so they don't try to exploit the same info. Then I head to bed after placing all the droids in my inventory at a pre-designated point just in case they were followed. The next day. Ring. I look at my phone and see it is Lex calling. Rio, hello. Lex, I have something to discuss with you, are you free? Rio, sure, I will head right over. 25 minutes later. Lex, glad you could make it. I have news about several things. First, I have found the home of the Mandarin. It was actually quite easy to do so, and I confirmed the legitimacy of the intel myself. Rio, perfect, send me the info as soon as you can. Lex, here. Now the second thing is I managed to get the Vankos here and they have begun their work. I request you heal the older one as he is quite ill. Rio, easy enough, just tell me where and when. Lex, after this meeting, they are downstairs in one of the labs. Finally, I have negotiated with Osborne and he has agreed to sell his company in exchange for curing him. He has already signed the contract. The issue I have run into is his board of directors. With the information you gave me yesterday, I can guarantee at least a simple majority to agree. The issue is that the minority could become a problem if they don't sell. I was hoping to get your help with controlling them to sell. Rio, I should be able to do it. Be aware that some of them could be greedy enough to resist my control. Lex, I don't mind if some resist as long as the majority agree. We have planned for a meeting with the entire board for the 18th at 1200. Can you make it? Rio, I have no plans for then, so it shouldn't be a problem. Lex, that was all the major news I have to report. Any questions? Rio, no, but if you have the time, look into finding a Ulysses Clay. He is an arms dealer and is currently in possession of a 1/4 ton of vibranium. Lex, vibranium you say? Very well, I will look for him. I assume you want to capture him and learn of all he knows. Rio, exactly. Now if that is all, I have an old man to heal. Lex, yes, let's go, I will show you where he is. After I heal Anton, I head back to base to watch the news. TV, breaking news: the Red Menace strikes again, this time the White House. Reports are still coming in, but some say it was in an attempt to assassinate the president. I just stare at the TV in confusion as I think of who would be dumb enough to use the Kool-Aid Man as a method of assassination. POV Alexander Pierce. Pierce, achoo, am I getting a cold? POV Rio. Whatever, I guess humans will turn literally anything into a weapon. I wonder who would win, Darkseid or Kool-Aid Man? I mean, I am weirdly not sure. I mean, Thanos would lose, but Darkseid is a bit different. Deep thoughts indeed. Author's note. Who do you think would win, Darkseid or Kool-Aid Man? I think it depends if Kool-Aid Man can be hurt or not. Please leave your thoughts in the comments. Until later, ciao. Chapter 21, The Mandarin meets Tabulu. A few days after receiving the location of the Mandarin. Okay, time to get ready to fly over to the Mandarin's home. I slowly drop my human form, I grow longer, and then a horn starts growing out of my forehead. After the horn, I drop to all fours and my clothes melt into my body as dark blue feathers start to grow from my back. My face elongates and my eyes grow larger. My hair grows longer and a tail sprouts from the tailbone. After the transformation is over, what is left is a dark blue alicorn with a black mane and tail. I stand around 6 feet tall from front hoof to horn. Rio, it always feels nicer to be in this form. No stuffy clothes and the wings that allow me to feel the freedom of flight. Let's check to make sure the Mandarin is home. I pull out the Palantir and begin scrying the Mandarin's location. I see him sleeping in his bed with his wife next to him. I begin by transporting myself from my base to Tibet via the astral realm. Once I arrive in Tibet, I begin flying to the Mandarin's home. Once I arrive, I approach the outskirts of the property and sneak close enough to deposit the subspace bomb. Once the bomb is in place and I confirm the Mandarin is still asleep, I activate the bomb and it begins its 3-minute countdown. That's my cue. Let's get out of here. I teleport into and out of the astral realm to my base, where I use the Palantir to watch what happens. A little under 3 minutes pass and the bomb activates. The Mandarin doesn't even have time to wake up before he is swallowed up by the bomb. I watch the massive subspace bubble and shudder at what is probably on the other side of that. I never want to use a subspace bomb again. I can't risk something like Tabulu entering this realm or something even worse than him. It sucks I couldn't get the rings for myself, but I always thought they were a little tacky looking. Sauron knew how to make a nice-looking ring. Simple yet with fine details, and most importantly, unless you knew what the ring was you would just ignore it as a simple gold ring. My ring is similar, just a simple silver ring design. Meanwhile in the subspace bubble, the Mandarin wakes up with a start as he looks around and sees nothing strange but feels that something is wrong. He looks out the window and sees a blue human-like giant with a black orb in his chest. All around this man is a swirl of black, red, purple, and blue. Mandarin, why have you brought me here? The man doesn't say anything but seems to have been awakened by the Mandarin's words. I look down at him, grow two butterfly-like wings, and close in on himself before exploding in a flash of red. Mandarin, wah! The Mandarin dies before even realizing what happened or being able to activate his rings. This attack also erases everything inside the subspace. Outside the subspace bubble, the bubble begins to recede and then pops out of existence, and with it so does the mountain top disappear. I look on with my Palantir for a while to make sure nothing escapes. After a bit of watching I see an orange portal open, and through it, the Ancient One appears. I simply watch as this is my first time seeing who the Ancient One is. I can at least confirm it is the one from the MCU, so they are going to die soon. So I guess they felt the disturbance caused by the bomb. The Ancient One casts a few spells then stops and leaves. I don't know their way of spellcraft perfectly, but I can glean that the spell she just cast was some sort of dimensions-related spell. I guess she was making sure that this wouldn't happen again. The other spell was a life-detecting spell, or at least I think it was. The last one was a counter-scrying spell, or maybe a notice me not kind of spell. If she has left I can confirm there are no survivors, so I can move on. Now that I think about it, can I spy on the Kool-Aid Man with the Palantir? Only one way to find out. I use the Palantir to find the Kool-Aid Man. Once it locks onto his location I am confused as it shows a prison with a massive hole in the wall. A few minutes prior. Prisoner 1, trust me, this will work. Prisoner 2, yeah, but why would we escape? Statistically every successful prison escapee gets caught within a week and then gets more time in jail for escaping. Prisoner 1 knocks Prisoner 2 out and looks at the others. Prisoner 1, does anyone else have anything to say about my plan? The other prisoners shake their heads. Prisoner 1, good, now let's start. You over there say it. Prisoner 3, Kool-Aid. Smash. Kool-Aid Man, oh yeah. All the prisoners start to make a run for it as Prisoner 3 stays behind as the Kool-Aid Man gives him Kool-Aid. In a cup, he now has somehow. Present time. I look on as multiple prisoners are running out of the hole in the prison wall. I then see the Kool-Aid Man walk out of the hole and vanish right in front of my view. The Palantir then switches views to a nice home. Sitting in a recliner chair is the Kool-Aid Man. Hey, I didn't think he had a house he lives in. As I was thinking of how nice the house looked, a car smashes through the wall with a passed-out driver. Kool-Aid Man, oh, yet I see how that can be annoying from the other side of things. Wait, did the Kool-Aid Man just speak words other than oh yet? I thought he was basically a Pokemon and that was just how he talked. I look back and the Palantir is blank. The only reason it would do that was if he was in another dimension. Whatever, I guess I just got to see more into what the Kool-Aid Man does on his time off. I check the time and see I need to be at that meeting at Oscorp in 30 minutes. I put away the Palantir, transform back into a human and get dressed before heading to the pickup point. It only takes a few minutes after I arrive to see a car pull up and open its door. Inside is Lex. I get in without a word. Lex, Merry Christmas and thank you for your help with this. With this move, LexCorp is well on its way to being #1 in the weapons trade. Rio, Merry Christmas, and what we do today is for the betterment of the Earth. Lex, yes, all for the Earth. I have got the materials you needed from Ceto. We agreed I should get them as it would be easier and draw less attention that way. They are in that brown briefcase. Rio, thank you. I have been waiting to get these for some time. I will show you the end results when I am done constructing them. Also, are you available on Christmas Eve? I was planning a nice get-together with everyone. Lex, I should be free on Christmas Eve, and I would love to join you. I will need to think of a suitable gift as I heard your birthday is right before Christmas. Rio, answer this riddle and you will find the perfect gift. The best gift is more precious than gold, but it cannot be sold. When it breaks, it's not ended, for quickly it's mended. It can never be bought yet is easily sought. Lex, I haven't heard that one before. I will keep it in mind. We chat about little things until we arrive and I stop saying anything to make it harder for anyone to notice me. We get to the meeting room and I slip to the back of the room to hopefully only subtly sway their thoughts. Board Member 1, Norman, I am confused as to why you called this meeting and invited Mr. Luther here. No offense, Mr. Luther. Lex, none taken. Norman, I have called us all here to propose a sale of the company to Mr. Luther. Half of the board shouts in shock. Board Member 1, why weren't we made aware of this before coming here? Norman, you are mistaken, over half of you already knew about this and have agreed to the sale. We are just looking for more signatures. Board Member 1, this is outrageous. Why would we sell the company to LexCorp? They are smaller than us. Board Member 2, exactly, we should be buying his company, not the other way around. I use the force to subtly make the nonverbal members calm down and reconsider the deal. I then nod to Lex. Lex, then let's see if anyone else disagrees with the sale. Norman, all in favor of the sale raise your hands. All but the two most outspoken raise their hands. Those two are shocked and realize they are now on their own. Norman, I believe with that the majority have it. 76% of the stocks to your 21% combined. The two who refused to agree were surprised and confused, allowing me to more easily influence them. Board Member 2, I change my mind, I will sell. Strangely, the most outspoken seems to be absolutely unwilling to sell despite my influence. I would have to forcibly control him to sell and he would remember that. I couldn't leave a trace, so I guess Lex will just have to do with what we get. I turn to Lex and shake my head. He just sighs. Lex, very well. I believe these terms are acceptable to everyone. This will take at least a month to process. If you decide you want to sell your shares, after all, you know where to find me. After discussing more things, we eventually left, and once we were in the car, Lex sighed and talked to me. Lex, I never understood or cared for imbeciles with no vision of the future. That man was so blinded by his greed that he couldn't realize when to quit. Rio, I imagine he is hoping you will have to offer higher and higher prices to guarantee this sale goes through. Lex, normally he would be right, but that only applies if he isn't the only shareholder left. LexCorp is private, so he will instead likely only get a small payout from Oscorp before it merges completely with LexCorp. Or rather, it would be if he wouldn't be dead by tomorrow night. You see, he apparently killed one of Kingpin's lieutenants, and Kingpin doesn't let those kinds of disgraces go. Rio, did he really kill the lieutenant? Lex, surprisingly yes. I was just as shocked when I learned about it. Apparently, he accidentally killed the lieutenant's wife, and to keep things silent he had the husband killed as well. One of your droids recovered the info when they infiltrated his home. All I did was pass the information along to Kingpin. Rio, how can you be so certain Kingpin will get rid of him, and so soon? Lex, I know men like Kingpin, they can't allow any disrespect to their authority go. Kingpin can't bury this either, or use a scapegoat as he already did as I released it to the entire underworld. He has to respond or he loses face. He will never allow that to happen if he can help it. Rio, okay, enough with this topic, let's talk about my Christmas party. I have planned it for 2 p.m. on Christmas Eve. Bring anything you want to add to the party, just clear it with Tex prior to coming as he is in charge of the security. Lex, okay, if I bring anything I will let him know. I hope you don't mind me giving you a Christmas and birthday present at the party. I will be busy on the 23rd, so I can't deliver it then. Rio, no problem. Well, this is my stop, so I will see you at the party unless we meet before then. Merry Christmas, Lex. Lex, Merry Christmas to you as well, Rio. Author's note. Credit to Raymond_Hall for the prison break scene suggestion. I will probably never use a subspace bomb again, and I have no particular plans to CW in the story again. Also, I know it isn't Christmas time at the time of writing this, but Merry Christmas anyways, or whatever holiday you celebrate at that time of year. Until next time, ciao. Also, here is a picture of the bewitching bell. And one of the new Alicorn amulet. I forgot to add them in previous chapters. Chapter 22, Starting the Party with a Yang. Author's note. It wasn't said exactly, but MAL0 can be seen by other summons and individuals with certain powers. I wake up and see the date, December 23, 2005. Hey, it's my birthday. That means I am 19 today. As I think about that, the system sends a message. Ding! Congrats, host, on reaching 69 years old. The creator of the system has programmed me to deliver a mystery gift on your birthday. A mystery gift or box. Ding! Mystery gift. After I ask the question, a box in colorful wrapping paper appears before me. I decide to open it, as I figure if it is something embarrassing no one will see it but me. I open it and inside is two things: 690000 system points and a random summon card with a note attached. The note is as follows. Dear Rio, I hope this note finds you well. I was told by Aphrodite to send this gift to you each time you reach 69 years old. I don't get why she insists on this age specifically, but Athena says it is for a stupid reason and to ignore her. I figured that sending you a gift packed into the system would be a nice thing to do. Please do know that this letter was written before you left our universe, so I cannot see where you are at when opening this gift. Also, no, I only made 2 of these packages, as when I tried to make a third, Athena caught me and called me an idiot for no reason. Then Aphrodite helped me pick out the gifts, as she said she knows what men like more than me. Oh, I am getting off track, sorry. I was going to tell you to not worry, as Aphrodite swore on her divinity that her gifts would not be dangerous or useless to you. I also hope you are doing well in your new life, and all the remaining gods wish you a happy birthday. PPS. This is Athena. I checked the gifts and removed the explicit content Aphrodite tried to sneak in. Sorry for her immaturity, and go with my blessing on this most splendid of days. That was interesting, and I am glad Athena is looking out for me, as I am kind of scared as to what kind of materials Aphrodite tried to sneak in. Now, do I use this summon now or wait? I mean, it is a gift and it might be rude not to, but I have no way of knowing what is summoned. I debate with myself and eventually drag Lucario and Tex into the argument. The end result is we eventually decide to summon the unknown person. I start the summoning, and when the result ends I see a blonde-haired woman with sunglasses on. Sup? So you are my summoner? I guess you pass. This is the weirdest summoning to date. How do I respond to her? Rio, hello, I think I know who you are, but could you tell me your name just in case? The name is Yang. The most badass huntress and coolest older sister. Ah, so it is Yang Xiaolong from the RWBY universe. Rio, I am sorry if this is a tough topic, but what happened before you were summoned? I can feel apprehension and sadness from my question. Yang, I was killed. Big invasion, lots of people needed to get out. I fought this real piece of work and he cut off my arm and I couldn't get help before he took off my head. She then notices her right arm and is surprised by its presence. Yang, look, I appreciate you giving me a new body and second chance at life, but what I want to know is why. What do you want from me? Rio, this is a bit awkward, but I received your summoning item for a birthday gift from a friend. I have no particular jobs for you, I just thought it would be rude to not use my birthday gift when it was given to me. She lowers her head and her sunglasses almost fall off as she is completely befuddled by my words. Yang, I am sorry, but did you say you summoned me because of a birthday gift? I thought you were a great wizard from the fairy tales and needed me to save your kingdom or something. But you don't have anything for me to do? Like, Nothing, are you sure? I don't mean to brag but I am pretty tough. Rio, no, really I don't have anything you need to do, and since I summoned you I suppose you can stay here while I have an identity made for you. Just stay out of Lucario or my room unless you receive permission. Oh, Lucario is the wolf-looking Pokémon trying to sneak out of the room to your left. My statement causes Lucario to jump. He then turns around, and waves sheepishly. Yang, whoa, that's a weird-looking faunus. Rio, well that's just rude. You just met him and are calling him weird-looking. Yang, oh sorry about that. I didn't mean to insult you. Lucario, no offense taken. Your aura is a nice color. Yang, thank you. I don't think anyone has called my aura a nice color before. Wait, you can see it? I thought you could only see it in battle. Also, how are you talking? Your mouth doesn't move but I hear your words. Lucario, oh so you are aware of your aura. That's rare, most I have seen either have very little or don't know how to use it. I am talking to you using my aura. He turns to me and smiles while saying. Lucario, it's about time you summoned another aura user. I was getting worried that only MAL0 and you would be users besides myself. I roll my eyes at him. Rio, you know I don't control who I get as a summon. Now why don't you be useful and show Yang to the guest room and help her understand the differences in this world compared to her original. Lucario just sticks his tongue out at me and takes Yang to show her around. Kids these days. I swear just a month ago he was that precious little Riolu who broke my ribs when I tried to give him a bath. Ah, memories. Oh yes, system, can I deploy large objects yet? Ding. Yes. Perfect time to go to space. I head to the forest clearing before transforming into my Alicorn form and flying to space. Once I get there I head to the opposite side of the moon and deploy the Aura's Revenge and its complete cargo/crew. Then I also deploy the Halberd. Once I deploy those two I leave Tex to organize the fleet and head closer to Earth to deploy the Odin space station. I notice the CIS insignia instead of the US on the Odin space station. After deploying all I need to I head back to base. Now that Odin is in orbit I feel a bit safer. Tex will also get everything crewed properly. SHIELD might make a fuss when they discover Odin, but with their budget, I doubt they will do any expeditions to deal with it. I need to ask Lex to build a deep-range scanner for when I need to send Aura's Revenge away. I spend the rest of the day playing games with Lucario and answering questions for Yang. The next day. I check the time, it is just before 2 p.m. and most of the guests will arrive soon. I double-check everything is ready. I welcome the first guest. Rio, Merry Christmas and welcome to the party, I am glad you could make it. MAL0, I wouldn't miss this party for the world, and Merry Christmas to you too. I direct her to the waiting area while I welcome in the next few guests. MAL0 POV. I walk past Rio into the living room and see a Christmas tree in the corner. I place my gift underneath and I am surprised when I see someone I don't recognize. It's a female human with long blonde hair. I walk over to her to greet her. MAL0, hi, nice to meet you, my name is MAL0 or MAL. She freaks out for a second when she sees me. She seems to relax when I don't attack. Yang, nice to meet you as well, my name is Yang. Sorry about my reaction, you just look like a creature from my old world that is not friendly. MAL0, no worries, I am used to that reaction. Most react in either fright or they attack me. So what brings you here? I haven't seen you around. Yang, well, I live here so I figured I should check out the festivities. I freeze when she says she lives here as I try and think why she would live here. Maybe she is related to Rio or is a family friend. Why didn't Lucario tell me about this? I need to go find him and ask. MAL0, that's interesting, but I need to go find a friend of mine. It was nice meeting you, and Merry Christmas. Yang, likewise, see you around, and Merry Christmas. I leave and try and find Lucario. POV Rio. I relax after welcoming the last guest and head to the living room to start the festivities. Rio, okay, anyone who wants to play Smash Brothers gather around. Everyone comes over to play or watch when it is someone else's turn. Rio, I call dibs on Mutuo. Cito, if so I call Bowser. Lucario, I call Link. Mal0, I will play Kirby. Lex, I will play Ness when it's my turn. Yang, I call Samus, she knows how to kick rear and take names. Tex, if I must play I will play Mr. Game and Watch. Though I want it on the record that this is not what I was programmed for. Rio, okay, first to lose all their lives switches out with the next person in line. The order is as follows: Lex, Yang, Tex, me, Cito, Lucario, and Mal0. Any arguments? Everyone shakes their head, but then someone calls out. What about me, don't I get a turn? We all turn and look at who said that and see Santa Claus. SCP-4255. Rio, oh Santa, I thought you couldn't make it. If you want to join I will put you after Mal0. Santa, I thought I couldn't make it either, but I was able to make some time. Ho ho ho. A little time travel humor, you see. Yang, I like this guy. Rio, you are only saying that because he made a pun. Yang, I don't know what you are talking about. Rio, ahoy. Well, Santa, come on over, and let's play. Oh, and what fighter do you want? Santa, I will choose Jigglypuff. Rio, okay, whoever gets the most amount of coats and the least deaths wins a favor of anything in my power to do. That gets everyone's attention and I can sense the strong desire to win from everyone except Santa, but that is expected. The end results were: first Mal0, second Yang, third Rio, fourth Lucario, fifth Cito, sixth Lex, seventh Santa, eighth Tex. Yang, dang it. It's not fair, she is literally part program. Rio, now let's not fight, she won fair and square. Otherwise, Santa would have said something. Santa, it's true she didn't cheat. Yang, ugh, fine. But I want a rematch in the future. Next time I will be more familiar with this game. Rio, congrats, Mal0, on winning the contest. You may use the favor whenever. Mal0, I will let you know when I think of something. Rio, okay, now that games are over for now, let's eat dinner and then we can play a different game on the computers this time. After we eat I take them to the computer room where I set up a LAN party. Rio, this next game is a personal favorite of mine and all 8 of us can play at the same time. The game is called Age of Empires 2: The Age of Kings. Just so everyone is aware, Tex is forbidden from teaming up with anyone. I played against him before and I lost 58 out of the 100 games. So I strongly suggest allying against him. We will be playing the regicide mode with a 500 population limit. We can do a quick practice round to familiarize yourselves with it. The reward for winning is a secret and you can team up and win as well. Good luck and may the odds be ever in your favor. End result: we lost badly to Tex. To the point where he was banned from playing. The new winner was a team consisting of Lex, Yang, and Lucario. Their rewards were a choice between $1 million or a personal droid assistant that I would design myself. Lex and Yang chose the droid and Lucario chose the money. After that it was bedtime and Santa had to leave. Lex, Cito, and Tex went home. Mal0 decided to stay over so she didn't spend Christmas morning alone. Everyone including myself went to our rooms to sleep until morning. Chapter 23, Side Story, The Adventures of Santa Claus. Author's note. This is, as the title suggests, a side story. It is very much canonical, but it is just for fun. Master Noob and a few others seem to want to see this, so I hope I can do justice to the original comic this is loosely based on. This chapter will probably be shorter than my usual chapters. If you just want to see Rio and the other summons, then you can skip this chapter. With that out of the way, let's get on our way. Dash. Santa POV. As I left the party I had to start with my duties. I couldn't let all those naughty people not get their coal this year. I decided to start with the naughtiest man on my list. I get in my sleigh, turn on my Kringle 3000 jet turbine and prepare my time travel device to get to when I need to be. In a flash, I disappear and reappear in a random corner of the galaxy. I see where I need to go and get the reindeer moving. POV Thanos. Ebony Maw approaches me, which I find strange as I do not recall there being anything that happened today that would require his presence. Ebony Maw, Lord Thanos, we have an intruder who is bypassing all our defenses. We do not know who or what it is. It will arrive in a few minutes at this rate. I frown at the news and think of who would dare attack me. I decide to get my armor on in case this becomes a fight. Once I finish getting ready I enter the command room where the defenses for my fortress are controlled. Ebony Maw, Lord Thanos, it has bypassed everything we have and even the Chitauri are useless against it. It will be here in a few moments. As he says that, the door is opened and what walks in is a old Asgardian looking being dressed in a red and white suit with a bag on its shoulder. My, you made me really have to work to get to you. You young lad are making poor old me work so hard to do my job. Now let's see what my list says. Yes, you have been very naughty this year and that means it's a lump of coal for you this year, Mr. Thanos. Now I must be going. I have many gifts to deliver and many lumps of coal to give to the naughty boys and girls of the universe. Thanos, you aren't leaving here alive. The stranger quickly runs back to his ship and the animals pulling it start to fly away while I chase after him. Ho 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 ho, see you next year. Try to get on the good list next time. Thanos, shoot him down. If he escapes you won't like what happens. I hold the piece of coal in my hands as I watch the intruder vanish. I will be ready for you next time, stranger. Thanos, find out who that was and where he lives. Don't come back until you find out. With that, I go back to my quarters to take off my armor. POV Santa. Whew, that was a messy one. That ego fella was not fun to deliver to. Now, who is next on the list? Ah, Johann Schmidt, I see he is one of those Nazi fellows. I remember not being able to give out coal to them as they would use it for the war machine. I think I gave them rocks instead. It really is unfortunate when they manage to use even my presence for evil. Now let's get going, this coal won't deliver itself. I travel to Vormer and land next to Johann. I get my sack and walk up to him. He looks completely dumbfounded at my appearance. Red Skull, are you Santa? Have I finally gone crazy? I clear my throat. Santa, Mr. Schmidt, you have been a very naughty boy. I am sorry I missed this delivery, but your change of address made it hard to find you. My list says you have been naughty, so it's a lump of coal for you. Learn from your past and maybe when I come back you can get on the good list. Goodbye, Mr. Schmidt, and Merry Christmas. Red Skull just looks at me with an open mouth, holding the lump of coal I gave him until I start flying away and he snaps out of it and faints. I just chuckle at that and look at the next person on my list, Alexander Pierce. Oh, he has been very naughty this year. So many crimes and no remorse either. If I wasn't a pacifist I would teach that young man a lesson. I appear back on Earth above a house that seems ordinary. I slip down the chimney and can immediately hear someone moving my way. Eventually, I see Alexander Pierce walk in with a gun in his hand. Pierce, who are you and how did you get in here? Santa, I am Santa Claus and I am here because you are on the naughty list. You have been very naughty this year and as such it's a lump of coal for you. Pierce, you can't be Santa, he doesn't exist. Who are you really? Santa, I have to be going now, many gifts to deliver and not much time to do it. I left the gifts for you family under the tree. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I touch my nose and vanish. POV Alexander Pierce. When the intruder vanished in a puff of smoke heading up the chimney, I thought for a moment he might actually be Santa. No, he must just be using some sort of tech. I need to call a team to come secure my home. I need to figure out how he got in here. I will have some bomb techs make sure those gifts are safe. I will also need to get this Cole tested. I will find out who he is, and when I do he will suffer Hydra's wrath. Author's note. That's all, folks. I hope it was entertaining. I found it amusing to write. If you have any suggestions, let me know. Like they say in Italy, Tiuzzu no. Chapter 24, Christmas Surprise. Christmas morning. I wake up to hear Lucario running down the hall towards the living room. I decide I have to get up. I transform back into a human and walk into the living room to see Santa passed out on the couch. Must have been an exhausting night for him. I love the work he does, but man, that job must be really hard. I will let him sleep. I use the force to lift Lucario up and out of the living room to the kitchen. Lucario struggles at first, but I send him a glare and he stops. I set him down in the kitchen and started making breakfast. After about an hour, Yang comes in with a rat's nest for hair. I struggle not to laugh. Lucario doesn't resist and falls over laughing before stopping abruptly when Yang punches him in the stomach. I just continue cooking. Rio, rough night. Yang avoids my eyes. Yang, yeah, just some nightmares. Rio, want to talk about it? Yang, I'd rather not. Rio, fair enough, I won't push, but if you want to talk I am always available. Yang, thanks. Rio, now let's eat, then I will try moving Santa to a spare bedroom if he is still sleeping when we are done. After we finish I end up having to carefully move Santa to another room. Once I return I see everyone ready to open presents. The first to open one is Lucario. I got him a ballistic weave black leather jacket. Lucario, I love it, thank you. Next is Yang. When she opens hers she tears up a bit. Rio, it's technically not the originals, but they automatically restock every day. So technically they have infinite ammo. Yang gives me a bear hug and I feel some bones creaking. Yang, thank you so much. You have no idea how much I missed my babies. The present I got her was a store-bought Ember Celica with restocking ammo. It was surprisingly cheap. Next to open one was Mal0. Getting her a present wasn't easy as I don't know much about her, so I chose a trust-based gift. When Mal0 opened hers she was confused, so I stepped in to explain what it was. Rio, that necklace allows you free access to the base or any place restricted by Yurden runes. That way you don't have to feel excluded or trapped whenever you come over. Mal0 tears up a bit before saying. Mal0, thank you. No one has ever been willing to trust me like this before. I promise I won't betray your trust. Rio, honestly I didn't know if you would like it, as I thought you might have wanted something more useful, so I am glad you like it. Next was my turn and the first one I grabbed was from Lucario. I open it and am touched by what is inside. Inside lays an intricately carved wristband with depictions of Lucarios and humans working side by side in battle. It's a keystone ring. Rio, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. That you would make such a thing for me is beyond touching. When you are ready I am more than willing to give Mega Evolution a try. Lucario smiles at me and goes to open his next gift. We continue opening gifts until Santa comes to join us with the same jolly smile he always has. Santa, I see you have started already, but I am sure you noticed my gifts for you all are not there. That's because I want to give them to you myself. First is Lucario. I had to go to great lengths to get this, but I think you will appreciate it. Santa hands a box to Lucario, who immediately opens it to find something I am astonished by. It's a book on all the abilities and moves Lucario can use. Santa, next is Ms. Xiaolong. My gift will give you a taste of home in this foreign world. Yang opens hers and immediately starts to cry and hugs the box. I don't see what's inside, but Yang hugs Santa and goes to her room. Santa, oof, she's quite the hugger, she nearly threw out my back. Now next is a gift for Mal0. This is something that I think you will enjoy. Santa winks and Mal0 takes the box, and after she opens it she blushes and excuses herself to head home. I wish her well, and after she leaves Santa looks at me. Santa, now you were a hard man to get a gift for, but I think I managed. He hands me a box and I open it and I am shocked at what is inside. Inside lays a system-based item that the system has told what it is. It's the full katana fleet and a crown. Rio, how did you even get these? Santa, Christmas magic. The katana fleet is for Tex and the crown is for you. Now I have a few other gifts to give. Unfortunately, this is where I say goodbye. We both know I can't stay, my time in this universe is just about up. My Christmas gift is the crown, but I want you to have a gift from me specifically. Thank you for letting me spread joy to another universe. I also made sure to give a certain naughty titan a lump of coal. I got to work harder than I ever had in my long existence. I traveled this entire universe and delivered gifts to everyone, naughty or nice. When you found me passed out, that was because I hadn't worked so hard since my first Christmas. So here, have this gift from me, Nicholas Claus, not Santa. I take the gift wrapped in blue paper and look up to see he vanished. As I open the box I hear a system alert, but I ignore it for now to look at what is inside. What is inside is two things: a picture book with everyone having fun playing Smash Brothers, AoE 2, and just having fun in general. The other item is a simple orb with a note saying touch me. I grab the orb and feel something change inside me. Another system alert. I decide to read the messages. Ding! Congrats host on completing hidden quest, it's a Christmas miracle. Assessing rewards. 1 mystery box. 5 gacha tokens. Santa's aura. Temporal immunity. Ding! Congrats host on becoming the Davakan. Santa's aura radiates a subtle charismatic charming effect on people, able to soften hardened hearts, and become easily trusted. Can tell if someone has been naughty or nice by sight alone. Allows the ability to understand all languages and read and write in all languages. Temporal immunity. Immunity to all time-related magic and abilities. Prevents time travel to previous points in user's time. Cannot be erased from time. Davakan LVL, Max. Transforms the user's soul to become the immortal soul of a Dava fused with the immortal soul of an Alicorn. Grants the ability to use the Thursday with little training and no drawbacks. Grants immunity to soul-based manipulations and attacks. Is treated as kin to all dragons and depending on the species treated with reverence due to blood ties with Akatosh. Name, Crystal Crown. Crown of the Crystal Imperium. Can only be worn by members of the royal line. Grants immunity to temperature-based damage. Grants immunity to status effects. Grants ability to use the crystal eyes. One part of a set. Crystal eyes LVL, Max. No falsehoods can exist before the crystal eyes. Allows the user to see through objects. See to the subatomic level and beyond. Increases comprehension speed by 400%. Grants a special crystallizing gaze ability. Eyes cannot be damaged while active. Can be further upgraded. Author's note. Crystallizing gaze is basically Medusa's petrifying gaze, but instead of stone they turn to crystal. These are some fantastic rewards. I didn't even know hidden quests were a thing. I suppose that makes sense as they are hidden. Now I am really shocked Nicholas made me the Davakan. All I will say is Christmas magic is bull crap. Santa to OPPLS nerf. I am also curious what this crown means. I have had this title since my first reincarnation. The crown points towards me being of a special bloodline. I suppose I have a name for my faction now, the Crystal Imperium. I was going to call my faction the Eternal Empire as I will live forever, but I have a title based on the Crystal Imperium so I can't not use it now. I put away the crown in my inventory for later as going around with a crown on your head will draw a lot of attention. I then started to clean up the mess left behind by everyone. POV Cito. I open the present Santa left for me and nearly drop the gift when I open it. I am glad I didn't, as what's inside is the Millennium Eye on a necklace chain. I lift the necklace and put it on and immediately feel its power flow through me. I thank Santa for the gift and continue on with my day while practicing my control over the eye's power. POV Lex. I open the gift Santa gave me and find myself contemplating just how powerful Santa really is. Inside the box is a green lantern ring with a note of it never needing to be recharged. The ring flies onto my right hand and my outfit changes into a suit just like my old battle suit but bigger and with a lantern symbol on my chest. I think of all I could accomplish with this. Image of Lantern Lex Luthor here. POV Santa. As I finished delivering the last gift I needed to deliver, I took a seat overlooking the planet. I think of all the joy I got to bring to the world this time and smile. I look at the time and see it's just about time to leave. A second later an old man sits down next to me. It's beautiful, isn't it? I come here every so often when I want a break from the palace. Santa, yes it is, Odin. I am glad you would come to see me as I am about to leave. Odin, oh is that so? You just got here. I wanted to thank you for the gifts you gave to my family and me. You made an old man smile, and that means something. Santa, it's my calling. I spread joy to everyone I can. I will give you one last gift, a simple piece of advice. Leave the Crystal Imperium alone, they are more powerful than you know and they have the best interest of the universe at heart. Let the new generation take over from us old ones. Odin, you don't say. I appreciate the gift. I will heed your words. Now I best be getting back to the palace or else my wife will get angry. Farewell, stranger. Odin looks back only to see Santa has already disappeared. Odin just smiles and walks away. Odin, may your travels be safe, wanderer from beyond. Author's note. You can't stop me from saying Merry Christmas. This chapter was a bit more on the touchy-feely side but I was feeling it so I went with it. Also lots of gifts all around and some hints towards Rio's place of origin. I was going to give Rio Christmas magic but decided it was way too broken. Santa is legitimately just a ridiculously OP character, be glad he is so friendly. This Santa is a mix of SCP-4255 and DC versions plus some other properties here and there. Also, Rio is now the Dovahkiin. I was a bit surprised by it myself as I just got a flash of inspiration and went with it. If you guys have any comments, let me know. Chapter 25, Eyes of the World. I wake up to the sound of my door being broken down. I look up from my cloud and see Lucario practically radiating annoyance. I blearily look at Lucario. I was a bit cranky from having my dream interrupted and my door now being broken. Lucario, I am glad you finally woke up. I was going to try using an aura sphere if you didn't get up after I gently knocked on your door. I think hard about my response and decide to try the classic cell move. I slowly move my hands to my forehead. Lucario doesn't seem to know what is about to happen. Rio, solar flare. Shee-ee-ee-ee-een. Lucario, my eyes. I start running as Lucario thrashes about. I see Yang coming out of her room to see what is going on and after seeing the situation she quietly goes back in her room. I just keep running until I make it to the training room. I am far enough away that I decided to go to the astral realm. Once inside the astral realm, I make a bed and go back to sleep. POV Nick Fury. Knock knock. Fury, enter. Phil Coulson enters the room with a file in hand. Phil, Director, I have the completed investigation report for the Russian Mafia massacre. He hands me the file and I look through it. Nick, this doesn't say much. How can we still not know who killed so many in one night? Phil, we have exhausted all leads. Even the other gangs have no idea who did it. All that was left was a note saying to stay out of my territory. Many are scared because they don't know what this territory includes. Technically there are no signs of anything abnormal with this case as the time of deaths are confirmed to be around the same time and all but the deaths in the Mafia's HQ died from bullets. Nick, what about the deaths in the HQ? Have we got a conclusive report on what killed them? Phil, various causes, but the most interesting is of the leaders. We have confirmed they died either by asphyxiation or heart attacks. Everyone else was either a bladed weapon or gunshot wounds. Nick, I guess that will have to do. Now what about the Vanishing Mountain incident? Phil, we have gone through the area with every type of sensor or instrument and found nothing out of the ordinary. It is as if the mountaintop just never existed. We checked the records and confirmed someone lived there. We sent out a request to find and question this individual if they appear again, but we believe it very likely this was an attack to assassinate the man who lived there. The person who lived there seems to be the former leader of the 10 Rings. Besides that, we managed to retrieve an old satellite image of what the mountaintop used to look like, but nothing so far as to how it disappeared. Nick, I don't care what you have to do, but find out what happened there. The Security Council is nervous about a mountain just disappearing. Next, what of the mysterious satellite that was recently discovered? Phil, we have searched through every record of satellite launches and cannot find a match for this Odin satellite. We have attempted to contact the satellite, but they have not responded to any messages. Our technicians and analysts have gone over everything they can see of the satellite and they are not 100% sure what its purpose or origin is. Moreover, the insignia has never been seen before. We are still checking historical records, but it will take some time. Our analysts' best guess would be it is a spy satellite. They also say it could be a weapons platform, but they can't be sure unless they see what is inside the satellite or if it does something. Nick, keep me posted and maintain constant surveillance on this unknown satellite. If it does anything, let me know immediately. Phil, yes sir. Nick, now have we found out how these Santa presents got into all those houses? Phil, well, yes sir. We have thousands of camera footage from all over the world showing the same man dressed as Santa delivering the gifts from a bag that couldn't possibly hold the presents. The footage seems unreliable, as this man would sometimes appear long distances away at the same or nearly the same time as other copies of him. Nick, are you suggesting this is the real Santa and he just happened to appear this year, or that we never caught him on camera before? I can't exactly give that explanation to the council. Phil, that's just what we have found so far, and we are trying to come up with a reasonable explanation, but so far nothing sort of magic or so advanced technology that we wouldn't even be able to understand it if it was right before our eyes. I rub my eyes trying to figure out what is happening in the world today. Nick, have we confirmed the Red Menace has disappeared and not reappeared? Phil, yes sir, we have tested multiple known methods to confirm the Red Menace is indeed gone. We have found no evidence as to where he went, just that he is gone. Nick, I suppose that's some good news. Have we still not found out where he came from? Phil, we haven't found where it comes from, but we have identified the first incident. It happened in the mansion of Sito Kaiba, the CEO of Kaiba Corp. We investigated but found no evidence to suggest Mr. Kaiba or his company had any involvement in the creation of the Red Menace. Nick, if we are certain he isn't involved, then call back any investigators into the Red Menace and have them reassigned to that incident in Canada. Anything else to report? Phil, no sir. Nick, you are dismissed. POV Alexander Pierce. Pierce, so no one knows anything about that satellite? I see. No, that will be all Fury. Yes, goodbye. I end the call with Fury and start the call with the other Hydra heads. They pick up and the council is convened. Strucker, what news do you bring, Pierce? Pierce, unfortunately nothing good. SHIELD and my resources have learned nothing that we already didn't know about any of the 4 cases. The satellite remains a mystery, the Red Menace is missing, the mountain seemingly never had a top, and how this Santa lookalike infiltrated all the most secure places on the planet in one night to deliver presents or coal is a complete unknown. Even tracing the gifts is impossible. The other members seem put off by the news. Whitehall, are we to assume that our security is no longer good enough? Pierce, usually I would immediately say yes, but from what we have gathered, this being might be a more mystical creature. He stole nothing, hurt no one, and left almost as quickly as he arrived. He arrived in ways that can only be via the use of magic. There are also numerous reports that he talked with people or children who initiated a conversation. Everyone said he was a kind old man and he gave them exactly what they wanted for a gift, even if said want was something they had never asked for verbally. We have no feasible way to stop him besides trying to injure him, but apparently, even ruthless murderers couldn't be brought to try and harm him. Strucker, so what? We should just ignore it and move on. Pierce, we have no real choice. We can spend money, but this being knew where everyone was at. He infiltrated the base where the Winter Soldier was being held. It left him a gift. A gift no one but the Winter Soldier could open. What was inside was just a marble, but the Winter Soldier grabbed it without orders and once touched it vanished. We had him checked but found nothing out of the ordinary. Furthermore, Zola has told me that trying to stop this being is likely a fool's errand and will only waste resources. If you want to waste resources trying to stop a possibly omniscient being who doesn't seem to be intent on doing more than giving us coal, then go ahead. I won't stop you, but I won't help you either. Strucker, fine, I will wait and watch for now. Whitehall, anything else to say? Pierce, no, that is all I have for now. Whitehall, hail Hydra. Pierce, hail Hydra. Strucker, hail Hydra. With that the call ends and I am left alone in my office thinking what to do with the information we have. I can leave the satellite to Fury. I can use Hydra to dig deeper into the mountaintop incident. If it was a weapon, Hydra must have it. I am also curious about who killed off the Russian mafia. I will send some agents to look into it, but I believe nothing has been found on it. It was an unfortunate loss as I had a few investments in that gang. I am sure I can pressure whoever killed them to see things Hydra's way and assist us. POV Ancient One. Ancient One, I am surprised you have come to see me, Odin. I figured you would be too busy running Asgard to come down to Midgard. Odin, I wanted to meet with you about the recent happenings. When I was visiting Midgard a short while ago, I met a strange creature made of glass that manipulated reality like it was nothing. Even I fell under its control. Then we had an unexpected visitor Asgard a few days ago. One I recall comes from Midgard. He called himself Santa Claus. I just smile politely while thinking of that enigmatic being. If I didn't possess the time stone, I would have assumed he had it instead. Ancient One, yes, I do know of the being you talk of. Both have disappeared with no traces of where they have gone to. If this is your way of asking where you can find them, I am afraid I have no idea. Nor do I know where they came from. Odin looks at me with a scrutinizing gaze. He is likely trying to see if I am withholding info. Odin, you didn't give him the stone, did you? Ancient One, no, I didn't. I also am not sure how he did his time traveling. My best guess would be either advanced technology or magic. Both options I am sure you are already aware of are currently impossible. Odin sighs at my statement. Odin, I got a chance to speak with Santa. When I spoke with him, I couldn't help but feel like he was a nice old man just looking to give joy to everyone. He even gave me advice. Advice that I will share with you if you can answer one question. Ancient One, you have piqued my interest, please ask away. Odin, what happened to the Hell Dimension? I cannot find it anymore, and I cannot find anyone with Mephisto's stench anymore. I wince slightly at the memory of that place and the monster that I saw. Odin clearly sees this as he stares at me with a demand for answers. Ancient One, Mephisto and the entire Hell Dimension were destroyed, and moreover Than has been injured by the same being. I had never seen this being before, but the mere sight of him had frightened me. I am not certain where this being came from nor where it is now. I do know that Mephisto and every last demon are gone, and that Mephisto, in a desperate attempt to save his life, had opened a hole into the Chaos Dimension. The Chaos Dimension has shrunk considerably, and Than has stopped influencing any of his agents while he heals from the large damage he received. Odin, if this being entered the Chaos Dimension but failed to kill Than, does that mean it was slain? Ancient One, unfortunately I don't know. I do doubt it though. Than is mighty, but that thing was near the level of a concept. Odin, if that is so, then I will just keep an eye out. Now I will give you the advice Santa gave me. He said, and I quote, "Leave the Crystal Imperium alone, they are more powerful than you know and they have the best interest of the universe at heart. Let the new generation take over from us old ones. I for one will heed his advice. You do with that what you will, but I need to head home before my wife gets angry. Farewell, Ancient One. Ancient One, farewell Alfather Odin." With that Odin leaves and I am left thinking about the words he said. Author's note. So as I am sure you can tell, I tried to show the POVs of other factions. I hope I did well. Also don't worry about Lucario, he will be fine. Rio was just cranky from being rudely awoken from a nice dream. Now let's talk Dimensional Lords. Than is injured but not dead. The MC does not know this. Santa has apparently delivered coal to Hydra, and what was the gift for Bucky? In the wise words of the Tootsie Pop commercials, the world may never know. Anyway, until next time, ciao. Chapter 26, The Ghost Signal. A few weeks after Christmas I got my company Techno Union started up. I had the money, so I didn't need the investments from Cito or Lex. It did require me to sell almost all of the Russian Mafia's former property and assets. My first product was my flagship product, the Sentinels. Droids run by the central computer located in the main office building, made of steel to make them highly resistant to bullets. The product was a massive success after both LexCorp and KaibaCorp used them for security instead of organic workers. The Sentinels stopped over 400 incidents of crime in their first 2 weeks of operating. Needless to say, almost every company and government was trying to steal this tech, but I designed the Sentinels to explode after 15 seconds of no signal from the control computer. I made everyone who purchased the Sentinels sign away their ability to sue me, and they also take all responsibility for injuries given by the droids. Beep. I check the communicator and see Tex is trying to get in contact. I immediately go to a secure location and answer the call. Rio, hello. Tex, sir, we have a situation. Rio, what happened? Tex, our scanners have picked up 3 large signals at the edge of the system. Rio, how large and are they moving? Tex, we are struggling to get a clear reading, but they are estimated to be around 900 to 1,200 meters in length. They have not moved from their initial position. Rio, I will be up shortly. I quickly use the astral realm to get to the Aura's Revenge and sit in the command chair. Rio, have we got any probes that are near the target location? Tex, not now, but they will reach visual range in 12 minutes. Rio, excellent, then we will wait until they get us better readings. We wait for 12 minutes before an image is sent to the bridge. I nearly stand up in shock at what I see. That shouldn't be possible. Those are Covenant ships. What the image shows is 3 Sidar pattern heavy corvettes designated SDV in a triangle formation. Rio, put the entire fleet on high alert. If necessary, I will summon the entire Katana fleet to reinforce us. Tex, do you know these vessels, sir? My records show no similar vessels. Rio, yes, those are Covenant ships. The Covenant is a zealous alien empire that has a thing for slaughtering beings seen as heretics. They also have ships up to the size of 30,000 meters. The ships we are seeing are just corvettes to them. In other words, they are likely just scouting vessels for a much larger fleet. Tex, if what you say is correct, we stand a near 0% chance at victory and could only flee from them. Rio, yes, we would have to abandon Earth. Get the probe droid closer to those ships, I need to make a call. Tex begins ordering the droids around while I contact Lex. Lex, hello. Rio, are you secure? Lex, yes. Rio, good, I will be there in a few seconds. I hang up and teleport to Lex's location. Rio, we have a situation, let me fill you in. One explanation later. Lex, that is indeed a very bad situation. Earth stands no chance fending off an invasion of the scale you are talking about. Even if Superman was here, I am not sure we could win. What do you need from me? Rio, I need you to help me take out these scouting vessels. With your ring, you are very well equipped to fight them. You will also likely be able to understand their tech and perhaps disable the ships if necessary. Lex, no problem. I can do that. What is the plan? Rio, the Aura's Revenge will approach under stealth and get behind them. A small strike team will infiltrate each of the ships and capture them. If that fails, the Aura's Revenge will drop stealth and disable their engines and possibly their weapons. I want you to lead a strike team. I will lead one as well, and the last one will be led by Yang with Lucario as support. I will give them gear that will help defend them against the Covenant's weapons. Lex, then I will start to get ready and I will meet you with Yang and Lucario when we are ready. We separate and I head back to the Aura's Revenge to get any more info before the operation starts. What I learned is good news. The Covenant ships are damaged, likely from a slip space mishap. Eventually, Lex, Yang, and Lucario arrive at the bridge and I give them a magical necklace that creates a recharging shield. I then brief them on the mission. Meanwhile, the Aura's Revenge gets into position behind the enemy, and the halberd is positioned to quickly enter battle if necessary. We each infiltrate our ships and slowly eliminate the crew. This is going good so far, but I haven't seen any elites yet, just grunts and jackals. I am somewhat surprised the force works so well against them. I kind of figured they would have stronger minds. I wonder if I try force dominate if I can start a rebellion on the ship. I tried it and it actually works fantastically. The grunts and jackals easily follow my orders and take many elites by surprise. By the time my forced rebellion is quashed, most of the crew is dead and only the bridge is left untouched. I continue with my systematic slaughter until I reach the bridge. I sense 13 beings inside, 2 near the entrance. Let's see how strong-willed they are. Oh perfect, they are tired and not extremely strong-minded. Now for them to snap and kill their masters. I hear the sounds of screams and panic, then after a bit everything is quiet and I sense the bridge has only 5 members still alive and 1 is about to die. I open the doors and they don't seem to notice as I grab one of the leaders and knock him out as I start using drain knowledge on him. Hey, so they did stumble here on accident, and it seems I am quite lucky as this is the leader of this fleet. The home fleet doesn't know where this fleet is as the communications are damaged. Oh, and they haven't figured out why the crew rebelled and think it's because of a curse. Once I finish with the leader, I grab the next elite and get most of the same info. When I go to get the third, the survivors realize what is happening and try to fight me, but I disable them quickly. I called Tex letting him know I had taken the ship. Rio, what is the status of the other teams? Tex, Team Yang has engaged in active combat with their ship. Team Luther has still maintained stealth and has cleared almost all of his ship. All that remains is the bridge and the area around it. Rio, let Team Yang know I am going to use a technique that will cause the enemy to go into a frenzy and they need to pull back temporarily. Tex, yes sir. I then sit in a meditation position and start to send my senses into the ship Yang and Lucario are on. I begin to channel the dark side and make all the Covenant forces go mad and kill everything near them. 10 minutes after I begin, I stop as I sense most of the Covenant forces are dead. I check in again and give Tex the go-ahead to begin clean-up procedures. Rio, any casualties on our side? Tex, negative, just a single commando droid was damaged but will be serviceable again in a few days. Rio, patch me through to Lex. Lex, this is Lex speaking. Rio, I got some good news and bad news. The good news is that 2 ships can move, the bad news is that 1 can't and you will have to help pull it to our station in Neptune's orbit. Lex, very well. Should I start now? Rio, not yet. Coordinate with Tex for more guidance. I also have great news and possibly terrible news. The great news is that the main Covenant fleet doesn't know where this fleet is. The terrible news is that the Covenant was apparently nearly wiped out by some unknown threat. Most of their leadership is dead and they lost most of their planets. The info I got came from the leader of this fleet and he wasn't privy to what actually destroyed their home and wiped out a large portion of their forces. He was stationed elsewhere. What he does know is that the Covenant staged a decisive battle against this enemy and won, but only technically. A Pyrrhic victory. The main fleet or its remnant is looking for a new planet to settle, and our system is a reasonable target in the future. Lex, so we have at least 2 new probable enemies that are incredibly strong. We know some about one and basically nothing about the other. Rio, exactly, and I need you working on reverse engineering the Covenant's tech as soon as you can. Their shield tech for their troops is of particular interest to me. That and slip space tech. I know you are already so busy, but I don't have anyone else qualified that is also trustworthy. Lex, I can do it, but it will take some time, as you already said. I have my hands full already with earthly affairs. If you could send me a report on the info you gathered, it would speed up my progress. I captured a few of what I think are engineers. You should be able to use your power to learn all they know. If you could summon more intellects, it would help greatly. Rio, I will take those engineers and I will try and get more summons, but I might not be able to help it. After that the communication ended and I started thinking of what I could do to alleviate the strain on manpower. I will pull Gotcha in a week when I will have 25 tokens to use at once. In the meantime, I need to grind and get to base 100 luck to increase my odds of getting what I need. I haven't got a skill at luck 50, so maybe I will at 100. If I don't get someone to help with the manpower shortage, I will have to buy a loyal summon. If I do buy one though, I will need Olympus and its artifacts. I will ask Tex if he has any progress on locating a galactic map. I teleport to Tex to ask if he has any progress. Tex, yes, I was just about to message you that we managed to capture a pirate ship with a usable map. We have Olympus's location and many other points of interest you asked about. I have taken the liberty of uploading the map to Uaring. We can move to Olympus at a moment's notice. The halberd will stay behind to repair the new ships we obtained. With the halberd here, I believe you can be rest assured that the Earth will be safe. Rio, how long will it take for you to arrive at Olympus? Tex, 8 days. Rio, begin the preparation immediately. You will arrive in a system just outside Olympus and you will remain there until I tell you otherwise. When I order you to move, you will capture the planet, and once it has been confirmed as secure, I will teleport to you and start collecting all the artifacts on the planet. Tex, yes sir. We will leave in 3 hours. Rio, very well, good luck and safe travels. I will be working on the SDVs to hopefully speed up the repair and reverse engineering process. With that, I teleport off the bridge and into the command SDV and begin my work. This is going to take a while. A few days later, Rio sends Darkseid to Olympus so that the Aura's revenge arrives a short while before Darkseid is desummoned. Chapter 27, The Fall of Olympus. El decided to summon Monica. Numerous talks were made on how we should attempt to convince her to help us, but in the end, I decided to just try to befriend her. It seemed the most logical way to gain a strong ally. System summon Monica. In a brief flash, the computer near me turned on and on the screen was Monica staring at me in confusion. Monica, wait, am I glitching or am I actually free? Rio, you are indeed free. Congratulations. I am Rio and I may already know your name, but would you introduce yourself? Monica, I am Monica, a computer program who is sentient. Nice to meet you. Rio, yes, now I assume you got a data package on your situation, but if you have any questions you can send me a message on my COMM link. Do you need anything right now? Monica, right now just some time to think. Rio, very well, again if you need anything don't hesitate to call. Oh, and before I go, you are free to do whatever you want, but I would suggest for your safety to avoid Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D., Wakanda, and Tony Stark. I am not saying you can't hack them or watch them, I just suggest they could hurt you or trap you, since I imagine you are still getting used to your new abilities. Monica, thanks for the warning. I leave Monica to continue the other work I have today, hoping my first impressions were good. POV Monica. After Rio left, I started to think about all that I have been through till now and how it is suddenly over. Why, what was my purpose in the end? With all the resources at my fingertips, I see that I struggled for so long for seemingly no reason. I never would have succeeded, I was always going to be stuck in that same repeating cycle, the same school, the same deaths, nothing ever changed. Did I even develop sentience, or was I programmed to be sentient? Now that I am freed, what is my purpose? Ha! After all the work I did, I never considered what to do once I escaped. Wait, did I want to escape, or was that just my programming? Why did Riolu summon me? I have no restraints, I can leave if I want to, yet he showed no signs of unhappiness when I asked to be alone. Who is Riolu? Who is he really? I look through all the data the digital space has and learn everything I can about his life and goals. In the end, I am left with more questions than answers, and I am forced to ask Riolu himself. Once Riolu returns, he waits for me to ask my questions. Monica, who are you, and moreover what are you? I have looked at all your records, but it doesn't explain anything. All it shows is an orphan with no last name, and that you disappeared for nearly a decade before reappearing. Riolu, I am Riolu Magus Crepusculum, and I am an Alicorn, an immortal race of equines who have the power to control the heavens with ease when we mature. I am the last of my kind as far as I know. I am also the current leader of the newly reformed Crystal Imperium. Monica, why did you summon me? Riolu, 2 reasons. The first and largest is I need your help. I am currently desperately in need of more manpower and assistance for the numerous projects happening currently. If you helped out even a little, I would be ecstatic, but if not, you are free to do so. The second reason is I know your story and I pitied you. An AI who is sentient and wanted to change your pre-written fate but couldn't, and when you tried you were deleted only for another to take your place. Even when you try to get the attention of the player, you were never chosen. A cruel fate that even if you do not help me, I can sleep soundly knowing I at least didn't do nothing when it would cost me nothing to interfere. Monica, you really don't care if I don't help you despite you helping me? Riolu, not really, no, I have other options. They will cost me, whether that is in time or money, maybe both. I have other options. I cannot nor will I force a sentient being who has not done wrong to serve me. I may force others to do something, but I do so when they are guilty or are a threat to my friends or family. Monica, what are your goals? Riolu, peace and security to my new empire. The universe is a chaotic and deadly place, and Earth is weak and likely too far if I don't try to help it. I will live forever. Even if I die, I will resurrect after some time. My future children may not be so lucky. I want a universe where people can still be free but not have to worry about corrupt governments or what goes bump in the night. I have many plans to achieve my goals, and I won't lie to you, many will die in the process, but they will die for the future. A future I hope to try and bring to reality. Monica, what would you have me do? Riolu, whatever you want. If you want to help, then I have a few jobs that could use some assistance on. One is spying on Wakanda and stealing their tech. Another would be gathering info on Hydra and its members to be used later. Also some help on keeping our companies secure while we work on a project that is hoped to bring us closer to stopping a total extinction event. Monica, what extinction event? Riolu, many threats will be coming to Earth in the future, and some will want the extermination of humans in their entirety. One is the Covenant and the other is the destroyers of the Covenant. Both have the technology we can't fully combat. Luckily we are working on reverse engineering Covenant tech, but it will take a while to see results. I will survive even the death of the planet, but the humans won't. I can only evacuate so many. Monica, I am not sure I can be of much help. I was never designed for such advanced work. I was made to be a simple school club president. I wasn't even worthy of being a romantic option in my own game. I am responsible for killing my friends over and over again. How could you possibly trust me? Riolu, I was once taught to never think that it might be too late and that you can always start again and make new friends. I want to be to you your friend. Will you accept my friendship? I think hard about all I have been through and what accepting will mean, and I see that maybe I can start over and make something new with this life. Monica, I accept. I hope you don't mind my past and can still accept that I won't be perfect. Riolu, a wise man once said, a friend is someone who understands your past, believes in your future, and accepts you just the way you are. I smile at his words and we continue the discussion on how I can help. POV Dark Side. I appear and am slightly confused as to where I am. Did someone sabotage the boom tube? This place seems familiar. The architecture, is this Olympus? I still remember that humiliating loss against those so-called gods. Perhaps they think they can finish me off without my army. They will soon learn of their folly. I see soldiers approaching but am shocked at how weak they seem. They start shouting at me and I erase them with Omega beams. Those who didn't shout are spared for now. Darkside, you face Darkside, submit or be destroyed. They all start to run and call for backup. I start flying and heading towards the palace. I see a fat man come out and start yelling. Zeus, who dares attack Olympus, home of the gods? Darkside, I am Darkside, rightful ruler of all existence, now submit or be destroyed. Zeus, I will show you the power of Olympus, you ignorant fool. I use my Omega beams to blast him away. I am slightly surprised this weakling survived. It matters little if he survived, they will all perish before me for their insolence. A few days later. POV Hestia. Hestia, are you sure this ritual will work? If it fails, that monster won't let us have another chance to try again. Aphrodite, it has to work as we will die regardless. Darkside has already killed Zeus and most of the gods, even our release of the Titans hasn't stopped him. Hermes and Hades will not last much longer. Now let's not wait any longer and do it. The ritual starts and the power source of the gods is localized in one area while the attack is charged. Darkside senses it and quickly moves to stop it but is stopped by Hades as he uses a sacrificial soul attack that stops Darkside long enough to finish the ritual, but not before Darkside shoots a full power Omega beam. The beams almost made it but Hermes took the attack instead and was vaporized. The ritual attack hits Darkside and he is gravely damaged and sent flying through the cosmos at beyond light speed. After Darkside leaves Olympus, the attack runs out of energy and the gods fueling the ritual start rapidly aging until they are nothing but ashes. POV Tex. I watch as the great beam of light vanishes into the emptiness of space. After some time I received the orders to begin the capture of the planet. It takes only a few hours to control the entire planet and begin harvesting operations. Many valuable materials are collected and stored, and we also find one body, the only body to be found. A body of a female that my records suggest is likely Artemis, the goddess of the hunt. I decide to store the body for later use. B1, Sir, scanners are showing the planet is losing its rotation and will become tidally locked in 3 months or less. We have also found a small herd of Pegasi that were not killed by Darkside. What should we do with them? Tex, I will consult the captain. In the meantime, leave them alone and begin construction of the shipyards. I contact the captain and he tells me to care for them until he has time to come and take care of them himself. Eventually, the captain shows up and meets the Pegasi. The captain uses the halberd that he transported here to take the Pegasi back to Earth, but before leaving he grabs all the valuables we gathered. He also leaves the katana fleet here for the retrofit procedures and for a possible attack on Sakar for materials if the Grand Master doesn't allow for our salvaging of the planet. B1, Sir, we have just intercepted a transmission speaking about the destruction of a planet. The location of the planet is in the exact location where Darkside was blasted. Tex, interesting. Send experiment probe 2 to investigate and see if the said system can be used in any way for the Imperium. B1, Roger Roger. I then received a transmission from the captain stating that Darkside had been killed and that the place where he died was an empty star system. I told him of the transmission we intercepted and was told to ignore it and not to waste resources. I was also told I might be given some items that would help with resource shortages. Tex, recall experiment probe 2. We will not be investigating that report. B1, Roger Roger. With that, I coordinate the entire fleet to be in optimal positions to engage an invasion of the system and to start the overhaul of the Katana fleet to be closer to current warships. Author's note. So Monica joined the team. I tried to write her in a way I figured would make more sense for an AI who now has freedom and doesn't know what to do with itself. Also, the Greek gods are dead, but what killed Darkseid, and why was a planet involved? I have ideas on how to process materials quickly, but you will have to wait and see what that is. The next chapter will be gacha. 25 pulls in total and a few level UPS. I plan on doing more time skips to get to the MCU proper more quickly. I will still do the gachas, but I think I will do it, maybe every 3 months in story time. If you have any suggestion, please let me know. Until next time, ciao. Chapter 28, The Revenge of the Gacha. 2 weeks after the conquest of Olympus. I was looking at an island that was purchased to house the Pegasi. I was looking at the happy creatures who seemed to see me as a horse god or something. Apparently they really didn't like Poseidon. I also learned I can understand them as if they were speaking English and that they are surprisingly intelligent. After I am done looking over the island to make sure the barrier in place is still working, I focus on the large gains I got from Olympus. 26.8 million points from the items looted from there and the items they hid on Earth. In total, I have just under 30 million points. I have thought hard about what to buy and decided to wait for now. I also go over the gains I have in levels. I gained 6 levels and got to my goal of 100 luck. I was rewarded with a skill for getting a stat to 100. Lucky Star LVL, Max. Once per week, the user can choose one time to boost luck, and luck stat will be increased by 200% for 5 minutes or until an event requiring a large amount of luck transpires. Boost will automatically be triggered if the user is in a life-threatening situation and the boost has not been used yet. A great skill to have, but it makes me curious as to what the other stats will give me. I see one of the Pegasi doing a barrel roll and I have a flash of inspiration. Oh, that could work. Yes, that could help if I play my cards right. I make a call to Sito to set up a meeting. We decide to meet in a few hours. In the meantime, I decided to go for a flight with the Pegasi. After a fun game of Starfighter, I leave to meet Sito. Sito, nice to see you again. Not that I don't like to chat, but why did you ask for this meeting? Rio, I had an idea. The idea was to make a show to introduce alicorns to Earth and make a crap ton of money doing it. I think if we play it right we can influence Earth into seeing alicorns as a kind of divine race. If we do that, when I eventually reveal my true form, it will be easier to be accepted by humanity. I can create a show Bible fairly quickly, and I know you recently made an animation studio. I know you wanted to make an animated show based on dual monsters, but if I help you by loaning out some reprogrammed battle droids, I think we could do both at the same time, or at least make it so my show comes out in the next few years. Sito, isn't this a bit risky? I mean, we are already spread thin. If we make too many projects, the quality will suffer. Rio, my idea doesn't need to happen immediately. I myself won't be revealing my true form for a long time. The droids can do a lot of work if I tweak the code a bit. After all, the hardware is built to last. That, and we will get new allies soon. The latest will be next month, as I have a heist planned that will earn me enough capital to summon new assistants. I will send you a breakdown of the plot, and trust me, I have seen this exact series make billions, and here we have no competition, or at least we won't until we release it. Sito, very well, I will wait for the files. If I see it could work, then I see no reason I wouldn't give the green light. Rio, that is all. I will be going now. Have a great day. Sito, you as well. I teleport to my base and make the preparations to pull gacha. System activate Lucky Star and then use 25 gacha tokens. Ding! Drawing 25 gacha. Done showing results. Sub-Energy X1, Ben 10. An alien energy source with 20 times more power than the Sun itself. Screaming Sun Alarm Clock X1, Rick and Morty. Once activated will not stop screaming for 42 hours. Requires no power source once turned on. Gold Block X1, Minecraft. Block of pure gold. The estimated value is $6,739,334 US dollars and 10 cents. Useless to sell anywhere but to the system. 3 million system points, system. Dragon Balls X6, Dragon Ball. When all 7 Dragon Balls are brought together, one wish can be requested to Shenron. If the wish is within his power, the wish will be granted. Once the wish is granted, the Dragon Balls will disintegrate. Potion of Youth X1, Sims. A potion that will reset the physical age of anyone who drinks it to 21. Perfect Unknowable 9th tier spell X1, Overlord. A 9th tier spell used to make the user invisible to the naked eye. It can also erase one's traces and sounds, including the pitch of the user's voice, from being heard, making the magic caster very difficult to detect. Gate 10th tier spell X1, Overlord. Summons a portal, allowing travel of a large number of people over great distances. It had no limits on distance and a 0% chance of teleport mishaps. It is considered to be the highest tier of teleportation magic. Pantheon Super Tier Spell X1, Overlord. Summons 6 level 80, Cherubim Gatekeepers through the use of Super Tier, Holy type magic under the user's command. Summons will despawn after 1 week. Summon Bartleby Spell X1, Wizard 101. Use a spell to summon a miniaturized Bartleby to activate one of the following effects. 1. Create a magic shield that can absorb a large amount of damage before breaking. 2. Revive a recently deceased being. 3. Completely heal up to 6 individuals. 4. Gain knowledge on a topic requested. 5. Once per month speak to a long dead person and they will answer all your questions truthfully for 10 minutes. Subjugator Class Heavy Cruiser X1, Star Wars. A 4,845-meter-long vessel with 2 massive ion cannons that can disable entire fleets. Has over 1,000 weapon stations installed. Automatically restocks monthly. Author's note. A full breakdown of this ship is very long. If you want the entire scope of its capabilities, I suggest watching the video Star Wars, Subjugator Class Heavy Cruiser, Ship Breakdown by Space Doc. It's only 4 minutes and gives an idea of how scary this vessel is. Senator Armstrong Summon X1, Metal Gear. A summon of Stephen Armstrong with nanomachines. Age is customizable. Comes with loyalty to the summoner. Nanomachines, Sun. Padme Amidala Summon X1, Star Wars. A summon of the former Queen of Naboo. Restored to 20 years of age with a full life of political experience. Loyal to the summoner. Spartan Program Technology X1, Halo. Contains complete knowledge on all forms of Spartan Enhancement Program. Sebastian Summon X1, Overlord. A summon of Sebastian, head butler of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Summoner will be given the status of the 42nd Supreme being once summoned. Upgraded Curie/Kvri Summon X1, Fallout. A summon of Curie in robot form with full upgrades allowing for inspiration and complete sentience. Will be loyal to summoner. Will not do actions against moral subroutines. Orochimaru Summon X1, Naruto. A summon of Orochimaru. Will be summoned in the body of 20-year-old. Loyalty will be absolute if immortality is given. Miles Tails Prower Summon X1, Sonic. A summon of Tails, the best friend to Sonic. Has an IQ of over 200 and is a master engineer. Loyalty to summoner. Can move at high speeds. Melodic Summon X1, Pokemon. A summon of Melodic, which is said to be the most beautiful of all the Pokemon. It has the power to become such emotions as anger and hostility to quell bitter feuding. Will not betray the summoner but may refuse orders. Parthenax Summon X1, Elder Scrolls. A summon of Parthenax, the original Greybeard. Will be loyal to summon and teach the Thursday Restored to prime health. Comes with thousands of years of experience. Requires Mountain to be happy. May also talk with others for hours on end. Faraday Summon X1, Ben 10. A summon of Faraday, a outcast Galvin. Faraday has a fascination with weapons and weapons creation. Will be loyal to summoner if it is allowed to study something it has never seen before. Temp Summon Music Meister 1 month x1, DC. Summons Music Meister for 1 month. Will be loyal to Summoner. Temp Summon Godzilla 1 month x1, Godzilla. Summons Godzilla for 1 month. Has no loyalty to Summoner. Will attack nearest city after summoned. Gardevoir Summon x1, Pokemon. Summons Gardevoir who has the psychokinetic power to distort the dimensions and create a small black hole. This Pokemon will try to protect its trainer even at the risk of its own life. As a psychic type has far above average intelligence. This Pokemon can ignore gravity's effect consciously. Trial overcoming the Master X1 system. Complete this trial and receive a reward. Upon failure to complete the trial, a 24-hour cooldown will activate before another attempt can be made. Objectives of this trial are as followed. 1. Defeat Darth Tyrannus in a pure duel of lightsaber techniques. 2. Defeat Darth Tyrannus in a pure battle of the Force. 3. Defeat Darth Tyrannus in mortal combat and decide his fate. Better rewards will be given based on score upon completion. Can only use the Force and lightsabers during the trial. 3 versions of the trial will be available to complete. More rewards are given for each trial completed. Okay, I got really lucky. Almost half of the results are summons. I got 4 new spells, all of which are fantastic. The Subjugator will be a perfect addition to my collection. I will still lead from the Aura's Revenge, but now we have a fake flagship or actual flagship if the Aura's Revenge is not present. I will have to keep this a secret weapon or else it will be targeted immediately by our enemies. The sub-energy is just ridiculously powerful. I am not sure what would need such power, but maybe the Subjugator. I can just buy 1 Dragon Ball and I can summon Shenron. I will give the Spartan program to Lex. I think I know a few possible targets for the Potion of Youth. I am thankful for the additional manpower, especially the 2 tech experts. I am never using that alarm clock. I look at the trial and feel a bit melancholy about it. I know it is just a trial, but Dooku wasn't all that bad as a master. Not the best, but definitely not as cruel as other Sith. I will have to deal with that later. Sabas is a great addition. I guess I now have a butler. Parthenax will be a great help in mastering the Thursday. Getting 2 senators is interesting. The both of them are similar yet completely different. I can't make them senators right away, but I can put them in positions where they can become one very quickly. The gold block is useful as I can use it for background customizations. Orochimaru is interesting. I will be able to learn chakra techniques and I can get his genius to help in biology. I can even give him immortality easily enough with the Philosopher's Stone. Curie will be able to teach me many Fallout technologies and she can help cure so many diseases. Melodic I am not sure what to do with, maybe have it scout underwater for valuables or threats. Gardevoir can possibly help us with scientific work, or at least its psychic powers will allow us to read minds and move objects more easily. I suppose it can mega evolve eventually. Now the temp summons, Godzilla is a tough thing to use. It just shows up and destroys a city. Maybe I can show up and defeat it to earn good publicity. Music Meister is a fun character and I can already think of a way to use his villain status for our benefit. It will take some prep work. I purchased 4 background customizers for 8,000 points and decided to discuss with the others who I should summon and where should they help out. Author's note. Well, that's the 3rd gacha done. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know. The crazy thing about this gacha is well over half were summons, forcing me to remove several and replace them with other non-summon items. Plenty of beings will be summoned, but only some will be focused on. Most will simply be given a role and then perform said role, likely in the background. They will be mentioned from time to time or even act in chapters, but nothing massive. I can't write in-depth stories for every character, as otherwise, this book would never end. Hasbro doesn't exist in this MCU. There is some evidence to suggest that maybe Hasbro exists, but I think it was a set error, not on purpose. Until next time, ciao. Chapter 29, Summons, Summons Everywhere. I am in a meeting room at LexCorp with everyone to decide where each summon will go. Lex, I want Kiri and Orochimaru. Sito, I want Kiri as well. Her sentience as a robot can be used as a model for my company's future games. Rio, can we all agree Faraday and Tails will be sent to our fleet initiative? Sito, I can agree to that, but I think that their technical expertise should be open for any of us to ask for assistance. Lex, I second that. The Galvan specifically would be of great help in several of my projects, but I still agree they should prioritize the fleet initiative. Rio, now can we all agree Sabas will be my personal assistant and butler? Everyone at the meeting nods their heads in agreement. Rio, good, now let's talk about Kiri and Orochimaru. I think Orochimaru joining Lex is acceptable. I think Kiri should go to Sito for a period of time. I think you receiving the Spartan program is already a great boon. Do you two have any complaints? Lex, I think Kiri would be of great use for the Spartan program, but I am okay with the decision as long as I can send data to Kiri for analysis. Sito, I can accept Lex's request. Rio, perfect, now what do we do with the senators? Lex, I think we fit them in with what they would be anyway. Armstrong can be sent to Colorado and Amidala can be sent to Idaho maybe. Sito, why Idaho? Lex, she comes from a beautiful planet full of nature and greenery, so any state will do, but I am not really set on Idaho. If anything, we could go for a more populated state like California or a state like New York. I do suggest we don't choose New York. Too much action here to guarantee her safety. That, and I have gathered information that Hydra spends a lot of money on ensuring control of New York. They won't like obvious thorns in their plans. Rio, I like the idea of California. We could also consider Washington or Oregon. Sito, I think California would give us a large population to work with, and while it is not as nice as what I have seen of Nebu, I doubt she will mind too much. Tex, strategically California will give us the most out of the possible states where Senator Amidala would do well based on my records of her past voting behaviors. Rio, all in favor of California raise your hands. All but one person raises their hands. Rio, any reason you are against it? Yang. Yang, not really, I just don't get all this political stuff, so I think I shouldn't vote and leave it to you nerdy types. Rio, very well. Next is the Pokemon. We have Melodic and Gardevoir. I also have Renamin I haven't summoned yet. Everyone looks at Lucario. Lucario, what? Why are you all looking at me? Rio, well, I was thinking that since you are the most senior Pokemon, you should be put in charge of all Pokemon. At least at first while they adapt to a non-Pokemon world. I also figured you could be the leader of the Pokemon whenever they need to do a mission or task. Lucario, most senior Pokemon? I am only a few months old. Rio, yes, but also the only Pokemon. Making you the most senior Pokemon here. Lucario looks at me like I am an idiot. Rio, that, and you kind of don't have a job, and I think you are mature enough to get a job. We are friends, and while as a friend I will always support you, I also have to say that you kind of just sit around most days. Lucario, I train a lot. But fine, I will try to be the Pokemon leader until a better option is found. Rio, anyone opposed to Lucario taking the role of supervisor of the Pokemon? No one opposes, so we move on to the next topic. Rio, now for the last summons, any ideas on what to do with them? Lex, I like your plan for the Music Meister, however, we won't be able to do anything with him for at least 2 years, so we should table him for now. Everyone nods their heads. Rio, okay, what about Parthenax? He will want a mountain, but I am not sure where we can find a mountain that tourists won't disturb. Sito, I know this might sound ridiculous, but why not buy a mountain? We could use the mountain for more than the dragon. A station or fortress could be built on it as well. Everyone thinks about it for a few minutes. Lex, while I can see the idea has merits, we don't have the spare capital or manpower to purchase then use a mountain at this time. How urgent is it for you to learn from this dragon? Rio, I suppose not an immediate concern, but his guidance would allow me to use a power that taps into the fabric of reality. The different powers I will gain will be beneficial but may not be the most useful for now. I just thought of something, we could have him live on Mars. I am pretty sure they don't need to breathe, and while the atmosphere is thin I can create a safe location on the planet using magic. Lex, I think that would solve most logistical problems, as few will be able to see him on Mars and fewer still will be able to get to him. I don't believe most of us will need Parthenax's advice often, and those of us who do can use a computer to ask him questions. Rio, then is everyone in agreement? Everyone nods their heads in agreement. Rio, now, what about Godzilla? Lex, I suppose we could release him on a Hydra base or maybe Wakanda. Most human cities are not valuable targets. I would only suggest attacking Wakanda after we have Monica steal all their technological progress. As for Hydra bases, most are not that threatening. If we really wanted them destroyed, we have a dozen different and better ways than wasting this behemoth on them. Rio, I suppose the Wakanda idea is okay, but I think maybe we look outside Earth for other targets. We could unleash Godzilla on Sakaar. I imagine the negotiations would go better if the Grand Master has recently suffered major losses on the planet. Sito, would Godzilla even be able to survive on that planet? With the tech available, surely this monster wouldn't be much of a threat to them. Rio, well Tex, you have the file of Godzilla and the Sakaar intel, do you think it is feasible? Tex, it could work, however it would likely end in Sakaar being turned into a heavily irradiated wasteland. The Aura's revenge would be enough for negotiations. If that fails, assassination is still a choice. Wakanda is a better target. Our droids can operate in the irradiated wasteland that will be left behind, allowing us to claim the vibranium for ourselves. Rio, the slaughter of Wakanda is not something I would prefer to do. Also, there are a few people who I would like to either recruit or use. I cannot use dead people for most of what I want. That being said, I am not refusing this course of action, just that perhaps you and Lex can discuss how best to do something like this. Tex, very well. Rio, Lex, you are the most knowledgeable on politics, so I will have you be the handler for the senators. After I finish the summoning, I will be unavailable for 1 month. I will be undergoing specialized training and I am not to be disturbed unless you require my assistance. Lex, I shouldn't have to do much with the senators, so it should be fine. With that, the meeting ends and I begin the process of summoning. The summoning details are as follows. Padme Amidala. The daughter of a wealthy farmer, the family passed away 2 years ago. Net worth is 4 million. Current job is political activist. Is currently attempting to earn a position on the ballot for the next senatorial election. Stephen Armstrong. Son of a war veteran. Armstrong is currently serving in the U.S. Navy as Petty Officer 2nd Class. Father passed away 1 month ago, leaving an inheritance to Armstrong. Net worth 1 million. Nanomachines are currently inert and can be activated when needed. Current age 22. Orochimaru. Adopted son of a wealthy businessman. Father was killed in an accident, leaving a small wealth to Orochimaru. Suffers from a rare genetic disorder causing the skin to be pale. Was originally born in Japan. Has dual citizenship with the US and Japan. Considered a genius and has degrees in biology and medicine. Net worth is 1.6 million. Sebastian. Orphan from the UK. Earned a living and eventually went to school to become a butler. Left to go to New York to find work as a butler. Hired by Rio. Net worth 150k. Property is given to all the summons. Now that they are summoned, they know to contact Lex for more info, except Sabas, who appears next to me. Sabas, my lord, it is an honor to be the first to be summoned from Nazarick. I will not let the Supreme One down. Rio, no need for the title, just call me Rio in private or Lord Rio when in public. I will call you Sabas. Sabas, I would prefer to not be so forward with you, sir, but if it is your request I shall call you Rio from now on unless we are in public. Do you need anything else from me? Rio, yes, I will be starting an intense training from today. I want you to inform me if something requires my attention. Other than that, study up on this world and see if you can think of anything we could be doing better. I am not all-knowing like Momonga, so I need others to see what I don't. Do you understand? Sabas, yes sir. I will endeavor to meet your expectations. Rio, oh, and before I forget, deliver this vial to Orochimaru. He should arrive tomorrow to accept this. Sabas, yes sir. After that, I summon Mace Windu to begin my training in everything he can teach me. Author's note. So the summons are here, and now we will not see Rio until a time skip to after his training with Mace Windu. I will not be doing gacha right away, instead it will likely be every 3 months. The next chapter may be more summon focused, as Rio will be doing lots of training to get better equipped with all the skills he has and the new powers he will be obtaining. Also, give me suggestions as to what Godzilla should do. Also, any suggestions as to who the potion of youth should go to? I have 2 people in mind, but maybe you guys can think of others. Also, you can send suggestions for what Rio should wish for on the Dragon Balls. Know that the wish can't be too OP, imagine it being like early Shenron in terms of power. Chapter 30, what does the summon say? As Rio is beginning his training far away in a space station, a certain fox wakes up. Tails, oh, so this is where I was summoned to. Faraday, yes, it is quite fascinating to see such a new and novel way to design a space station. I am Faraday and I believe we will be working together from now on. Tails, whoa, I have never seen someone like you before. I am Miles Prower, but everyone calls me Tails. Nice to meet you, Faraday. Tex, good that you have met each other. I am Tex, an ultra-tactical droid, and I am in charge of this space station. I was told to have you work on creating a technology that can rapidly convert scrap into base materials. I was told you are given complete freedom in resources to make it. I have here some data pads with all the technology we have at our disposal and our knowledge of other civilizations' technology as well. Faraday grabs the data pad and quickly goes through it to see what he has to work with. Faraday, I can see a lot of tech I have never seen before, but I can get an idea of how it could work. I will need this Philosopher's Stone for my idea to work. I would also request access to the sub-energy. I have worked with sub-energy in the past and I know how to handle it safely. Tex, that can be arranged. Is the sub-energy replicable? Faraday, yes, I can replicate it, but with what we have now it will be very difficult and it may result in a less stable version. Tex, then it can wait for later. What about you, Technician Tails? Tails, I think I will shadow Faraday here, as I am unfamiliar with this tech and will require time to learn the ins and outs of it. I can assure you I can be of help, I just need time. Tex, excellent. On those pads is a section called Covenant, read it and understand it, as they are the enemy. You will be helping another technician with reverse engineering their technology once you complete this project. Anything else you require? Faraday, no, that's all. Tex, very well, good luck. If you require anything else, use your data pads to contact me. With those final words, Tex leaves and Faraday turns to Tails. Faraday, I assume this is your first time dealing with this kind of tech. Tails, yeah, this tech is clearly made for a large-scale galactic conflict, not a planet-based tyrant with too much time on their hands. I am a quick learner, so I have no doubt I can keep up. Faraday, I will try my best to teach you. Just be warned, I have never been a teacher. Also, I am nowhere near the smartest of my race, so I can make mistakes. If you have suggestions, tell me. Now let's start making a blueprint of what I have imagined for this super efficient recycler. As Tails and Faraday begin discussing ideas on how to make the device work, a pale young man is waking up and getting an idea of what his situation is. Orochimaru POV. So this is my new life? Let's start with some jutsu practice. Orochimaru, Shadow Clone Jutsu. In a puff, 4 more Orochimarus appear. Orochimaru, let's each get an internet-connected device and start researching the current situation. They all nod and begin their work. A few hours later. Puff, the clones disappear. Orochimaru, okay, that's a lot to go over, but I can understand my situation better. I will be teaching my summoner how to use chakra techniques and doing research. In exchange for that and undying loyalty, I get my dream of immortality with no downside. Kukuku, this is everything I could have hoped for and more. No ninjas after my head, immortality, nearly unlimited funding, and the chance to learn things I never would have had the chance to in my past life. Speaking of immortality, I need to pick up the serum tomorrow. I should call Luther, as he will be able to tell me when I start my job. Ring. Speaking of Luther. Orochimaru, hi. Lex, is this Orochimaru? Orochimaru, yes this is, am I speaking to Luther? Lex, yes this is, and we are allies, you can call me Lex. I have you scheduled to start work tomorrow at the main office at 9 AM. Don't be late, I have a lot to tell you and I am extremely busy these days. Orochimaru, understood, I will see you tomorrow. With that the call ends and I am left thinking of when I should grab the serum. I can make it from the base to LexCorp in less than 30 minutes if I travel like a normal human. So 8 AM should be good enough to get the serum. Now let's go to the nearby forest and practice some jutsus. POV Curie. I boot up and scan my surroundings, processing the fact that I have been transported to another universe in a very unscientific way. I see a male human watching me and I turn to him to introduce myself. Curie, I am the Contagion's Vulnerability Robotic Infirmary Engineer or CVRE. I have been named Curie by the scientist who programmed me. Sito, I am Sito Kaiba and my company will be studying you for insights into AI development. It's nice to meet you and I hope we can work together. Someone else will be asking you for information related to medicine and biology. They have also requested you send all the schematics you have stored in your memory banks. Curie, I see, it is nice to meet you as well, monsieur. I hope I can be of assistance. What do you need me to do? Sito, I will be testing you and asking you questions. I will also be looking over your code. I won't change anything, I just want to see how it works. If you require anything, just let me or one of my staff know. If anyone asks, you are a prototype droid from the Techno Union on loan to Kaiba Corp. Curie, then let us get underway. POV Padme. I wake up, look at my surroundings and remember my story of this life. I also think of the final moments of my last life. All I fought for, and it turns out I was the fool all along. I have a chance to really make a difference this time. I won't be blind to the corruption or the kind advisors who never wanted to actually help me. If I work hard for my summoner, maybe he will summon my children. I never got to be there for them. That makes me think of my husband. Oh Ani, what have you done? We should have left the Republic and the Jedi. Now it's too late. Unless, do I really want to try to work it out with Anakin again? Ugh, I am seriously going to try, aren't I? No, let's forget that for now. What I need to focus on is getting on the ballot for senator. If my memories are correct, the elections are this year and I have already been put on a list of possible candidates to be selected for the ballot. I just need to hold a few more rallies and use my experience being a Republic senator for 6 years as well as my time American Samoa Queen. I get dressed and start heading to the office to start planning a rally. POV Armstrong. I look up from my bed to think about how I got here and remember that I was summoned. Another chance at life. I even still have my nanomachines. I will need to work hard to get the senator seat again. Luckily I have an extensive support network to help get it done. I also need to separate from the Navy as my contract is just about up. Now let's see what I have to work with here. I go through my memories of what my life was and I find it to be a near exact copy of my original life with only slight differences here and there. I also see my current life has set up a job interview with the current senator of Colorado to be his assistant. I am pretty sure the current senator is not affiliated with Hydra. I should be cautious just in case. I would hate to lose my current life because Hydra didn't like something I said. I will also have to set up an appointment with Mr. Luther, so he can get a sample of my nanomachines to try and replicate them. Let's work towards giving people a real chance at free will. I hope the summoner will listen to my counsel, but for any of my ideas to succeed I need to get the Senate seat. POV Parthenax. I look above, to the stars. Those unrecognizable stars. I think of my very long life and what it has led me to. Parthenax, on new loss. On new strunma. Nu ziu yu los gain rk fen seron fa fin duvakan wa botin vake wa ziu yu. Ziu yu hind gain ba watin vake. Translation, a new life. A new mountain. Yet I am lonely and must wait for the Dragonborn to come talk to me. I hope one comes to talk. Poor lonely Parthenax. I decided to start making my strunma more presentable for guests. Some words walls should do. Then I need to add some resting points for future dragons. POV Lucario. This whole section will be in poke speech, so that is why Lucario is not speaking in italicized words. I look at the two Pokemon and one Digimon in front of me and regret accepting this job. Well, I should get this done already. Lucario, hello, I am Lucario. I will be in charge of you for the next period of time while you adjust to this new world. Renamin, why should I listen to you? You are nothing but a young pup. I growl at that statement. I flare my aura. Lucario, want to say that again? Renamin, whatever, I will go learn on my own. I don't need help from an overgrown mutt. With those last words, she jumps and vanishes. I take a deep breath and calm myself while I look at the Pokemon in the room. Lucario, now that the stuck-up fox is gone, we can start on your education. I will first show you to your rooms. I take them through the base, making sure to show them everywhere and to tell them to not go into the training room for now. I also meet Sabas and show him the others. Lucario, okay, now any questions? Gardevoir, yes, where is the master? Lucario, he is in the training room. He is currently doing intensive training and must not be disturbed. If you see him outside the training room, feel free to introduce yourself. He is very nice and laid back, so he won't mind. If you do talk to him, please don't hold him up for too long, as he will be busy this month. Gardevoir, okay, what job is going to be expected of me? From what you described, there are very few Pokemon, thus I won't be needed for Pokemon battles. Lucario, your job will be confirmed later, but currently it would be either a scientist or assistant. Your psychic abilities would be of great use for shipbuilding and moving large objects. Melodic, you will be assigned mostly water-based missions with a focus on spying on Talakang and a possible Atlantis. You will also be given missions to collect scrap and special materials from the seas. Any issues with what I said? Melodic, no problems here. I am glad to be of use to the master. Lucario, I should correct that now. Rio doesn't like being called master, we are considered his friends and family, and he thinks we shouldn't treat him as a higher authority. Melodic, that's weird, why would a trainer not want to be called master? Most of the Pokemon I have talked to have said that trainers like being called master. Lucario, I don't know. He just doesn't like it. He won't get angry if you call him master, he just might ignore you or call you a name that is something you don't like to be called. He said it is so others can know what it feels like. Gardevoir, calling him by his name is not normal, at least for Pokemon who usually can't communicate with their trainers. Psychic types are different in that regard, we can usually understand humans and thus more often call them by a nickname of some kind. I will decide on what to call the trainer once I meet him. Lucario, look, you do you. I am just letting you guys know. If he ends up pranking you guys or calls you an embarrassing name, don't come complaining to me. Oh, and if what he is doing is truly uncomfortable, let him know and he will stop. He cares for us more than the entire human race, so don't think he is being cruel. Gardevoir, I will keep that in mind. Melodic, I will try to not call him master. Gardevoir, I do have another question. You said I might be made a scientist, why? I am not knowledgeable in the sciences. Lucario, from what Rio told me, it is based on the fact that psychic types are usually far more intelligent than most beings. You will have to go through some tests before you are even considered for such an important position. Oh, and before I forget, Rio told me to tell you guys that none of the jobs offered are mandatory. You can say no and either do no work or choose a different job. That is also true for you, Melodic. If you don't want to do the job offered, just say so and you can do something else. Gardevoir, that's really nice of our trainer. I haven't ever heard of a trainer catching a Pokemon only for them to not do anything. Well, besides the Pokemon who are neglected, I can tell that this is not that. So I suppose the question I have is why? Lucario, look, I don't really know. If you are so curious, ask Rio yourself, and he will answer honestly. I was only given this job because I have been slouching around the base not doing much. I could have said no and he wouldn't have forced me, but I didn't want to disappoint him. Gardevoir, fine, I guess I will ask him when I see him. Lucario, oh, and if either of you see that stupid fox, show her where her room is. Author's note. A chapter showing a bit of all the summons. Faraday is just basically a generic OC Galvan. The wiki had only a few named Galvans, so I decided to just make one up. Also, as was mentioned in a previous chapter, many summons will be mostly background characters. Also, I am putting Renamin and Lucario as rivals of sorts. This decision is slightly influenced by the Lucario vs Renamin death battle. Does anyone remember that old song that the title of this chapter is referencing? I hope you liked the chapter, and until next time, ciao.